check mic-wise. Am I on? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Citium Financial European Wind Energy, UK and European Wind Energy Policy and Investment Summit. My name's Andrew Elms. I'll introduce myself in a few moments with a few remarks, but if I can do a few housekeeping points before we kick off, that would be fantastic. I think everyone's managed to find themselves refreshments, so they know where coffee and pastries are being served. And then just out there are signs to the loos and the cloakrooms for those who haven't managed to find it for the break. Most importantly, fire alarms and safety. There are no fire drills planned. Therefore, if we hear an alarm, we will be escorted out. There are fire alarms, fire exits around all the main doors. So please follow those in a calm manner, taking outdoor coats with you should we hear a fire alarm. Hopefully you've got the running order and the agenda for the day. There is also an event app which I'd encourage you to have a look at. That will help with networking and also understanding of the agenda and the organizations represented. I'll say a quick thank you to the supporters who have helped put this on. So I'll run through them now, and then I won't mention them again later by name. So we've got Belgian Offshore Wind, we've got Clean Energy Pipeline, we've got Energy Networks Association, Energy UK, the Global Infrastructure Investor Association, PIMU, which is a Polish wind organization, UK Sustainable Investment Finance Association, and the publication Renews. So thanks for those for supporting CNF to support this event. I'll say a few kind of remarks, hopefully just to get us kicked off. We have, and thank you for those who are attending, we have a few people, I think, who are struggling with traffic, a couple of motorways affected, a few train services affected, and it's a Monday morning, so I'm sure that's going to drag. They will slip in and come to the back as they arrive. We also have a virtual audience joining. So we'll say welcome to them, and I'll try and kind of reflect their commitment to this. Sadly, they won't be able to participate in the Q&A, but we will make sure the event information is circulated to them and to you afterwards. On Q&A, we will have a couple of panel and presentation sessions. I will try and keep time for questions, and therefore I'd encourage you to please ask questions. I think we have a roving microphone. Please, when you ask a Q, if you introduce your name and your organization, and then keep your question succinct, and hopefully we'll get some succinct answers. Good. In which case, I will make a few remarks before we get underway with our keynote video address. My name's Andrew. I work for Siemens Energy. I look after their market and public affairs. I was born at 329 parts per million of carbon dioxide. I'm a former Army engineer. I left after a first career in the Army and undertook project management, initially with a number of onshore projects in Scotland, and then moved on to help develop the Port of Hull, which is the Siemens Energy wind turbine blade and pre-assembly port in that city. After that, I moved on to help build one of the largest offshore wind farms in the world for Scottish Power, East Anglia ONE, which we finished during COVID, and which was a kind of challenging project, but is now one of the largest farms producing energy over on the east coast of the UK. We're here to explore... just clicked forward there a little bit too early. We're here to explore the wind energy policy for the UK and the European Union. We think this is a very appropriate time to be exploring that topic. We have a new government which is a backbone of wind energy as the main source of its electricity. It intends us to become a superpower for clean energy by 2030, with a mix of 4 times the offshore wind capacity we have now and 2 times the onshore wind capacity we have now. And that will be the main lever to unlock economic growth in our economy. On that journey, this year, the UK surpassed 30 gigawatts of wind capacity. That means that we have a greater installed capacity for wind than any other technology, more than gas and any other in the power mix. Renewable energy, for the third quarter in a row, has been more than 50% of the UK's electricity, and 30% of our electricity in the rolling 12 months. And that's been, I just saw on ReNews this morning, a 19% increase year on year for this quarter of electricity contribution. So it is constantly growing, thanks, yes, to favourable winds over the last year. Interestingly, we had less solar, and that's one of the factors of climate change that we're expecting. Less solar days, hopefully, therefore, more windy days, if that's going to be our backbone. Wind power, when I looked at the app this morning, was producing at just under 50% of the UK's electricity. And the company I represent has half of our UK capacity of wind turbines, and therefore 1 in 5 of the light bulbs and washing machines in this country are being powered by Siemens Energy. The UK government has set up a task force to look at catching up our onshore wind potential, and offshore we are second only to China. So there's about 15 gigawatts of each capacity deployed in the country right now. This event has been rescheduled. I think we're on third time lucky. Every time I seem to have got a bigger role for this conference. So I'm happy to be here, and I hope I don't disappoint you in chairing this. But this is and one of the reasons I accepted to chairing this is because as soon as I saw the rescheduled date, I wanted it. Because I want you guys to know, if you haven't seen already, what an auspicious day this is. Everyone, and I certainly am looking to remember this and remind my kids that this, as a wind power employee and as the grandson of a former coal miner, this is the last day the UK will burn coal to produce electricity. That makes me sort of slightly shivery, because for the last 142 years we have burnt coal to produce electricity. We used coal to kickstart the Industrial Revolution and the industrialization of nations that has now exported around the world and has been replicated, replacing coal to an extent with gas and oil, but always burning coal. And we have now become, as at midnight tonight, will become the first G7 country that will drop coal from its power mix. How has that come about, and in relatively short order? Well, it has been the result of policy, investment, innovation, and infrastructure. If those words don't sound familiar, then please have a look down the agenda, and you might see that those topics are going to be covered throughout the day. And therefore, the example we're giving from coal will hopefully be the example that we give for the rest of the energy transition. Because it is thanks to the prices of solar, wind, and batteries that the energy transition is now inexorable. But it needs to be faster. We're at 416 parts per million, with our planet risking climate collapse and our energy reliance exposed to geopolitical ransom. And also because the innovation and growth that the opportunity that this represents to our economy for wind, both fixed and floating, for high voltage direct current, and power to X like hydrogen, means that clean electricity, like we once pioneered with the benefits of coal fire, clean electricity can trigger the next industrial revolution. So today's conference is going to explore those topics: the strengths and challenges of government policy, the investability and the economic outlook for the sector, both onshore and offshore, and the key contribution of both innovation and infrastructure, which will overcome the barriers to deployment that we have. And we're also, towards the end, going to look beyond the current markets for offshore wind into what could be next. So hopefully you're going to get what you've come for, and you're going to be both educated, engaged, and challenging. Encourage you, as I said, to download the app. You have questionnaires on your table. Please make sure you fill those in for feedback on the event. And another welcome to our virtual audience, just to make them feel accepted. You'll find today the conference has a very Scottish feel to it, myself accepted, where my sons are a quarter Scottish. But I think it's very apposite in that case to introduce the first speaker. But that, by the way, is Ratcliffe-on-Soar, the power station that is closing at midnight. The first speaker, who sadly can't be with us, but has prepared a virtual message for us. And that is Gillian Martin, MSP, Acting Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero and Energy for Scotland, for the Scottish Government. Gillian grew up in Aberdeenshire. She ran her own video production company, designed safety courses for the energy industry in the North Sea, and was elected to represent Aberdeenshire East in 2016. She was Minister for Energy, made Minister of Energy and Environment in March 23, and Minister for Energy, Just Transition and Fair Work in February 24. In May 24, she was appointed as Minister for Climate Action. I'll move this on, and hopefully this is going to start the video.
Hello. I'm sorry I'm unable to join you in person today, but I'm delighted to be able to share with you the latest on Scotland's wind energy journey. As a nation of rich wind resources, Scotland is harnessing the power of this natural capital to create a thriving economy and achieve net zero. Onshore wind is a vital and well-established renewable energy technology in Scotland, supplying cost-effective, safe and secure energy. And we've long been a leader in deployment. And we want to ensure that we maximise onshore wind's contribution to decarbonising our economy. That's why we've set a deployment ambition of 20 gigawatts of installed onshore wind by 2030. We worked with industry on an onshore wind sector deal, which I co-signed in September last year. This deal demonstrates a shared commitment to deliver upon our joint ambitions, developing a key sector for Scotland's net zero transition and maximising the benefits of onshore wind for our communities and economy. Working together with industry is critical to implementing the sector deal commitments. We have collaborated to identify the range of skills needed in the sector to achieve our 2030 ambitions, publishing a research paper in April, underscoring the importance of joint working across government, industry and our educational institutions. We've reached a pivotal moment in Scotland's renewables revolution with offshore wind, representing a once-in-a-generation economic opportunity. The success of ScotWind and the innovation and targeted oil and gas leasing rounds have set a new vision for the sector in Scotland, one that's shared by the Scottish Government. With a reported potential pipeline of around 40 gigawatts, transformational development is underway, putting Scotland at the forefront of offshore wind globally. And we're now seeing era-defining opportunities to attract inward investment, generate green jobs and grow our economy. The commitment by developers to invest an average projection of £1.5 billion per project in Scotland across the 20 ScotWind projects will deliver significant benefits to Scottish businesses, invigorating our economy for decades to come. This is an opportunity to be seized with both hands. The Scottish Government's flagship commitment to invest up to £500 million over 5 years will anchor our offshore wind supply chain in Scotland. Through stimulating private investment in the infrastructure and manufacturing facilities at the heart of our offshore wind industry, this strategic investment will support market certainty, create a highly productive economy, and support thousands of good green jobs. We're already starting to see significant progress in this regard. Public investment of £24.5 million to help secure Japanese company Sumitomo Electric Industries' high-voltage cable factory in the Highlands is creating hundreds of jobs and bringing an estimated £350 million of inward investment to Scotland. And this is just the beginning. We are creating an environment for growth and putting Scotland on the map as a significant destination for capital investment. Earlier this month, we published our Green Industrial Strategy, which sets out our intention to host a global offshore wind investment forum in spring 2025, bringing together investors and developers to showcase opportunities, unlock investments, and accelerate growth in the sector. We're really on the cusp of seismic energy transition, and Scotland can and should play a leading role in this revolution. I look forward to working together with all of you, our public sector partners, industry and investors, to realise the opportunities of our wind energy potential. Thank you.
So sadly, so thanks to the Cabinet Secretary for preparing that. Sadly, obviously, we can't take any questions from that. I just want to make a couple of key points from the video. Firstly, that 20 gigawatts of onshore wind by 2030, so that represents fully 2/3 of the UK target. Scotland has already kicked off an onshore sector deal, so that surely will help the UK's onshore task force with the new government's return and their acceleration and kind of keen to unlock onshore wind, especially back in England. In ScotWind, that is run by the Crown Estate Scotland rather than the UK, the English Crown Estate. So that's potentially 30 gigawatts of offshore wind, of which somehow some 19 of those gigawatts could be floating offshore wind. I wanted to explain one of the terms there, the term INTOG, for those who haven't come across it. That's innovation and transition of oil and gas. No, not transition. Targeted, thank you. I always say transition, yeah, targeted oil and gas. So that is looking to get offshore oil and gas platforms using electricity instead of burning gas. And the first of those projects, Greenvolt, has managed to get a contract for difference in this summer's auction. So we're hopefully, therefore, starting to see some progress on those INTOG projects. The supply chain investment model from the ScotWind process is seen very well, and that is a kind of leading example for potential UK wider ambition. And I think, sadly from the video, but I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary would love to have mentioned that since that video was made, just before the weekend, company XLCC has made a commitment with the UK Investment Bank for a subsea high-voltage direct cable factory, which will be established in Hunterston. So, yeah, sort of distance to go, I'm sure, to see that realised, but hopefully some comments will come on that in the supply chain session later on. It's therefore due time to introduce our first panel, and given that we've just been talking with a hearing from a Scottish Government, let's talk about policy. So I want to talk about the impact on UK government policy on the industry. That's apposite with a new government in place, shaping those policies, and entities such as Great British Energy, the King's Speech recently announced, and a budget yet to come. So let's see what the effect of policy is on the investment landscape for the UK. The panel will be chaired by Nick Elliott, who leads the Global Infrastructure Investor Association's strategic engagement with the UK government. Nick studied global politics at LSE, and he has a background in consultancy, providing policy and strategy development advice to government clients in the UK and Germany, Austria, and the Swiss regions, so-called DACH. Nick, could I invite you to come up to kick off the panel, please? Thank you.
Oh, I hope this. There we go. Thank you all for attending today's session, assessing the impact of UK government policy on the industry. I'm Nick Elliott, Policy and Public Affairs Manager at the Global Infrastructure Investor Association. I'm hoping some of you know who we are, but we are the industry body representing infrastructure investors globally, as it says in the name. I'll be moderating this discussion, and I think it's really, coming at a really important time, with the UK accelerating its transition to net zero. Understanding how government policy affects the wind energy sector is more critical than ever. Today's panel will explore how current and future policies will shape industry opportunities and challenges, focusing on unlocking capital, streamlining project development, and preparing wind energy infrastructure to meet the UK's net zero goals. We have about 1 hour, and we will have time for questions at the end. I'm joined by some excellent panelists today, and I'll now invite each of our panelists to briefly introduce themselves and share a little about their role in organisation. So maybe, Colin, do you want to kick off?
Sure. Thanks very much. I'm Colin Hudson. I'm a Managing Director at UKIB. I've been at the bank for nearly a year and a half now, which in UKIB terms makes me something of a grizzled veteran. I joined the bank from Siemens Bank, where I ran the project finance debt team covering the UK, Middle East and Africa. And within UKIB, I have particular responsibility for sectors like wind and not interconnectedly ports. So good to see you all.
Let me take a next. Good morning, everyone. I'm Clara Semal. I'm from Belgium. English is not my first language, so bear with me. I'm a director at National Grid. I'm overseeing all the European development activities. So from the moment we vaguely have an idea of a new interconnector up to the moment where we give it to a construction team to actually do the real work and put a cable on the land or in the water. I have around a decade of experience in National Grid in a variety of roles around our transmission business and a system operator. And before that, I'm an ex-consultant from BCG. I'm supporting as well from my organization all of the activities and our Women in National Grid network to have more inclusive workplaces. Mathieu, you want to go next?
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. My name is Mathieu Hu, so another accent, French this time. So I'm the CEO of EDF Renewables UK and Ireland. I've been in that role for 9 years now. So EDF Renewables is a leading developer operator across many countries, and in particular UK and Ireland. We develop, build and operate across onshore wind, offshore wind, but also solar and storage. And we've been doing so for the last 15 years. And I'm also I was appointed recently the co-chair for the onshore wind task force, so working with government and the industry, looking at how to accelerate the deployment of onshore wind in UK.
Brilliant, thank you so much. So as you can see, we've got a great panel, and really interested to sort of see the slight differing perspectives as well of the panel. Really looking forward to getting into it. So maybe just to kick off, I'd love to hear from our panel, about the current UK policy landscape for wind energy. How are your organisations positioning themselves to take advantage of the opportunities or tackle the challenges? Maybe Mathieu, we'll kick off with you.
Great. Well, I mean, first thing to say is that it's very positive generally. I mean, the UK would not have achieved, all this renewables investment without solid foundations. And we can certainly say that there are foundations. Now, when we look ahead, there are many, many challenges. So, I mean, key aspects of deploying more renewables is to ensure that we can attract, investors, including supply chain. We can attract the right talent and bring the resources behind it. But there are a number of aspects, policy being a key enabler of, this transformation around infrastructure, around investment in renewables. I think there is a lot to learn from what has been achieved to date and looking at what the key issues we are facing today. So if you look at the perspective from a developer operator, it takes 10 years today to develop a wind project at least. Whether it's onshore or offshore, it's 10 years of development, a huge amount of resources being allocated towards this project. And we need to look ahead. What will happen in 10 years, when the project is ready for investment and construction? Will the policy framework enable such investment? And there are many aspects to it. So, instruments like CFD have been really successful. And we've seen when actually we didn't have enough transparency or not enough support through the CFDs that immediately the industry was suffering from it. So these instruments are critical, but they need to be managed carefully. And now we've got other issues. I would not say planning is necessarily the key issue, but we're looking at a grid being a big area where we need to bring more certainty to the industry. So a lot of aspects to think about, a lot of policy development, building on what is existing is not about necessarily revolution everywhere. I'm thinking of planning, and we'll probably discuss about planning. But there are definitely key areas that need our attention and a lot of cross-industry collaboration with many departments. And I think the good news is, the early signs, and more than early signs, the government took the opportunity it had with the CFD auction, with removing the ban on onshore wind, really to signal the strong intention. And, they were willing to tackle this head-on and working with the industry at large. So I think very positive, encouraging signs.
Brilliant, thank you, Mathieu. And Clara, maybe from your perspective at National Grid, it'd be interesting to hear.
Yeah, I can do the infrastructure bit then. If I start for onshore first, it's not going to be a surprise that we have a significant amount of work. We are having one of the greatest shifts that we see from really large, centrally located plant where power travel quite short distance to now really more decentralized power where sometimes it is offshore and it travels much longer distances. And so what we see is a great grid upgrade, work that is required of quite a lot of large scale. In terms of the direction of travel, we feel on the onshore side, we're clearly moving in the right direction. We're seeing the development of strategic spatial planning, which we support. Parliamentarians are recognizing the need for a planning reform, which will cover. And we also see great investments. For instance, our organization invests 30 billion in the next 5 years in that grid upgrade, and we can share a bit more where and why. Offshore, we see good development as well, but we feel that there's a need for more interconnections, and we're also pioneering the first offshore hybrid assets, which are new assets, which are challenging from a technological and a regulatory perspective, but they offer a good alternative to wind because they offer an alternative connection to offshores. So these are assets that connect countries with a wind farm in the middle. And we are pioneering the first 2 of them with the Belgian offshore platform here, the partner, and also with the Netherlands. But there's more that can be done there, and that offers higher opportunities for the wind to connect, lower wind curtailment, but overall for consumer, higher green power, higher security of supply, and access to cheaper power.
Thank you, Clara. And Colin, obviously coming from UKIB, an organisation that the new government is putting a lot of faith in. Interesting to sort of hear, where you sort of see the role of UKIB in all this.
Sure, of course. I mean, I think in terms of the government's position on developing wind, I mean, AR6 does seem to have been a very strong statement of intent. So we have over 3 gigawatts of new offshore wind being allocated CFDs. We have, for the first time, scale floating offshore wind with Greenvolt, which was touched on earlier. And onshore, around 1 gigawatts of new capacity awarded CFDs. So all this is very strong signaling to the market, as well as, I think, the agility and suppleness which was needed to do backfilling where required to enable AR4 projects to proceed. So that's all good, but the ambition is immense. Again, as touched on earlier, we are looking to quadruple our installed capacity of offshore wind in the next 6 years, having brought on about 15 gigawatts over the past 14 years. And so that is going to require a step change and also reinforcing success. And there's no doubt that offshore wind has been a significant success story for the UK economy. With regard to UKIB's role, I mean, certainly to date, we have seen our role very much around looking to use finance to unlock infrastructure and supply chain opportunities for offshore wind. And so most recently, we went into the debt financing of Ardersier, a port project in the North Sea, where we worked with the Scottish National Investment Bank. Again, touched on with last week's closing of our initial equity investment into XLCC, which will hopefully unlock what is a key constraint in the development of offshore wind and renewables in the grid more generally, which is HVDC cabling. And in addition, for us, very keen to look to address some of those constraints within the grid. And for us, that's been a mission around taking forward storage, and in particular, long-duration energy storage, where we've made a big statement. So I think for us, in terms of the opportunity to date, it is very much around supply chain and infrastructure funding. But as I touched on, the ambition is immense. It's going to require the mobilization of an immense amount of finance, and we are hopefully able to step in and address issues and solve problems as they arise.
Thank you, Colin. And I think just sort of sticky on that point, we've got a sort of few buckets of questions to cover, hopefully drawing out some of those remarks. But maybe sticky on the sort of point of funding, financing. Colin, coming back to you, how do you sort of assess the current funding environment for the UK wind sector? What's your perspective on the government's role in unlocking capital in the industry? And obviously, as UKIB, I imagine there's still a bit of grey space in terms of whether whether UKIB has a, what role UKIB has in the wind sector.
Sure.
Be interesting to hear your perspectives on that.
Sure. I mean, certainly our current sense, is that fixed offshore wind has a ready constituency of liquidity, certainly in terms of debt and equity, for projects which have been through the development cycle and are at or approaching FID. For us, in terms of delineating how we can best support those projects, we are looking very much at how we can work with developers in providing potentially earlier stage finance to help ameliorate risks and concerns around supply chain liquidity. With regard to floating, we do see that as a sector which is, well, obviously it is a sector which is less proven and where perhaps we might have a more conventional project financing role. With regard to onshore wind, I think we see that as a well-established market and would be surprised if there, from a project finance perspective, is a significant role for us to play. But as touched on, I think in terms of enabling the supply chain for these projects and the infrastructure for these projects and buttressing the grid through financing storage, I think there does continue to be a significant role for the bank. But most generally in terms of liquidity, I think where projects are proven, where asset classes are proven, that our sense is that there continues to be significant liquidity.
Thank you. And Mathieu, maybe just coming to your perspective as a developer, does that fill you with confidence hearing that from Colin? What's your sort of perspective on the funding environment, and how the government might play a role in it?
Yeah, I think the fundamentals are there, but if we look at recent years, we can see that the market, external factors or policy itself can have a big impact on investment and the growth of investment. So as a developer, we've suffered from increased cost of capital, challenges on the supply chain side, but also less support through the CFD before the AR6. And we could see that investment definitively had been impacted by those. So I think it's very important that we remain aware of what these challenges are and make sure we use these instruments well. I think we are probably in a better, I think a recovery phase now. So it would be really good to see these AR6 projects, proceeding to FID and to see, the support that can be provided to the industry at large as well, in terms of, the supply chain in particular, which I think is definitively an area with grid, which need great attention. It's because, we need confidence. Any investor, whether a developer, a bank, a fund, you need some confidence and long-term confidence in the market. I think we have this policy framework to enable that. We just need to be attentive to what the current market situation is so that we deploy, the resources well and we focus on the right element of the supply chain, for example. And floating being an example. I think we need to look at the market overall, but we also need to look at the situation of every technology, as you rightly said. Onshore wind probably doesn't need too much attention in terms of investors. Other technology need more support.
Thank you. And Clara, I'm not sure. Yeah.
I can add maybe a couple of elements on reflection. Investment certainty, something everyone needs, and in the grid as well. And we see, especially in the HVDC space, that we have a global shortage. Every TSO is trying to build cable and cable reinforcement, and so it is a global market. What we see now is to Mathieu's point, that the policy frameworks need to adapt. We're in a place where by the time we have regulatory certainty, we need to put capital much earlier than that to make supply chain commitments, etc. And so we just want to make sure that the policy framework evolves so that networks are not left with excessive risk coverage for the investment that they are making. So that's the first point. The second point on HVDC shortage, especially, we understand it's quite difficult for the wind because the TSO are the biggest players in that market. And again, if we are looking at meshed infrastructure, we could solve some of these problems because we could build a cable to the wind, the TSO, the grid, and then to other countries and remove that aspect from the wind developer itself. So in the future, more coordinated infrastructure, more meshed infrastructure is something that we support as both the cheapest option for our end consumer, but also as solving some of that supply chain concerns.
Thank you. And I think, we've heard a lot about supply chain and planning already, and I think maybe just moving on to sort of planning as a topic. Obviously, I was in Labour conference last week, and I think it was probably raised, more times than I could count, as being a sort of key issue and an issue which Labour really clearly want to get right and fix. Clara, maybe just sticking with you, what are the key challenges you see in the current planning and permitting system that are sort of hindering development of wind energy projects or grid more generally? And, what reforms would you like to make the process more efficient without compromising those, incredibly important environmental standards and the incredibly difficult local concerns?
Yeah, I could mention 4 specific changes, with one in the UK and then maybe one in the EU. But in general, we're in a place where, just to give you a view, it takes us more time to consent a project than to build it. So it takes us more time, usually 14 years, to consent infrastructure, and it takes us 10 years to build it. And that's the same in Europe, but it's especially true in the UK. So we welcome the work that the government is doing around updating the national planning policy framework. The current draft is including positive shifts in wording towards renewable, which we support. We would like it to go a bit faster with explicit wording on critical national priority for assets, which would allow us to have a simplified path through consenting. We also support the idea of simplified planning zones. If there are zones, especially in the North Sea, where we know these are a lot of renewable development and grid development, why don't build on the EU idea of planning go-to zones and have these where we have simplified permitting before, we reserve these zones for renewable and grid infrastructure, and that allows as well we would ease the impact on coastal communities. The Planning Inspectorate would probably welcome more resources, which we support as well. We see some small issues there. And then just the timescales for the judicial review process in the UK. A lot of infrastructures now go through that process, and rightfully so, but that triggers delay from several years to a process which we can't really control. And so something there on timing management would be welcome. That's on the UK side. If I can touch a little bit on the global side, wind is a global market. And what we see a bit now is that some developers are kind of gaming where they put the wind based on the national subsidies and the national planning and consenting rules. Ideally, we would build a wind where it makes more sense, when the wind is more shallow, where the geographical situation is best, and then that wind would be transported to the countries and where it's needed. And so that requires more interconnectors, and so increased interconnectors would be better. There is a Draghi report that was recently published where it also proposed more European funding for what I called important projects of common interest. So that's this interconnection between countries, which would support wind development, but also a coordinator across European and the North Sea countries for consenting. And the idea is one of these projects, if it's a benefit for several countries, they would get easier planning, and that EU coordinator would ensure that they don't have to go through every country consenting process. And we would definitely support that, because that would simplify the process overall. I did speak quite a lot, so I'll leave the floor to my colleagues here.
No, I mean, Mathieu, again, obviously EDF, significant global experience as well as in the UK. Do you sort of share those sentiments with Clara? Absolutely,
there are some very good points here. So I think one thing to put in perspective is, the amount of development that is needed. It's not about just doing what we've done in the last 10 years, but it's really accelerating that growth. One of the key challenges is around resources. Resources of taking people, not just funding. We can do more in terms of bringing the right resources to support planning decisions, but that has a limitation in itself. So I think we need to be better at coordinating and prioritizing, where these planning efforts need to go. We also need to be more efficient and make sure that decisions are made on time. There are still cases where it takes too long to get a decision made. It's not because the planning regime is wrong. I think certainly there are the aspects, the information required to make a decision, but somewhat, decisions are still delayed in places. So I'm not going to name specifically area, but in the UK, I think there are countries who are probably better than others in the timing of their planning decision. But the point, which is, we need to do more planning, look ahead as to where the effort needs to go first, I think is a very important point. There are a huge queue. You probably have heard of this grid queue management, which is a massive issue. It needs to be resolved for sure, but I think we need to set out, the principle of how we are going to plan and how we are going to prioritize the development of the infrastructure. Because unfortunately, we won't be able to satisfy every developer, and we need to be clear about this. So I think we need to reset expectation, and we need to be brave enough to put the issues on the table. And that needs to be done relatively quickly. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge for this government, is around the planning and the planning of infrastructure in particular.
Thank you. Colin, anything
very little to add to those very compelling points from both colleagues. I think for us as a funder, we do what we can to sort of minimise via finance those delays, but there are limitations. What we are looking to develop is a product which leans into the uncertainty during that supply chain build-up period, perhaps before DCO, when planning and permitting is still falling into place, so some of the costs associated with that can be appropriately shared. But also at the same time, I think we're cognizant of measures which are being taken to try and sort of front load some of the work in procurement. The Crown Estate, I think, with Leasing Round 5 has been a pretty good exemplar of this, to ensure that there's as much certainty as possible with regards to location, interconnection strategy for a project when the lease is let. If you see what I mean.
Thank you. And I think it's we've all been promised that the budget will bring us a bit more clarity on things like GB Energy, the National Wealth Fund, and I think one of this partnership between GB Energy and the Crown Estate potentially could play a role in freeing up some of those planning constraints. So I think just another key topic, obviously supply chain. We mentioned it quite a lot already, but Colin, I know UKIB really wants to play a role in that element. With these sort of ambitious goals, what concrete steps do you think need to be taken to sort of speed up the delivery of new projects, and how can government policy better support this acceleration? I think, particularly in areas like supply chain and upcoming auction rounds, particularly what is UKIB, how is UKIB looking to sort of fill that gap?
I think taking a step back, and it's been touched on, but what the government can most do, to my mind, is maintain that consistency and commitment to the programme. And ROCs, then CFD, have been very successful in mobilising offshore wind to be a leading sector in the UK. But again, as touched on, we're looking to dramatically increase our capacity. We're looking at 80 to 90 billion pounds worth of investment requirement over the next 5 years plus. I'm old enough to remember the PFI, inflation adjusted, significantly bigger than the entirety of the PPP programme in the UK in the noughties and late 90s. We have to galvanise a lot of finance, and to do that, one thing you need is certainty, consistency, and replicability in delivery. So that's obviously very important. We've touched on the importance of grid connections, and steps are being taken to address that particularly acute issue. For us as a bank, looking at where we can best support the market, particularly the introduction of floating offshore wind, we're looking to put as much heft as we can behind port finance, again to ensure the efficacy of the deployment of wind. We are looking at what we can do to support the development of the grid, and so a lot of investment from our side is going into long duration energy storage, which is relatively groundbreaking, as well as our investments in shorter duration storage. So that's important too, but also grid stability. So we're funding our first stability island in Carrington. Very pleased to be doing that, but again, very very important to make sure that the benefits of renewables more generally are captured, and the intermittency which characterises them is addressed. So I think that's kind of our strategy. We're trying to sort of be all around the sector and helping as much as we can in a variety of different ways.
And Clara, does that, obviously focus on supply chain, does that chime with you as something that you're really asking for at National Grid?
Yes, so if I look at the things we would be doing, I would cite 4 things: supply chain, queue management, to come back to the point of Mathieu, planning, and then the North Sea. On supply chain, if we look at our onshore reinforcement, it's 9 billion over the next 5 years across 17 major projects. And what we're trying to do is engage the supply chain earlier on, because we see of the constraint and have different models of partnership. That now requires early on investment certainty and regulatory certainty as well, which we're still working on. On queue management, we're working closely with the government, the NESO, and ourselves to change the way we connect developers in the UK. We try to prioritize, to Mathieu's word, the most mature project, to move really from the historical first come, first serve approach to connect or be removed from the list approach. And we're also investigating a fast track approach for a project that would be critical to reach net zero, that would allow it to be connected faster. On the planning, we've made a recommendation to the Network Commissioner, and we're happy to see that government has accepted most of the recommendation in the Transmission Accelerated Action Plan. And so the hope there is that consenting goes from 14 years average in the UK to 7 years average in the UK. Still an ambition, but we are supporting that. And then again, the North Sea is really a space where we think there's more that we can do. The UK is a leader at the moment with most of the interconnections. Andrew mentioned earlier today, we have 50% of the supply which is renewable. There's also 14% which is pure import. 4 and 4 from Norway and Denmark, which is green power, and then 3% each from Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. And so these are green power that goes both ways, that allow cheaper power for consumer as well, and we think there's more that we can be doing there.
Mathieu, anything to add to that assessment?
Well, it's quite complete. I mean, I would just say I think we need to have a strategic industrial approach again. We are looking at 10 years of huge investment and growth. Certain aspects are being managed short term, but if we look at the issues, they will not go away unless we look long term. I commented on resources, having the skills, to attract that supply chain. I think it's probably one of the key driver for the supply chain to choose a location. It's not just about having the support, but it's also making sure they will find the people capable of running their plants. If we look at our specific issue in the UK, sometimes it's quite difficult to attract the supply chain to support our projects because it's a very competitive landscape. So we need to give the long-term view that the UK will support this project and continue to support this project and make it easier for the supply chain to deploy their technology. We need to have some technology roadmap. I think it's very important, the point about long-term storage. I mean, we do a lot of storage, but it's battery, so it's 4-5 hours. But what we need really as a system today, with the increase of wind and solar, is more long-term storage solution. Today they are provided by gas mainly, but we will have to convert that into non-fuel technology. So I think having that industrial strategy, looking at what does the supply chain need to come and install their production, what do they need to be able to commit to the UK on the grid side, for example. There is a huge amount of investment required. It's very difficult to secure the equipment. So I think there are ways that the industry can think about in terms of making sure that we, as the UK, secure this supply chain to deploy our infrastructure. So I think that would be another area I hope the government will put great attention, and they talk about it. So I think they're probably aware that it's much needed, and I think for us as an industry, is working out, okay, how do we collaborate, coordinate our thoughts to input into that strategic thinking?
No, definitely. And I think, again, Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Johnny Reynolds, has made a big thing of this industrial strategy. I think the specifics of that is another thing that we're still waiting for, but really hope that when that comes out, that sort of tries to capture some of those challenges. And Mathieu, sorry, putting you slightly on the spot again, compared to, the rest of Europe, do you feel the UK is well placed in terms of sort of attracting those skills and supply chain, or do you feel that there's a sort of, we're maybe potentially at risk of losing out to other markets?
Well, it's a complex picture, really. The question is, it depends. We have some great colleges, university. We need just to do more to support them, to support our industry. So we are starting from a good position, but unless we are taking actions quite rapidly, I think we'll find ourselves uncompetitive on the skill side. To be honest, not to use the word Brexit is not my favorite word, but it hasn't helped the UK. So I think we need to be clear about that others will have more flexibilities than we have to attract the resources, and something that needs to be considered in terms of our strategy for skills in particular.
Thank you. Just so moving on, I think we've got probably about between 5 and 10 minutes just before we go to questions. But grid, obviously, we've got Clara in the hot seat right here, and there is huge backlogs at the moment and queues, and I think it would just be great to sort of have a bit of a conversation about that. So, Clara, maybe sort of starting with you on that. As onshore and offshore wind projects increase, what upgrades to the national electricity grid do you sort of see as being essential to handle that growing capacity? What's your sort of steer to government in terms of how they can play a role in modernising the grid?
Yeah, I can do. So onshore, as I alluded earlier, we have accelerated strategic transmission infrastructure, which government has supported, and we started to build Eagle 2 earlier last week, which are reinforcement, which are aiming to allow more renewable connections to be there. It's 9 billion in the next 5 years. And a couple of maybe things to note. One is we're trying to work on the supply chain, on the permitting, and on the skills, which we see being an issue as well, with more aggressive kind of talent war within the UK. Now we don't have the EU pool. We could work more with government to develop the manufacturing skills in the UK, and that would be welcome. There is a lot of private investment that wants to go in that area, and so it's just about setting up kind of the right business models and frameworks there to allow that. On permitting and planning, I touched it earlier, but I'm happy to share more. We have done our recommendation, and the TAAP, the Transmission Accelerated Action Plan, was published with the autumn statement, covers them. On offshore, then, if I share a bit more about our pioneering project, we are owning already 6 interconnectors between us and other countries. And to your point, they offer a bit of a role of storage, right? Because excess wind can flow to other countries. In the future, what you could imagine is energy hubs. You see, for instance, a Belgium offshore platform that would have wind connection to several countries. And whether you believe in long-term hydrogen, it could have some long-term hydrogen or some other form of long-term energy storage, which excess wind could then produce and could be then going through shore when and as needed. We're building the first one, which is called Nautilus, with the Belgian, which would be live in 2031. And then the second one with the Dutch, where it's a wind farm, it's called Lionlink, connecting to both countries, which will be live in 2032. These are just the first of, I think, a new category of assets which we are developing, and the European sphere is putting much more focus on that as well. Since 3 years, you have the North Sea Energy Forum, which is the Prime Minister of all European North Sea countries, meeting every year with Ursula von der Leyen to try to think how we're going to make from this North Sea what I call the green power hub. It's really important that the UK is part of this conversation, because as Europe is putting more resources in there, more supply chain in there, more regulatory thinking in there, if the UK isn't joined up, there is a risk then that the North Sea develops without us. And so we're really part of it. We welcome all these activities. And we think the UK, despite Brexit, this is one of the forums we still invited to should really kind of push there and be involved there, because it is really a key opportunity. We're blessed with really shallow waters and high wind production. The North Sea is one of the best area for that. Let's make the most out of it from an infrastructure perspective and from a development perspective.
Thank you, Clara. That was very interesting insights. And Colin, just coming to you in terms of grid, obviously slightly probably outside of your dominant area you sort of spend your
Yes.
time. But
Never stopped me before. I mean, again, not much to add, and indeed, as you say, my experience isn't really as focused on this. I think from the bank's perspective, we're very open to financing opportunities around storage and around stability to do what can be done in terms of shorter-term fixes to enable that capacity. So we're very much here to help in that regard. And also, as is touched on earlier, we are cognizant of some of the front loading which is being done in some of the offshore procurement exercises ongoing currently, where a lot of delineation around grid connection strategy should hopefully save quite a lot of time once these projects move forward to the next development phase.
Mathieu, anything to add?
Well, there is a lot to be said on grid. I mean, I've been developing project for 20 years, and we've got 50 assets in operation or under construction. Until 5 years ago, 90% of the project we developed were connected on time. Today, it's 90% that are delayed. So there are issues. It's not a single issue. It's not just queue management. I think it does contribute, but it's not. I think it's probably that we haven't anticipated, the need for change sufficiently, and now we're in a situation where we need to find, okay, how are we going to tackle this huge problem? Because it has an impact, in terms of we use resources twice rather than once. We have to reschedule projects because suddenly we're told, a project has to be delayed by a year. When you make an investment decision, it's a rather difficult position to be in. And I'm sure that, it applies to lenders, it applies to sponsors. This is not a situation that can continue with the sort of target that we have. So I think we need to, that's back to this problem of, being realistic and prioritize and make sure there are the commitments and there are the incentives on both sides so that it's not, just one party and primarily the developer, taking all the risk and suffering the consequences of delays. So it's a hard discussion, but it's a discussion that absolutely needs to happen.
No, and I think it's, and I think, one of the big challenges, and Clara, just sort of, again, putting you slightly on the spot, but in terms of, are there any sort of quick fixes that we should sort of be asking for from government? Obviously, we have this sort of wider infrastructure build-out which needs to happen, but, that's a long play, right? And I think, as Mathieu demonstrated, with 90% now struggling to get grid connections or delayed because of grid connections, are there any sort of quick fixes which you at National Grid are sort of proposing, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, we covered some of the quick fixes, but I do agree it's a complete problem. And in my mind, there's also a shift there where in the past, all the focus on regulation on grid was ensuring no cost that is inefficiently incurred. And so there was a lot of hurdles for grids to explain that asset is really, really, really needed, that it's really, really well defined. And proactive investment, or what was called anticipatory investment, was never accepted in the UK. We couldn't build an asset before there was certainly guaranteed that a person would connect. Now that works in a place where you connect a nuclear plant, because they're going to tell you 15 years before they connect, so you have time to build it. It doesn't work for a wind farm, because if they can connect in 2 years, you can't start before they confirm they will connect, because the regulation doesn't allow you. And then you need 10 years to build it, then by definition you will be late. And so what we really pushed is for government to change the mandate of the regulator, not only to focus on cost effectiveness, but to have real skin in the game for net zero targets, which in the past, and we still see today, right, our regulator and our government are always as aligned as they could be. Interconnector is a good example. The government has a target of 18 gigawatt. Often only approves some of them, which are economically effective. But so again, there's this disconnect between government targets and the regulator. We would welcome a shift where the regulator has more skin in the game, because we will never be able to make investment there where a regulator doesn't allow us to. And so we bear a lot of that risk as well. I hear you having that risk. We see the same. We're having very difficult discussion at FID where we need to put a significant amount of money on the table before regulatory certainty, and that's not a nice place to be for anyone.
Thank you. So I think that sort of brings us to the end of our main plenary time, and I think it would be great to sort of get some questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and when called on, kindly mention your name and the organisation you represent. A microphone will be brought to you, so please wait for that before speaking. But And over here. We'll start off with one at a time. So we'll go to this gentleman here.
Hello. Hi, I'm Andrew Potter. I'm Head of Finance at Ocean Winds. Really interesting and some really good comments made. I guess my question, we talked a lot about developments and building the infrastructure, but do you think government should have a stronger role in the future pricing of transmission? Should it be trying to accelerate quicker the zonal pricing or giving a much clearer strategy for the future of TNUoS?
Who'd like to pick
Do
that
you want
up?
me to pick that one?
Yeah, go.
So the framing, and then I'll be clear that Arcos is an interconnected business, which might have a slightly different view than our group business. But so a group perspective is we are supporting everything which would provide benefits for the consumer. We understand the logic for zonal pricing. There is a question, is it the right time at the moment with everything else going on, with the transition that we mentioned? Does it provide even more uncertainty in the market for developers' revenues, for transmission revenues? So is it the right time at the moment is probably the question that we have. But there is more definitively that government could be doing. In Ocean Brain, there's a lot I know in interconnectors as well and in operating, kind of where we're seeing the assets. So thank you for the work you're doing there.
Mathieu, do you want
Yeah, no, I can certainly. If you look at the result of the last auction, there were almost or no onshore project in the north of the Scottish border. I think it, and there is a good reason for it, is because TNUoS is is not affordable there. So if we want to use the resources we have to make sure that TNUoS charges doesn't hinder this progress. So I think we need a fair regime. We also need one that allows long-term visibility, because that's at this moment in time, you can't rely on long-term forecast of what your charges will be, and they represent a very significant amount, especially when you're in Scotland, of your budget, of your P&L. And then on the point about changing the policy, our industry is very complex. You really have to be a specialist or call many specialists to work out, does an investment make sense? Do I understand the risk well or not? I think adding complexity, which I think will be the case with zonal pricing, is probably a step too far at this moment in time. So I think if we can provide a long-term view, make a more balanced approach, I think that would be a breakthrough already. So I'm very much in favor of that approach.
Thank you. I hope that answers your question. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, good morning. Hello.
I think just continue speaking and I think they'll turn it on.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. My name's Alex Haynes. I work for Petrofac. We're an EPC supplier for particularly offshore substations and those meshed interconnectors that Clara talked about, particularly for TenneT, for instance, and the 2 gigawatt. My question really is to Mathieu. You mentioned that you had some issues attracting the supply chain to support and bid for your projects. So can you elaborate on that and maybe talk a little bit more about things you might be thinking about how you can resolve those challenges? Thank you.
Yep. So I think the challenge for us is timing. So often we, I can take an example, the one of North Nagoya. We acquired that project 6 years ago. It took us, and we didn't have any contracts finalized. The project had a CFD, it had planning, it had grid. But it didn't have any of its supply chain contracts secured. And in a year, we managed to get all supply chain to sign a contract and to get to FID and financial close. Today, we will not be able to do that for several reasons. Main one is capacity. I think there is an issue of capacity within the supply chain. So there are lots of projects and probably not enough capacity. So that brings lead times which are maybe double or triple sometimes the one that we had 5-6 years ago. So we need to make sure that that supply chain increase that capacity. And also we need to reduce the uncertainty. Back to the grid issue. If we can't give a clear program to our supply chain, they will say, well, come back when you're absolutely certain of your program. We can't allocate slots to you. So it's not a lack of appreciation of our commitment, our capabilities of developing projects, but it's just in terms of prioritization. The supply chain with constrained capacity would support a project where they see the less risk. So I think we need to be aware of what this uncertainty and risks are and manage those, as well as increasing the capacity of the supply chain in specific area, and grid equipment, electrical equipment being a specific one.
Clara, Colin, anything to add?
Timing in supply chain is what we see as well. We see that now we need to make commitment now to have space on offshore boats for the 2030s. I mean, the timing has become just double what we saw before. We agree with that. And it's the main blocker now. We end up having capacity commitments which are extremely vague that we're just making to make sure we have a slot, which is not a realistic place to be.
And just to make the point which has been made already, which is a supply chain needs to build up around certainty and needs to have the confidence of continuing delivery, which I guess goes to a certain extent to the previous question, which is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. If you have something which works, reinforce it.
Any other questions? Gentleman just over there in the white shirt.
Josh Roebuck from Scottish Power. Just wondering, maybe a question for yourself, Colin. I quite liked your phrase about kind of leaning into the uncertainty from an investment perspective. It seems, as we were just mentioning, on the supply chain that having clear order books is quite difficult until you get a CFD and then you can start to provide that certainty. Is that a role for the UK Infrastructure Bank in combination with the British Business Bank for investing maybe higher risk up front now, whilst developers can't do that, with the view that that certainty will come through later down the line? That seems like something from the supply chain and ports that would help. And just wondering how you see UKIB's role in that space.
Yeah, thanks. Certainly. I think in terms of how we feel that we can best support the offshore wind sector, certainly away from floating, where perhaps there is more of a conventional project financing role for us. We see trying to address liquidity shortfalls in that pre-CFD, pre-FID period as being key, because we're very cognizant of the fact that significant investments have to be made in supply chain, and indeed, given the increasing demand and perhaps the extent to which supply chain still needs to build up to respond to that demand, that requirement is getting exacerbated. And so with regard to, that's setting aside what we're doing on supply chain, for example, like XLCC and Ardisia. But I think in terms of potentially coming into a funding structure to help share some of those costs during a relatively uncertain point in the development of a project, that's certainly where we're hoping to, as you say, lean in.
Any other questions? Just this man here, and then this gentleman in the green jacket.
Steve Jemmy from Celtic CPAP. We're interested in industrial development of floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea. My question's for Colin, which is that we need to invest early in a range of infrastructure issues, which, of course, will need to be done without contracts in place. So there's demand risk for the ports in particular and other infrastructure facilities. Do you think there's a role there for the IAB to help with managing that demand risk?
On ports in particular, definitely, and that's a role we've already assumed. For example, at Ardisia with SNIB, we're very aware of that chicken and egg situation where when the projects come online, they will need supporting infrastructure, but until the projects move towards getting close to coming online, they can't contract with the providers of that supporting infrastructure to enable investment. And that's a very clear gap. It's a gap we acknowledge. And we are prepared to finance, because I think for us we can take a wider, a longer term, a more patient view as to the speed with which that underlying market can evolve, and we can look to craft financing products around that gap and that uncertainty.
This gentleman just over here.
Hello. Is that working?
Peter Giddings from the High Value Manufacturing Catapult. It's a question to all three, actually. In your view, what could be your role in helping make the UK's industrial growth plan for UK offshore wind supply chain happen? Really interesting to hear that supply chain is being seen as almost a piece of infrastructure. We have a strategic plan for offshore wind supply chain. It has been called out as something that's really important. Where do you see yourselves supporting that? And I guess, Clara, would you like one for grid?
Mathieu, do you want to start with that?
Yes, certainly. Well, it varies. I mean, on certain technologies that are not proven, like floating offshore wind or storage, for example, what we see ourselves doing is developing this demonstration project, working with the suppliers. And because we've got quite a large engineering capacity and R&D capacity, we can really work into validating some of the design work, doing some of the testing, early days in the development of the product. So that's what we've done a number of times in the UK and elsewhere with floating, for example, or other innovation on offshore wind. So that is definitively one thing, and for that we need to make sure that there is in the policy scope to support these early development projects because it takes time. And then they need to scale up, so it needs funding. So I think it's back to that industrial approach and strategic approach. We need to be aware of the steps that have to be followed to deploy new technology at scale and in a cost-effective way. So we are definitely partners both on the policy side, to explain how long it takes and to work with the supply chain to bring that technology online.
If I build on Mathieu's innovation angle, we look as well as new technologies, for instance, multi-usage HVDC terminal at sea. We are partnering with supply chain to look at innovation, and we're also working with Europe in some of the Opera and other kind of engineering forums there. Ideally, we'd like to see more standards as well coming out of that to ease the supply chain. A question whether TenneT standards now become these standards, but there's more that can be done there. And then on the planning side of things, we hope that with the NESO and now being part of government, we see a much more active strategic spatial planning, potentially with more firm recommendation on radial versus coordinated infrastructure for wind connection, which would ease obviously the impact on community, but also reduce the competition for landing points that we see now on the coasts. So that's two things that we are actively doing and supporting.
Yeah, I think for us, XLCC is hopefully a very good example of the way in which the bank is prepared to mobilise liquidity around supply chain to take forwards wind and associated sectors. I think for us, it's been a bit of a journey actually. When we were established a couple of 2 or 3 years ago, we hadn't realised the extent to which supply chain would become a core component of our business, but it's very firmly lodged there now. And if you look at some of the financings we've provided recently, ports, providing production facility financing for long duration energy storage with Invinity, with Flow Viridium. We very much are responding to that need, and that's important because as a bank, we're here to amplify government policy, but we're also in the market, and we can feed back to government what we're hearing from the people we're talking to, what we're identifying as the financing issues which require being solved, and so it's very much part of our go-to currently.
So I think we maybe just have time for just one more question. So if anyone has one final question. And if not, then I will take the final question and put you all slightly on the spot. Well, maybe not yourself, Colin, depending on whether you're able to respond. But I think, based on the conversation today, if you're sat in front of, Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, what is your one key ask as an organisation to the new government in this space? Mathieu, do you want to?
Well, it's to follow through because I think they've made clear what their priorities are. It's one of their key missions. Is going to be challenging. So I think the approach that they've taken, which is to engage with industry, is a positive one. But it's going to take a lot of effort and sometimes some difficult decisions. So I think following through on what they've started is what my plea would be.
Clara?
I would go for innovation in action together now, should be a slogan, something around new ways of delivering what their missions are. Also starting to really do things, because I think we've in a world of finding the perfect plan for a couple of years now, and to your point, at one point it's around finding a plan and providing it and making it stable enough that we can invest in it, and together with the European partners and with industry. And now, today we're building what's going to happen in 2030, 2035. In 3 years, that's going to be too late.
Obviously, very politely, I would say, follow through and consistency. It's so important that the boat is not seen to be being rocked. We're going from AR5 with 0 gigawatts of offshore wind, AR6 3.3. We're going to have to double that, more than double that again, and to enable developers and the supply chain to build up around that, they need to know that nothing significant is it'd be good if they have confidence, but nothing significant is going to change in an adverse way.
Thank you. Sorry, that was slightly unfair putting you all on the spot there, but that brings us to the end of our discussion. As I hope the discussion has shown, government policy does play a vital role in driving investment and overcoming challenges in the wind and energy sector, perhaps more than others in particular. To achieve the UK's ambitious renewable energy goals, collaboration between industry and policymakers isn't just beneficial, it's really essential at the moment. And I'd just like to, leaves me to thank our panelists for their valuable insights, and to the audience for your great questions. Could you please join me in giving our speakers a round of applause?
Thank you. So thank you, Nick. And as we heard there, I won't summarise that again, but we set the context now with policy. We're going to come back after the break and we're going to explore a little bit about the specifics of the offshore market. So with that, I'll say thank you to Nick for chairing that panel, and also Colin, Mathieu and Clara. And I'm happy to say that it is now time for a networking coffee and a break. And a networking discussion. Please be back here for 11:05, where we will restart for, as I say, a perspective on the offshore market. Thank you. So if I can welcome you all back, thank you so much for being prompt. And also to our virtual audience, wherever you are, thank you for bearing with us. Hope you've had a virtual coffee as well. Thank you firstly for all of your questions in the last panel. If we can keep that enthusiasm and engagement going, that's fantastic. Please don't forget your questionnaires for the format of the future sessions and improvement. I've got about 11:05, and that takes us to the next event on the agenda, which is time to look at one of the key markets for wind, that of offshore. So we've got a fireside chat, as it were, for navigating the winds of change, a CEO perspective on the offshore wind market. The offshore wind market is a key one for a nation that is committing to have wind electricity as its backbone. And it's a resource where UK has led the world up until recently, and also has one of the richest resources and therefore one of the largest development pipelines in the world. For an intermittent source of technology, however, price security is key to the route to market, pivotal to the route to market. And last month's Contract for Difference 6, you'll have seen, showed some vital signs in that market, which could indeed have been killed last year by Contract for Difference 5 auction. And I'm sure we'll hear that from someone with a vested interest in the outcome of that auction. So, time to hear a little bit more. We've got a chat with Charlie Jordan from Scottish Power, who I will ask to be introduced by Julia Prescott, CBE, who is Deputy Chair for the National Infrastructure Commission and co-founder of Meridiam. Julia is an investment expert with over 30 years' experience in delivering projects. She's become a trusted advisor to government and industry. In 2005, Julia co-founded Meridiam, a world-leading infrastructure fund with assets including the 2.4 billion NeuConnect, EnergyLink, and leading EV charging company Allego. In 2021, Julia was selected as member of the UK Government Investment Council, and in 2023 became Deputy Chair of UK's National Infrastructure Commission and the Foreign Secretary appointee as a non-executive director to the board of Wilton Park, a government agency supporting UK foreign policy development. Julia is Deputy Chair of the Port of Tyne, Honorary Professor at the Bartlett School, University College London, supporting the development of education infrastructure delivery. Julia reflects her passion about the need for the sector to be more inclusive and diverse by co-founding and leading the Women Leaders in Infrastructure group. Good luck, Charlie. So, over to you, Julia, and look forward to your insights. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, and good morning, everybody. I think I'm probably doing a little bit of excessive hat wearing at the moment, so thanks for the introduction. I'm just going to ask Charlie to say a few words about himself, and then we can go into the session. It was billed as a fireside chat, but I was saying to Charlie, if your fireside looks like this, I think it's probably a little bit uncomfortable. So we'll do the best we can in terms of chatting. Charlie, over to you for a few words.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Andrew, as well, and welcome to all of you. So, my name's Charlie. I lead Scottish Power's renewable business. So Scottish Power, we're part of the Iberdrola Group. We're a world leader in renewable energies. We have been for more than 20 years. We've been working towards energy transition. You know, we're the first major integrated energy company to remove ourselves from fossil fuel and become 100% green, and we've never looked back from that. Within Scottish Power, we've got the main three areas of Scottish Power. We've got our customer business, effectively retail. We've got the networks, which is clearly integral to the success of renewables. And then I've got the area which I spend my day-to-day focused on, which is renewable generation. Within renewables, we operate a range of projects. We do onshore and offshore. We're doing, from a wind perspective, solar and battery projects as well. We're spending many billions of pounds in doing so. This session is very much about offshore, and we've got operational offshore projects. We're working in particular in East Anglia at the moment, progressing, but we're building a project in East Anglia, investing over 4 billion. And as Andrew had mentioned, the recent CFD auction, I had a smile on my face after that, because we were able to secure a CFD for our third project in East Anglia. So between those projects alone, we'll now be effectively kick-starting an investment of over 8 billion of projects to be based off the coast of East Anglia, with a further project still to come. I think also from the UK perspective, I say the expertise we have in the UK, we've got people in our UK business sitting in offices predominantly in Glasgow and London who are supporting developments across the global offshore business. We're building in Germany, we're building in France, we're building in the US at the moment and growing a pipeline globally, and it just shows you the expertise that we've got in the UK. I'm sure we'll come on and talk about skills. Personally, I've been in renewables for, I think, my 23rd year, so I came in and started projects, supporting projects getting built and been able to continue and take on more responsibility, and now delighted to lead a team of over 1,000 developing and operating offshore projects, renewable projects.
Thanks very much. And I think just before diving into the offshore world, I thought I ought to put the discussion into a context, because I think one of the things that we're going to be talking about is what the investment requirements are going to be. And that context is really provided through the view of the National Infrastructure Commission itself, which, as you'll know, is an advisory body to government. It produces its main activity a national infrastructure assessment every 5 years, and the last one was produced in October 23. Because what we do is we look from now to 2050. So we're not looking over the next 5 years, we're looking right the way through to 2050. And we focus there on 3 areas, really: decarbonising UK energy, reaching net zero, looking at growth across the regions, and improving resilience in the natural environment. And interestingly, looking at the FT today, I think all these aspects of infrastructure development are actually engaged in around offshore wind. We've got a lot of money that we need to invest. In the 2030s, we're expecting 75 billion per annum to be invested. 40 to 50 billion of that is likely to be coming from the private sector, and out of that, 25 to 30 billion is coming from is in relation to energy. So it's a big ticket that we need to put into, and offshore wind will also be looking at comparing other sectors of the energy transition. So when we're talking about those other areas, what are our expectations? And this is just up to 2035. That's 60 gigawatts of offshore wind, 70 gigawatts of solar, and 25 gigawatts of onshore, together with huge quantities of short-duration energy storage, 60 gigawatts of that, more flexible sources of generation, hydrogen, carbon, etc. And we have to remember that electricity demand is expected to increase by around 50% by 2035, and there's much work to be done to meet the 6th carbon budget. We've got a big shopping list, and it needs to flow for decades to come. So we need to make sure that deals are done, that we have strong and long-term business models that allow investment. We've seen some good moves so far from the current government, AR6 we've been talking about, and we've also seen good moves in relation to planning, as recommended by the NIC. We've got onshore wind now being part of the main planning system. And we've also seen updating national policy statements, which should allow for easier planning to take place, as well as other things in the mix. So I think we've also got that focus on delivery, and I think one of the indicators of that will actually be the merging of the NIC and the IPA into NISTA, which is another further development. So I think what I want to do, first of all, is ask Charlie about really where we are in the whole wider renewable world and the public perception of renewables. The expectation and the work done in the NIA show that energy bills are likely to halve in the next decade as we move away from fossil fuels and we switch to electricity. We were very concerned that that transition must be carefully managed to ensure the public are behind us and that those with the most challenged living standards are going to be able to pay. But how do you feel that the public supports the transition now, Charlie? What impact is that having on your business planning, on your thinking, not only in offshore wind, but also in the other elements of investment that you do?
Thank you, Julia. And the numbers that you were reciting there before, it just shows you that the scale of the opportunity, but also the scale of the challenge when you realise that's the level of investment that we need to bring forward these level of projects. I think it is a good question about public support, and you only need to have followed the media over the run-up to the previous election. You can see how different aspects get conflated and how moods can be changed. And sometimes missing the point of what we're trying to achieve over the longer term. What I would say is, I think support for renewables continues to be very high. You're looking at, I think it was DESNZ's public track here, about 84% of, positive support for renewables and developing. However, we do need to recognise the impact on people. People still feeling the strain from the cost of living crisis. Household energy debts remain at an all-time high, and therefore, when you talk about things like net zero and different solutions, people can sometimes recognise or feel a bit abstract from the struggles that they're feeling on a day-to-day basis. But you said there, Julia, the long-term forecast about about costs coming down and halving. I think that's what we need to look at. And we need to make sure that we continue to support and show that the medium and long-term plan does bring about these benefits. Clearly, we need to change in the model. We need to remove the linkage to marginal oil and gas setting prices and the volatility that brings for people. And that's where I think that having a long-term strategic view and more renewables. We've seen the historic news today about finishing off our coal generation, and really keep a focus on that long-term solution, I would say. I think the case is compelling. When you look at and speak a bit about what we need to do, I guess, in the sprint to 2030, but once we start to decarbonise, you can then move from the power sector. We then go into other industries, whether it's heating, industry, aviation. There's many areas that we can start to look at. And why are we doing all that? We're doing it to I think, give people a better standard of living. We're doing it to help preserve the planet. But along the way, there's a lot of economic benefit and prosperity that can come from this transition as well. And I think, come back to the point of public perception, we need to keep helping people with that. And then individuals, there's a lot of great work. You think about how we can help people, for heating homes and decarbonise. There's a lot of very good schemes there. The majority of people can't afford, be it heat pumps and solar panels, but we then need to look at how do we do this at a mass scale, and that's another area where, as an industry, I think we can focus and support people on.
I think that's absolutely right, and that message again, that electricity prices will halve in the 2030s. And part of that's going to be regulation. And we're seeing a regulation evolve, if I can put it like that, and new duties for Ofgem, etc. But one of the areas that we will see coming up, and mid-2025 is the suggestion REMA will come out, including changes to such areas as zonal pricing. And I wondered again, from your perspective, how this thing's going to change your business models, the way that you think about your longer-term planning.
So I guess one of the challenges of coming on after others is a lot of the areas were covered earlier, and I agreed with much of what the sentiment of the earlier panel, and a lot of that I certainly took from it was the need for stability, the need for creating an investment climate. When you look at the tens of billions of pounds that we're looking to be investing going forward, I would say as a business, we're supportive of the need to correct areas of a market challenge and areas to improve, and there's a number of areas I think can be improved. I'd prefer to focus on those areas that are going to help us accelerate and stimulate investment and further green energy. And there's other areas that I think we need to look at and whether there could possibly be an inhibitor to it. I think you touched on zonal pricing. I would say maybe in terms of positive, we look at the CFDs, for example. I think there's reform that can be brought there. CFDs have been great to date about lowering prices and bringing forward renewable projects. But when you look at what we're looking to do, to 2030 and beyond, I think we need to get another way of doing it and doing it faster. That's not to say we need to completely radically change the system. I think there's ways to reform that and can help bring that forward and can help us accelerate our projects. I'd maybe touch on zonal pricing. This is an area that keeps coming up, and I think it's an area that actually when you look into it probably means different things for a number of different people. The system is not perfect at the moment, and I would also say there is no perfect fix in doing so. So therefore we need to work out what is the right stream. And I think Matteo said it earlier on as well about timing, as did Clara. And really for me, I think we need to be careful we're not doing anything that's going to disrupt the level of investment that we need. Personally, I would take zonal pricing off the table in the short term. We are looking to try and, cultivate tens of billions of pounds over the short term, and things like that change investor confidence, I don't think are going to be welcomed, and I think they could be a bit of a debilitating factor when we try and achieve those ambitions. I know that ourselves, the networks investment is quite stable and companies investing in that. I think renewables is a bit more selective, and we need to be careful then that we don't put renewable investors off. So, common theme today, and we heard it from Colin as well, stable investment, let people see a longer term plan. And even on the proposals, I would say, when you look at them, some of them are quite theoretical, and all it would take is a slight change in things like cost of capital, and those benefits could be ruled out as well. And the points were also made. You look at the future of generation, we've got over 25 gigawatts, say, in Scotland. That's going to be quite difficult. We can't build all these projects near the population centres, so we need to look to a longer-term solution and how we're going to do that. So I think there's a lot of discussion needed in market reform, but we also need to be careful about what we change and when we change it.
Yeah, very good points, and I think there's going to be a lot of discussion up to June 25, if that's when it comes out next year. We've touched on planning as well, and it's a huge topic, and we've only got a short time in which to speak about it. Which, from your point of view, there are various changes to the planning regime in the system. Which to you is the most important one as an investor and a manager of business?
I would say before, planning, clearly, we need to speed up. The changes to, I guess, national policy frameworks have been well received, and I think it's helpful to have that hierarchy about what we're looking to achieve. We've got many examples of projects where there's been a real imbalance of what it is we're trying to achieve versus the impact, so we need to make sure that I think we're having that sensible discussion. I also think we need to make sure that we are considering the environment and the people that are impacted, so we can't ride roughshod over that. So we do need to make sure that we're measured in the changes that we're doing. But I think a lot of it can actually work within the existing frameworks as well, and making sure that those organisations and entities that need to be supporting and giving views on it are actually properly resourced, because we're all accept that maybe some developments are the right developments to go forward, maybe there's better developments, but the problem is when you get prolonged periods of not getting a decision, and that's the real challenges that we face at the moment, is the time periods. I think also more generally, and I'm really encouraged actually by the progress of the new government and the focus, and particularly the focus to 2030, where we've got, first of all, we need to look at the grid. How do we get the grid that we're going to need, and what system do we need? So I'm really looking forward to the NESO reporting and saying, well, this is their view on the energy mix that we're going to need, how much onshore wind, how much offshore wind, how much storage we're going to need to balance. Where do we see the nuclear? Is Hinkley going to be ready in time? There's a lot of really interesting questions there I think we need to take a view on, and then see what the deficit is, and then look at how we're going to plug that gap, what projects are going to come forward, because at the moment, all the projects are not going to do it. We need to start prioritising, we need to start accelerating grid, and we're going to have to start then probably picking some projects. Maybe developers like me might not be happy with the outcome of that, but others are going to have to, I think, take a mature, at least to 2030, I would say, to try and make sure we get the right projects coming forward. And then that comes into the planning as well. So I think once we've identified that, do with the right planning framework, do with the right policies that are going to let us achieve that acceleration.
Yes, I think it's that pace rather than perfection issue that we've got to make sure that we do actually achieve. You mentioned about the resources needing for planning. We've been talking about a huge need right the way across the board. How do you feel about resources and resource availability at the moment to achieve, well, the challenging date of 2030, but also 2035?
I think that was a bit when the earlier panel had a bit of an intro of breath, and how you answer that. And it is, there's no doubt that is a huge challenge. Thinking about it, maybe taking two aspects. I guess you've got people, but you've also got supply chain, and I think supply chain is a huge challenge for us in terms of making it sustainable, make it investable. You heard from Andrew, and you've looked at organisations that are providing critical components that are actually losing money. The very products we need to help us with this acceleration and energy transition have not had sustainable pricing, and that's something I think that we need to address. And then when you look at grid components, if you're starting a project now and you're out to the market, you're probably struggling to get your components now to 2030. So we need to then, again, look at what projects we're going to bring forward, and it takes us back into CFDs, and the volume of CFDs. We'll probably get probably about 20 gigawatts could be an upwards estimate of what we're going to look to procure over the next couple of CFD auctions. And you need to get those projects coming forward with the foreseeability. So I think the supply chain, great announcements about investment in the UK, but in order to keep that going, I think we need to see the commitment and the foreseeability of projects to be able to come forward. And I think that will allow then investors, manufacturers to then start investing with confidence. You know, almost build it and they'll come. And I think that's the solution we need to get to with supply chain. I think for people, skills are a huge challenge. In fact, myself and Julie were speaking earlier on about, you know, key component skills. You know, they're really being stretched at the moment. We've seen developers, you know, swapping resources about each other, and because there's just not enough. I think from an offshore perspective, it's just over 30,000 we've got employed in the UK. And you look to where we want to be by 2030, you're looking at getting up to 100,000. Where are these 10,000 people every year going to come? You know, they're not there at the moment, so we need to clearly do a lot. There's a lot being done at an industry level. You know, I've worked with Offshore Wind Industry Council, with Renewables UK, with government looking at various schemes, and we're doing our work. It's not just a renewables problem. Our networks business and every other, I'm sure, networks business is facing the same challenges. So we need to look at how can we bring new people in. I think one area is in terms of diversity, and I don't think we've got the right level of diversity. I think when we're an industry that's having such an impact on society, it's appropriate that actually our workforce and people in the industry are more reflective. So I think there's more can be done there, not just on gender, across all forms of diversity, and I think we need to do a lot there. There's other initiatives as well. I think we're looking at, you know, key areas of target, you know, looking at, say, for example, military leavers, you know, a real area we've tried to encourage coming into the industry. Big focus on apprentices, clearly the just transition and a lot of opportunity, a lot of expertise working in oil and gas industries, and we welcome, you know, that level of expertise in environments that we're working on, you know, developed over a number of years as well. And I guess working with unions and looking at how we can all work together to try and, you know, make sure that we can get a workforce and start to bridge those gaps.
I mean, I think that's great, and I think the point that is very important to stress is that at the policy and strategy end, we can talk about gigawattage, but gigawattage is only delivered by people. And if we don't get the back end, as it were, and they don't need to be called the back end, but they're actually the deliverers, into the right place, we can have as many strategies as we like, but we need to make sure that we've got all the components in place to reach those offshore wind targets that we talked about at the outset. And I'm just got a few minutes left for questions. So I don't know if anybody wants to raise their hand or cover anything before I say thank you. No, we've got, oh.
Right. Bit on the spot here. So I'm trying to articulate the question. Okay, so in terms of planning then, you mentioned that all of the elements are there to make it work, sort of, with current arrangements. I'm not sure if I agree, but I'll frame it as a question around repowering. So what do you think are some of the key changes that we need to see within planning to enable repowering at scale, which I believe is critical to achieving those very ambitious deployment targets?
So, I mean, maybe I've misphrased. I don't think I'm saying all the components are there. I think what we say is we've got a system that could be used more effectively if it was resourced. You then take, you know, an example is lifting the de facto ban in England at the moment, though it's not going to make much of a difference because of the planning, I guess, constraints and the way that's set up. So I think there's a lot still needs to be done in planning, and I absolutely think that planning needs to be accelerated, but it also needs to be properly resourced, or it's not going to, you can change the policy statements all you want without the people to facilitate it. It's not going to matter. Repowering is a subject quite close to my own heart. We've got a project in Scotland, Hagshaw Hill repowering, and you know, we were taking down turbines. Every turbine going up is 5 times the capacity of the original turbine. This is a site that's been operating for, I think now about 28 years actually. We probably know everything there is to know from an environmental perspective. The area is well embedded with renewables, and therefore it makes perfect sense to me that you should be able to fast track that. We're installing the turbines in that project this year as part of the first, I think, large scale repowering across the UK. I think there is more of an opportunity. You know, the government probably have been discussing with them. I think there was maybe a misunderstanding about what repowering is and a difference of things like life extension. to me, repowering, you're having to do a lot of all the new infrastructure as well, but it almost is a complete rebuild within the same site. But I think we do need to be able to fast-track that knowledge and benefit from the knowledge built up over, as I say, 25 years plus of operations.
And I mean, if I could add to that as well, I think one of the issues around planning, and this was highlighted by the NIC, relates to that of data management. Because at the moment, there is really a lack of that centralised data management. We're talking particularly about repowering. If we had that issue or the ability to bring together the data that has been created, it's more library-focused approach, then again, that's going to be something that's likely to cut down planning times. So, any other question? Andrew.
Charlie, this might be a challenging one for you. Transmission charges. So, difference in transmission charges according to geography is a kind of simple explanation of that. As a Scottish Power, you have a transmission networks organisation, you have a portfolio in the east of England where transmission charges are cheaper, but you've also got projects coming through from ScotWind where they're going to be not cheap. Where do you stand on it, and what do you think the right solution is for transmission charging? And that's obviously wrapped up a little bit in the REMA context, but it'd be nice to hear your thoughts. That's not easy, I know.
No, it's a good question. And before that, I should say Andrew we talked about building one of the biggest projects, offshore projects in the world down in East Anglia, and Andrew played a key role in that. So it's great to be with you again, Andrew. Really what I was saying in terms of REMA, it's about stable investment. If all the projects could be built in the English Channel, the Solent, great, but they can't. You've got to go, I think, where the resource is, and clearly you're going to have to facilitate the growth of, say, projects in areas away from the population centres. Scotland being a great example, then you extrapolate that to the benefits that's going to bring you to floating, the industrial benefits, the scalability of floating as well. So I do think you need to get a more balanced system. That's what REMA is going to have to do, and make sure that you've got something that's long-term investable. It was touched on as well about the variability and the foreseeability of costs. That's an area that we need to change. So I do think we need to get a more stable solution without going into, the complexities of how you get there in order to make these projects be competitive. I think Matteo touched on it as well. You can't have projects, I think when you look at, say, a sprint to 2030, which hopefully we're embarking on, you're going to probably need all the projects in the pipeline at the moment, and therefore you can't disadvantage one project to another. And ultimately these costs are coming back to the consumer as well. So we need to then make sure that we find a way of smoothing that out.
Super, thanks, Charlie. And I think we've come to the end of our time. So what I'd like to do is thank Charlie for all his wide-ranging comments. We've talked not specifically about offshore, but all the elements that we can bring together to think about the future of offshore. And it's been a great discussion. So thanks so much, Charlie, and hope you show your appreciation.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you all.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Julia and Charlie, for that discussion. Again, thanks for a couple of questions. Let's keep those coming, please. We're going to move straight on to the next panel. And therefore, having had that insight around policy and specifically on the offshore wind with a developer's perspective, let's look at the investment environment. How the factors such as policy and others make an investment environment attractive or otherwise. We heard there, and just to reiterate, that large infrastructure projects are complex enough, lining up the consents, the grid, the route to market, and key supply chain facets of wind, especially offshore, to bring a suitable business case to FID is absolutely fraught. And all countries are struggling to keep up with that or to compete within that to varying degrees of attractiveness. So, who better to lead a panel discussing those investor requirements than a developer and investor, than the Executive Director for Net Zero for the Scottish Investment Bank, Jimmy Williamson. With over 20 years' experience structuring complex growth financing across sectors including technology venture capital with NatWest, and leveraged finance for private equity with Lloyds Banking Group. Jimmy led their regional teams across the UK, including sector coverage for oil and gas, and managed its investment into Bridges Ventures First Fund, one of the first commercially successful impact investment funds in the UK. More recently, he was commercial director at Kalash, a specialist energy and industrial strategic consultancy, helping clients and investors transition business models into new and existing markets. If I can invite Jimmy to come up, as well as his panel, and I'll allow Jimmy to greet and introduce the panel as they come up, please. So, making projects investable, understanding investors' requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my school report card being read out there. I appreciate that. I'll just let the panelists assemble. Thank you. It all requires capital and money, but there will be some overarching themes that we've touched upon earlier. I think in this session, we want to discuss both the perspectives of equity and debt investors in the financing marketplace. We also want to understand how investment decisions are different for developers to finance providers, and there are subtleties and subtle differences there. I would also like to discuss how risk appetite is developing and changing. We've heard about the challenges across these complex projects, so we want to unpick some of those trends in risk profile and how organisations are adapting to those. That's the scene setting. I'll now pass over to each of the panellists. If you could introduce yourself briefly with some perspective, and then we'll throw off with the first question. I should maybe just say one final piece. As an institution, Scottish National Investment Bank, we're 4 years old now. We've been set up with £2 billion of capital from the Scottish Government. We're a commercial investor. We're about a third of the way through that 10-year journey. We've invested about 650 million so far. One of the core themes of our investment strategy, built around mission-based impact investing, is around supporting supply chain and how we can make that difference in particular, offshore wind supply chain. And although we're the Scottish National Investment Bank, we find ourselves closer to the point of the spear around particularly markets like floating offshore wind, where that market's being developed globally in our backyard. So in that sense, we have a degree of relevance, I think, maybe beyond the size and scale and geographic coverage. I'll pause there and pass over to my panellists. Kanish, would you like to go first?
Sure. So I don't know if the mic's working here. Yeah. So my name is Kanish. I work in Statkraft as the head of partnerships. Statkraft, for those of you who may not know, is a 100% owned Norwegian state-owned power utility. Has nothing to do with Equinor. The public perception sometimes is that. Back in the day, Statkraft owned some really prized offshore assets, such as Triton, Dudgeon, Sheringham Shoal, and Dogger Bank, which we then divested in 2017 because of capital recycling reasons, making a re-entry last year in Ireland by investment by way of winning an ORIS contract for the North Irish CRA project, which was about 500 megawatts with an extension of about 200 megawatts possible, and making an acquisition in the Swedish portfolio. So Statkraft's broad markets are UK, Ireland, Norway, and Sweden. For me personally, I've worked in the industry for about 14 years across consulting and OEM in the turbine supply and international marketing. But bulk of my career has been doing M&A, firstly for Vattenfall for about a decade, and now Statkraft since last year and a half. So I'll leave it over to Vomik.
Great, thank you. Hello, hi, I'm Vomik Noor Shah. I'm representing UK Export Finance. UKEF is a British government department that operates as the UK's export credit agency. So we do what it says in the tin, and that means that we provide government-backed financing for activities that promote international trade. A lot of our activities tend to be outside the UK, where we provide financing for energy projects, and then within the UK, we come into play when there is activity that is conducive to the future promotion of exports.
Oh, thanks. Alberto Oscar, I head up the offshore and project finance team in NatWest. That's probably a team of 25 people and invest across probably, I would say, a year, 40 projects, 4 billion sterling, predominantly renewables, but we also do TMT, and geographically we do that across UK, Europe, and the US, which has become one of our key markets.
Thank you for the panel members. I think it's a great opportunity. We've got government financing, commercial financing, and also developer in on our panel today. Let me open by asking, from each of your perspective, what does an ideal project look like, from a financing perspective in your respective markets? Kanish, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, ideal projects would be a lot of things, but the short answer in our evaluation, a lot of times we place a lot of emphasis on what we call the merit order based on the levelized cost of energy. We rank projects in a similar cluster which will bid into the same auction round because we believe projects which are spending or generating more for every pound spent will bid more competitively into auctions, therefore have a higher chance of winning, and therefore have a higher chance of winning. So that's a lot of that thinking is very embedded in StatCraft to look at projects in that light and evaluate and rank them in that order when you're considering investments across. Apart from that, obviously, there are other factors which are commonly at play: the ease of getting a grid connection, the ease of getting a planning consent, and just the general technical feasibility of a project getting built. If you're talking about a regime which is not UK, which is an upcoming regime, then factors such as the likelihood of a policy support coming in or the regime, the existing regime, those factors play a role in the evaluation as well. Momik?
Yeah, thank you, Kanish. Absolutely. All of those elements are extremely important for us. So we come into play on the debt side of the balance sheet. So when we are evaluating projects, it has that credit risk debt lens to it. And from that standpoint, what we are looking for is that holy grail of a bankable proposition, a credit-worthy project. In that respect, there are some qualitative aspects. So, for example, the standing of the developer, StatCraft approaching us is a strong signal for us, as opposed to a developer who does not have experience in that particular area. We will then look at working closely with our banking partners. We will look at the quantitative side, which involves the aspects such as the debt equity mix, the offtake arrangements, PPAs. We end up spending a lot of time on that. And then from our own vested interest, what we require in the execution of the project is what we call UK content, so a certain level of procurement coming out of the UK. Our mission is to complement the private market, to work together with the commercial partners. So I will pass on to Alberto, but what you'll find is that we work really hand in hand with the bank that's involved in a particular transaction. Please.
No, thanks. So I guess I would classify as two things that we look. So a macro and a project level. So at a macro level, we obviously look at the market that the project is in, and within that, it was mentioned a number of times in the earlier panels, is stability of the market and the framework. And I guess I can say I come from Spain. It's known that Spain took a retroactive approach to renewables, and that increased the cost of capital of those projects significantly and dry up liquidity for an amount of years. It took us 15 years for us to come back to that market. So, and we are talking about large infra projects. Cost of capital is probably the prime driver of keeping LCOE down. Then other factors that we look at is probably size. As I said, we are a team of 20 and we do 40 projects. So if we can invest in say 150 million sterling in a project rather than 15, that's obviously a driver. Not to say that we don't do a small. We do a small, and especially in UK market, it's our home market. So we try to support UK PLC as much as we can, and that means going down the value chain to support those smaller projects that are also very important for the transition. We obviously are a bank. We are not an NGO, so we look at risk returns, and we can take the risk, but obviously that comes with price. It's not that we are just the plain vanilla. We done fully merchant batteries. We done fiber to the home that is also fully merchant. Those deals
price probably twice as expensive as a wind project. So we can take that risk, and we are comfortable to taking some of those risks. Another one is tenor. And I think it's one of the themes that we see a lot, people talking about the demand that is required to support energy transition, where it's 3 times the capacity. I was in US last week and in a capital markets day of one of our clients, and they also have to triple their capacity in the US market to support AI as well. So we are in a global competition for capital, talent, and supply chain for us. And that's one of the things that we have as part of that. I think Colin in an earlier panel said that there is no shortage of liquidity for projects. But I think on a single project, there might not be a shortage of liquidity if the risk returns are there. I can tell you also, because I advise in zero subsidy German offshore, that the moment that you start bringing risk to the table, people disappear from that table. Those 40 banks that play in offshore wind, there were very few left when we said, oh, what about a 5-year fully merchantile? 75% of those banks left the table. So you introduce risks, you lose liquidity. Global competition means we are all doing a large amount of projects, and we have a finite amount of balance sheet. I think our bank has doubled the balance sheet allocated to renewables in the last 2 years. We might double that in the next 2 years, unsustainable. We cannot do that every 2 years. So there has to be other form of capital coming into this sector. We cannot take assets through construction and sit on them for 20 years. We have to find a way to recycle that capital into the private credit market. Other things, scalability. I think obviously we support technologies across the board. We like if those are scalable and the opportunity is there at a scale. So doing a one-off transaction for a year and not being able to replicate that in other pipeline is very difficult for us. So that's another one. And at the project level, I think we look the same things. No? We obviously look at the technical risk, the technology risk, the construction. I think it was mentioned earlier in the context of planning by Matthew that 90% of his projects had grid on time, and now it's 90% don't have grid on time. I would say 100% of our projects were on time and on budget. On the last 2 years, 100% of the projects are off time and off budget. We have 10 projects in offshore wind in construction. The average delay is probably a year. And in some cases, we have had cost overruns that have tripled the equity check. So that's putting a lot of pressure, and obviously that raises risk concerns in our approach to sector, despite, to be honest, majority of those projects, all the sponsors have run through all those issues and take them through construction and to the other side. But we are taking a more conservative approach to construction risk. We want to see construction programs in detail, risk allocation in those contracts, contingency bias, vessel strategy is paramount, for example, for offshore wind. You lose a vessel, you might think it's 4 weeks, it's 2 years. The delay of losing a vessel might be a year by the time you get it back. So those things, the robustness of that construction program is paramount. Maybe I stop there. I probably took 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's great insight. A lot, quite a bit to unpick. I may come back to the points around, I think, counterparty risk and the importance of that, how you make a project bankable, and also how the risk framework's developing. But maybe to take it back up a sort of level, and particularly from a developer's perspective. What are the challenges, that developers have faced of late in investment decisions? And we talked about policy earlier on, and, there's a whole range of, potential issues. But rather than lead you, what are the, from a financing perspective, what have those challenges been, and how have you, Statkraft sought to overcome those?
Yeah, I mean, there have been many, but I think the biggest one which will stick out, obviously, is the cost base increase in the last couple of years, or 2 or 3 years. The cost base used to be, you'd require about 2.8 billion for a gigawatt investment in the UK. Now you're, without naming names, but some of the AR4 projects, the number was around 4 billion for a gigawatt. So it's a 40% sort of increase. It's driven by factors which are both on the material side because of the commodity side. You're probably catching the wrong end of the commodity cycle for copper and steel. And and the average inflation has led the interest rates going up. So it's both on the material side, but also on the financing side, where while the margins have remained same, the banks haven't raised the margins, but the base rate itself has gone up by 250 to 300 bips. So what your all-in cost of debt used to be about 2%, now it's around 5%. So you were looking at equity returns of around 14% in a similar project. Now you're down to 7 to 9, something like that. So it's a very different investing environment, obviously, because of that. And then the other factors, which, I mean, it's a confluence of things, right? It's the supply chain Alberto hinted to. It has concentrated down to a very few players. A lot of the turbine suppliers and other OEMs have been squeezed for margins. I mean, everyone's, at the end of the day, is drinking from the same pool, so to say, the CFD pool. And the trickle-down has not been very just over the last year, so it has led for supplier bankruptcies, or at least flirting close to bankruptcies. But the other one, which is peculiar, is there have appeared certain bottlenecks in the supply chain, and vessels, for example, again, Alberto touched upon that, is a prime example where if you happen to, there are long lead times, turbines have gotten much longer, much larger, so there are only a handful of turbines which can handle sizes above 10 megawatts or require significant refurbs to be able to handle that sort of transport capacity. So if you're missing a booking slot on a vessel, your project might be delayed by a couple of years. That's obviously posing a challenge to deliverability. And those are the challenges that stick out in my mind. And grid connection and planning, I mean, obviously there have been a lot of improvements here, but there's still a long way to go in terms of having certainty around getting a grid connection in time. It still takes long, and there you're also paying a lot still for, which another panel also talked about, if you, in the Scottish cluster or in the wherever your projects tend to be, Celtic or Sea or Scottish or on the North Sea side, the load centers are too far, and you're paying a lot for use of system charges for transmission infrastructure. So all of these things sort of combined are the challenges that the industry are facing.
Kanish, that's insightful. What we're taking away there is change in risk reward. The cost of projects having gone up materially. Is there a sense that what does it look like on the return side, or the perception on the return side? From maybe take your perspectives first. Is it a sense that that's out of kilter? Will it come back into a line in future?
No, 100%. So I mean, returns currently, you would see the rate of investment has really gone down in the last year or so in the industry because of the reason that I was alluding to earlier, where a similar project, when your cost base has gone up by 40%, a project that used to yield around 14% on your equity is yielding around 7 to 9. Some of these factors are cyclical. Commodity cycle, I think, will correct itself. Inflation is going down. The central banks have really come in strongly, and now you're already seeing that only last week or the week before, where the Fed decreased it was 2 cuts at the same time, so the interest rates gradually will come down in the next year or so. Taking the macroeconomic perspective, I think interest rates will normalize, maybe on a 2 to 3 year time horizon. Commodity cycles tend to have, depending on who you ask, anything between a 3 to 6 year sort of cycle time, so they will also correct themselves. Some of the supply chain constraints, increased manufacturing capacity investment is already taking place. There are strategic sort of partnerships happening between developers and vessel suppliers to unblock some of these bottlenecks for the future. So the way, and this is not the Statkraft view, but the way I am looking at the offshore world right now, the next 2 to 5 years will be challenging based on some of these macroeconomic factors, but then they will start smoothing out, and the investment will start flowing again the way it was in 2017, 2018.
Yeah. And from a financing perspective, then, how do you see the equation there around risk versus reward? You talked about counterparties, and how is that being played out in practice? Maybe Alberto first, around the organisation getting comfortable with the risk reward here in current term and long term.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, as I said earlier, no, we can take risks. No, obviously, we are very wary of making losses in our portfolio, but we can take risks. We have supported a number of new technologies, and we continue to support new technologies. We have created risk framework to support those new technologies, so that we have a specialized or a special allocation of capital for new technologies with a special risk framework that we have put in place, what we call high risk, whether it's the correct name or not, but it's a way of differentiating potentially from low risk established technologies. No? So the bank is there, is keen to support. We obviously need other actors to be there, and there are obviously multilaterals and UK government bodies and banks that obviously can crowd in that capital that are extremely important for that. No? So I think to touch upon on the challenge question, which and the macro. No? So I think ultimately we were 15 years in a world that money was free. And that changed, and that was probably similar time that post-GFC, money became free quite quickly. And that's probably at the same time that offshore wind started, really. No? So the offshore wind sector has had that benefit in some ways of living in a period where money was free and risk-reward wasn't almost a consideration to some extent. Then you put the last 4 years, and we had probably the two most disruptive events. No? For 12 or whatever months, we were all sitting home thinking, well, is this the end of the world? And then we had Ukraine, we have Middle East, we have a commodity cycle that spiked. A lot of that has unwound. So if you look at the steel prices are probably back, copper not so much, gas is back. Rates, probably to mention one of my competitors, not to have a pun, I think I heard the CEO of Lloyds 6 months ago saying that we wouldn't see mortgage rates going back anywhere below 3.5% or something like that. If you take where swap rates for 10 years, which is probably a representative of an offshore wind investment, they were 4.5% a year ago. They are 3.5% today and continue to go down. So I think the LCOE, based on the cost of capital, will come down. It will take time, but it will come down, and that will obviously be a big supporter. And that has, we are, in some ways, there are many challenges, but I think also we are in a period that we have an incredible amount of support, both publicly and politically, for the sector. No? It's one of, I think people see from an energy security perspective, people have realized that this is technology that we want to have in terms of our capacity means to ensure that robustness and reliance. I think from that standpoint, and I think there was a report from IPPR called Second Wind, I think the manufacturing opportunity that the UK has means is incredible. That report shows that UK is probably the combined capacity of the UK is that of the 5 countries that provide the most manufacturing. You take Germany, Poland, Spain, France, and Denmark. Those are the 5 guys that produce most of the content that is used for offshore wind. We in the UK have probably the combined capacity of those 5 countries together. We are developing Dogger Bank. The content of Dogger Bank is coming from outside. I think the amount of manufacturing value that we have lost as a country in terms of not having that capacity to develop that content here is huge. We have to triple the capacity required to achieve net zero. We are nowhere near. So I think we need to make sure that we take, and I think if we increase the manufacturing content domestically, that also will increase the public support for the sector as well.
Yeah, Alberto, I'm going to pick up specifically on that because it segues quite nicely into supply chain. And that import-led for fixed bottom versus more local supply chain required, particularly for floating. Embedding sustainable manufacturing and supply chain capabilities fundamental to the industry going forward. Vomik, maybe I think you have an example where what can UK export finance do, and what there's some practical examples I think you can draw upon to indicate how you can help embed that local supply chain.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, Jimmy. If I may, at first, quickly provide our perspective on the risk side.
Yeah, please.
If I may. So look, I think for us, as a government department, as a humble civil servant, our concept of return may be seen to be somewhat different from that of a private investor or a developer. But we do want to cover ourselves for the risks that we are taking. And what does that mean? That means that we operate on a no net sort of loss to the taxpayer. We are putting at risk at the end of the day public funds. So we want to make sure that when we are putting out our funding, either directly or through guarantees to banks, we are quite confident and comfortable with the risk that we are taking on. And we think we are good at that. So in relation to the high interest rate environment, historically, UKEF, you could almost see us as having almost like a counter-cyclical model. When economic uncertainty rises, that's when we really come into our own, because we are helping private investors and developers to get that final step, final mile to the finish line. And there we will be, and we are very open to having conversations to make sure that how we can complement the provision of private capital and effectively crowd that in. That comes into play both by extending the tenors. So a classic scenario would be commercial providers of capital might be, but their risk appetite might stop at a certain term, a certain tenor. With our guarantee, they'll extend it further out. And then because our guarantee represents the full faith of the Treasury, there is a benefit, economic benefit from a cost of funding standpoint. So that's an important message for everyone in the audience that do approach us, do come to us in terms of how UKEF can play a part in making the structuring of a financing efficient. The supply chain side, that's important for us, and Alberto raised an important one about the manufacturing capacity here. And in my introductory remarks, I noted that a big part of our portfolio is support domestically within the UK for what we deem activities that are conducive to future exports. We are mindful of the supply chain gaps. We don't want to be on the back foot. We think we have a pretty great UK PLC story, especially if you add in the services component in relation to the offshore wind industry, on the back of which we have provided significant financing for projects around the world. But we also feel that we have a role to play in reinforcing that capacity and almost acting as a bit of a catalyst for investment into this sector. So one of, JB, you were referring to recent examples. So one of our representative case at the moment is that we are financing the construction, like part financing the construction of a monopile factory in Teesside. That's being built by a Korean investor. It's an exciting story for us. It's an exciting transformational story for the region. What we're effectively doing is that our view is that factory, once it's up and running and is commissioned, will be supplying the domestic, all the opportunities within the UK domestic offshore industry, but also will be supplying to offshore farms in wind projects in Europe, North America. Now, that brings it within our remit. And we would look to do more and more of that in a number of sectors. We have that purview to proactively play a part along with our other government partners, notably UKIB, to see how we can, where there is an export angle, how we can complement our financing to bring some of those projects to life, expand the UK supply chain, create jobs here. And from our standpoint, we have an eye on the future pipeline from an export standpoint.
Yes, look, really helpful. I think that supply chain and the embedding of that supply chain is fundamentally important. Changing tack slightly, but in that context, one of the core things we see is that investment decisions need to be made to commit that supply chain before there's visibility of revenue or commitment in terms of offtake, which creates an inherent financing challenge there. And Kanish, maybe ask you first. That time delay between the giving certainty to have someone build it, whether it's a port, whether it's a manufacturing facility, and a developer being able to give that commitment that they will use it when it's finished. You know, how do we all reconcile that? I'd be interested in the different perspectives about that core theme around we need to build it, not quite in the hope that they'll come, but the expectation that they will come. How is that reconciled from a developer's perspective?
Right. It's an interesting question, and I think the answer would be different for fixed bottom projects and floating projects, because floating is, you know, while both things are built on at sea, it's a different industry in itself, very up and coming. For fixed bottom projects, I mean, as I was saying earlier, everyone's sort of drinking from the same pool. It's the policy support really, which feeds the profitability or the business cases for everyone, for the developer, for the turbine supplier, and every other OEM that's out there for foundations and, you know, for cables, for blades, for anything. So how it's handled, I mean, because fixed bottom projects have been around, there are contractual mechanisms, etc. You agree on certain standardized rates of pre-commitments in your sort of supply contracts, etc. So that all is quite standardized. There are payment milestones defined and at different stages of development. So the developers are taking a lot of the upfront risk and putting out a lot of capital before or after they might have a CFD contract, as the case might be. It's a much trickier game when it comes to floating. That's an upcoming industry. So my personal view there is everyone will have to pitch in between the public sector and the private sector, and people in this room representing all sides of all institutions involved. But given the fact that it's a new industry, I think the bulk of the lifting up front would have to be done by the government, I think, to get the industry off the ground, get that sort of initial momentum going before it becomes, a self-sustaining sort of industry. And there are initiatives to that effect. I think it's called UK Offshore Wind Manufacturing Scheme or something to that effect, where the government has set aside £160 million in commitments to reach the 5 gigawatt target by 2030 for floating. So by way of messaging, it's great. 160, probably the pot size is a start, but a lot more needs to go into that pot to get the sort of industry, the sort of momentum that it needs. The round 6 had a positive news for floating, where Greenvolt won a project, won a CFD contract for about 140, I think it was, 2012 index linked. So that's an attractive CFD level given where the fixed levels are currently, and much better than what you have in France. The French auctions obviously were a bit of pricing wise, they're coming close to what you will see. It cleared at an €86 per megawatt hour, which compares with what you would get for fixed. So I don't know how the profitability equation is there. But to answer the question more succinctly, I think, or just to summarize, it's different answers for fixed and floating. Fixed is a lot more standardized. There are contractual mechanisms by way of pre-commitments and so on in terms of how the risk share happens between the developer and the supplier and the government. But floating requires a new design, and more of the lifting upfront at least would be preferably done by the government through anchor projects or demo projects, and then gets a sort of supply chain either localized or on a best athlete sort of approach, depending on where the right sort of places for having the factories and taking the transport costs, etc., in equation in deciding whether you require manufacturing close to ports or further out somewhere in China. So these are all complex questions without easy answers, require a lot of evaluation and a lot of intelligent minds working on it.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to leave enough time for questions, so we've got about 3 or 4 minutes before we move on to those. I think that core theme, we would echo that. I think, what we see in floating infrastructure build-out is we do see more government support in various forms, whether that's our own institution, UKIB, the objectives that have been outlined for the new institutions that are going to support the industry. Maybe just on that, on that part, though, where do you have a view, Womek and Alberto, where should, where and who should be taking a bit more measured, considered risk to, to make those investments in supply chain?
I can come in first.
Yeah.
I think, when we are looking. When we are looking at a gap between investment, to your question, GB, and then revenue generation from a financing standpoint, we are effectively looking at structuring a project finance deal. So and that's quite a time-consuming process. Requires a lot of due diligence that Alberto articulated earlier, and technology risk is a key one for us. And that's where I think that's particularly an area where you could, to Kanesh's point, that offshore, the floating offshore wind is behind the more standardized the structures that we are familiar with. From a credit risk standpoint, we are, if you speak to my risk committees, they're obsessed with precedents. So if anything there is for which there isn't a precedent, it's just that much harder. And we end up spending then, so what we do is we bring in, put in a lot of time and investment into technical reports, getting the right expertise and working with developers to identify areas where actually this technology has worked, and it's a case of it not being completely new, but just hasn't come on our radar to date. There is a line where I think if something is too new, so to speak, then it would fall outside our mandate. Then we are looking. Then for us, it will be okay. What they need is what they're looking at is equity risk. Not the project is not ready for a debt consideration, but we actively. Part of our origination in this area is to identify the winners and identify the technology providers who we feel have the credibility and the track record. Got back to my point of the importance of the sponsors and the developers and the technology partners, and then we'll build the credit story on the back of that.
Yeah, maybe if I sort of just change the frame, maybe the last question, briefly to allow time for questions. How do you, Alberto, and your organisation, choose which parties you're dealing with to try and manage that risk?
In terms of?
Counterparty risk, whether it's a better quality financial sponsor, how do you manage who you support in your projects? To make sure
so I guess, there are different ways, no? So obviously, we support in offshore wind. Majority of the people or players that we support are very large utilities. So the counterparty risk there, from an equity standpoint, is limited. We obviously have to look at the supply chain, and then the counterparty risk is different across the board. There are obviously very high credit-worthy counterparties and less so. So obviously, we look at. I think there is no magic bullet for counterparty risk, to be honest, especially either whether it's construction or revenue side. No? So we look at, obviously, what's the credit standing of that counterparty, the experience track record of that counterparty, the number of years in the sector, the balance sheet of that. And, even if you look at the turbine manufacturers, the big three, the profitability is very limited, no? So that raises a number of risks and considerations. We look at look-through. We also do quite a lot in the waste-to-energy sector, and that has brought recently a number of real-life counterparty risk events. We have to go through, in one of our projects, we had to go through the replacement of the EPC contractor because it went insolvent. First time in my career, 20 years, that I had to replace an EPC contractor, so it was fun and not fun, a great experience to see how it works in practice. But when we take enhanced counterparty risk, the one thing that we look is replaceability, look through analysis, other counterparties that can step in, what it means in terms of time, cost to replace, and we get our technical advisors to give you a best estimate. It proved, as we had experience in that one project, that what you write in the paper that looks great at the time that you read the technical report and somebody tells you how it's going to look when you have to replace your EPC contractor, it was totally different. The time, the involvement, the money, it was totally different to what the paper. So there needs to be that realization. Thankfully, we haven't had that many insolvency events in our supply chain, at least not yet. We haven't had to go through that. But it's the same in the revenue side. No, ultimately, on the revenue side, in most instances, we take government risk or the counterparty risk there, but we play in markets like we do a lot in Germany at the moment and in the Netherlands and in the US. So the revenue side is there more of a private market PPA consideration. So that brings a number of counterparty risks, how long you can go into a PPA. Ultimately, do you take, if I ask one of my corporate lending guys, do you take more than 7-10-year risk into an investment grade? They would say no. We don't lend more than 7 to 10 years to even high investment grade counterparties. And we are being asked to take 25 years PPA risk across the same counterparty. So we also have to look at how comfortable you are for a period of time, how comfortable you are to the back end. Is that revenue contract in the money, out of the money? What's the replaceability and the liquidity of that contract in the market?
Look, thank you, Alberto. Let's have some time over to questions. Can I reach out to the audience? Please put your hand up if you have any question, and the microphone will find their way to you towards the middle at the back. Thank you. And if you could say who you are and before your question, thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for the interesting panel today. I'm Will Cleverly. I work for OWC. We're Lender's technical advisor in the renewable space. Last week I was in Hamburg at the Wind Energy Conference, and the hot topic there on almost every conversation was about Chinese turbines. That hasn't been mentioned so far today when you talk about the supply chain, and you mentioned the big three. I was wondering your opinions on the investability or otherwise of a project with Chinese turbines.
Kanish, do you maybe want to take that one first?
I'm happy to go first there. So Chinese turbines are increasingly a part of the conversation everywhere, whichever conference you go to, whichever developer you speak with. For our projects, I wouldn't make an official statement here, but whenever we're looking at the business case, and business cases are stressed, so you need to find some levers to release the stress. And so everything which helps should be on the table. China is the biggest offshore wind market, so there's something to be said there. By way of Chinese turbine deployment, clearly they do better on costs in China, but there's a transport, the transport costs need to be weighed into the equation, and depending on who you ask, the equation could look very different, but sometimes maybe even comparable to buying from one of the established ones. So there's that. But the major concern which is keeping Chinese turbines at bay so far is the technological risk, or getting comfortable with the technological risk, or the reliability of it for it to stand in the waters for a period of 25 to 35 years. That's what will take some time for the developers in Europe to get comfortable with. Where the conversation is at and where it's going, it seems, the thrust of it at least seems like it's a matter of time. It's rather than it's less an if, but more a when. But it's an evolving conversation. So I'm observing it and participating in it both at the same time with great interest.
I would say from a development bank perspective, we see across the whole of the supply chain, and to your point, we have seen an increasing interest in different manufacturing product service line areas where there are Chinese parties interested in investing. Quite often that finds its way through government agencies, from an inward investment perspective. But to your point, we're seeing an increased activity level there. Yeah. Should we take another question, please, from the audience? One at the front, but then one right up at the back beforehand. Thank you.
Me first.
Yeah, please.
Hi, Alex Darling, UK Infrastructure Bank. Just a question, and it follows on from the gentleman over there, in terms of sort of measuring counterparty risk with the new capacity for manufacturing that's needed throughout the supply chain. So how do you manage to mitigate that risk whilst also keeping costs low? Presumably from a financing point of view, the increased risk should feed through to LSE, as you was mentioning, Alberto.
Again, there is no magic bullet to mitigate counterparty risk. No, so ultimately, yes, it's going to have a cost implication, either whether it's pricing or whether it's tenor or whether it's from our side at least. So obviously, counterparty risk is one of the key risks that we consider in any transaction, across the board. We start with the supply chain, we start with the revenue side, and it can be binary. If we don't get comfortable, we are not there. And we can get comfortable, and maybe it just means that we are not comfortable for that long, and that has leverage implications or legal tenor implications, because we might decide to provide leverage on a kind of notionally on a long-term basis, because we are able to the size longer, but legally we want to constrain that so that we can reassess that risk in a shorter period, as opposed to giving you 20-year money. We might give you 5 years, but we size over 20 years, but we have an opportunity to reassess that counterparty risk in a shorter period of time. But ultimately, it's going to have, I think, it's going to have potentially price leverage consequences. And yes, what I was trying to say, if you have an insolvency in the supply chains in a construction period, that's going to be hugely disruptive, no? So, yes, obviously, we look at the replaceability and the liquidity in that particular market on that particular component, but the construction overall, the budget and the program has to be able to allow to absorb that and the knock-on effects that can have. So it's a very complex problem, and hence why probably there is such a concentration risk in certain manufacturers. And to the point around Chinese, we obviously, there have been signals, I think it was in Germany, that one of the developers announced publicly that they are going with Mingyang. I think I received 3 or 4 RFPs with Chinese turbines. We are doing offshore wind farms in the UK with that probably more than 30% of the content is coming from China. All our solar projects are coming from China. So I think we take more Chinese risk than any other risk at the moment. So the point about the turbine is obviously the complexity of the turbine, but I think as well people need to think about you own that turbine for 25 years. So it's not good that it shows up on the port and it spins. You need to have access to the supply chain for 25 years, to the skills and resource and human. Does Mingyang have employees in Europe? Don't believe so. So you're going to have to scale up that ability for that turbine manufacturer to demonstrate that they can supply, but also maintain and operate that turbine for 25 years.
We are at time, but I'm hoping we can squeeze in one. I'm looking for someone who might be official to see one more question on the basis you have the microphone in your hand, please.
It should be a very quick question.
And quick answers as well.
Quick answer, sorry. Yeah. So Andrew Potter from Ocean Winds. My question is, macroeconomics conditions are improving, interest rates slowly coming down. If you had to put your money on the number of gigawatts that will achieve financial close before 2030, how many gigawatts would it be?
Not for me.
I say 100. I would say, without saying the answer, 100% we're going to miss the target. There is no question. We are round 3 leasing was in January 2010. We only developed 25%, less than 25% of the capacity of that round 3 seabed leasing in the UK. As far as I'm aware, we only developed Rampion and part of East Anglia, Hornsea 1 and 2. That's it. So we're going to miss it by far. I would say of the 20, I would say we will miss the 50 by probably 15, is my guess.
Yeah. Kanishk?
No, I wouldn't put my money on a certain number. I would think that I'm happy to see that the UK government really stepped in after what is termed as a failed round last year, round 5, and some of the round 4 projects pulling out. So there was a strong signal with the highest CFD budget of more than $1 billion eventually, and it's in the media that another $1.5 billion is committed for the next round. And I mean, doing the math, $1 billion got you about 5 gigs. So maybe $1.5 billion. As the interest rate and as the capex starts coming down, more gigawatts can be squeezed in with the same amount of state budget. Like I said, I mean, I think what Alberto said, missing the target is probably more or less a given at this point. So I wouldn't stick my neck out and put a number to the gigawatts. But happy to see that the government is listening and there's policy support, and hopefully with the macroeconomic factors easing, more gigawatts can be squeezed into the same amount of budget. And yeah, things just improve in the next 3 to 5 year type of time span.
I'm Chairman, I'll maybe take the final word on that. I think our objectives are hugely ambitious, and I think everybody gets that. And I think they should continue to be. But they are ambitious, and I think there will be slippage there. I think the approach that we, and I know UKIB take this this approach as well, is that we seek out leadership in the marketplace where we can deploy capital and where we can recognise that others are putting their balance sheets at risk, more around the supply chain rather than the generation assets themselves. But that creates a bit of certainty. So I think that mindset around, if you've got a balance sheet, if you have a risk appetite, find those parties that are willing to, be bold, and whether it's developing a greenfield port or whatever it might be, developing new technology. I think having enough examples of those are really important to maintain that confidence around it. But there is slippage. I think we all get that. Look, thank you very much for the questions, and thank you very much for the panel for the contributions. Sorry for being 5 minutes over time, but hopefully you'll forgive us. Please, if you could give the usual thank you to the panel members, that would be appreciated.
Excellent. And so thanks again to Jimmy, Alberto, Womek and Kanishk for that panel. And thank you for those questions. Don't worry about the timings. I'm sure we'll make it for lunch. But if we do end up with a shorter lunch, you can talk to Andrew later. We're going to move on, having set that kind of nice thread between policy and expectations and how that affects the investment market. And I think you heard there nicely summarized or phrased that it's everyone drinking from the same pool, or the tone from the top of the sort of route to market, and therefore that government-backed investment attractiveness of a nation. So having looked at that, it's looking a bit more closely at offshore investment innovation. Let's look at across the UK and EU. Both UK and EU have ambitious offshore wind 2030 targets, so respectively 111 and 60 gigawatts, which means both an opportunity for collaboration, but also a risk of competition for the same resources, as we've heard, especially around the North Sea, and inevitably that beauty parade of regulatory and market attractiveness from the 10 or so discrete developers across the technology that are going to build out those wind farms. So let's get a bit of a perspective on that. Chairing a panel immediately will be Mark Richardson, Head of Offshore Wind for Scottish Renewables. Mark's role involves overseeing Scottish Renewables policy function on behalf of the 360-plus organisations that they represent to grow the renewable energy sector in Scotland and sustaining their position at the forefront of the global clean energy industry. Mark previously led onshore wind and consenting for Scottish Renewables, and before joining them drove the sustainability agenda throughout the luxury industry for several years, with a portfolio spanning architecture, aviation and fine art to interior design and super yachts. I'm not sure why he changed industry. Mark's a firm believer in the power of nature, appropriately a lifelong supporter of Forest Green Rovers. So if I can invite Mark to come up and introduce his, and welcome and introduce his panel to look at the investment innovations in the UK and European offshore wind energy sector. Thanks, Mark.
It's quite an introduction, Andrew. Thank you. No pressure. I'm aware we are 5 minutes over, and we are going to be the barrier to deployment for your lunch. So no pressure there. Thanks, Jimmy. A very interesting panel. I've been looking forward to this one, as Andrew just introduced, powering the future investments and innovations in the UK and European offshore wind market and energy sector. If I invite my panelists to start making their way up. We discussed in the title of this panel whether we should actually remove the word innovation and put some other buzzword, and I think we've had quite a few buzzword bingo sessions at various conferences recently. Today, I think we really do stand at a crossroads of immense opportunity and challenge between a clean energy sprint that we've heard already and a transition marathon. Offshore wind, particularly in the UK and Europe, is at the heart of the global energy transition, from regulatory hurdles, supply chain bottlenecks we've heard about already, to groundbreaking innovations such as floating offshore wind. This sector really has shown resilience and potential, yet we face pressing questions about investment strategies, policy support, as we strive to accelerate growth to unlock the barriers to deployment. Our panel today, sat next to me, will explore the critical role that public and private investment plays in driving this transition, the evolving policy landscape, and the innovations shaping the future of offshore wind. We're also going to discuss the long-term outlook that Charlie mentioned earlier, how this industry can act as a catalyst for both economic growth and sustainability, ensuring we meet ambitious targets for 2030 and beyond. I was actually just sat at the back there working out. It's 1,919 days to 2030. Everything I go to, I hear 2030. 1,919 days, 1919. It's not very long, and that's assuming we all work 7 days a week. Together with the leading voices from finance, environmental policy and industry with me in the room and online today, we'll delve into the intricacies of financing, build on what we've already heard today on infrastructure and innovations that will help us overcome the obstacles and unlock the full potential of offshore wind to help us face the greatest challenge of our time, climate change and biodiversity loss. Thanks all for joining. I very much encourage you to stick your hands up. I will come for questions early. I'm very keen that you ask the questions you want to hear the answers to. I'm going to pass over to my panelists who will provide up to 5-minute interventions, and then we'll power into a discussion and a Q&A. Panelists, if you could introduce yourself as we go, and Erica online. Yuri, I'm going to pass to you first.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. So I'm a senior advisor at Green Giraffe Advisory. Green Giraffe Advisory is an energy transition-focused financial advisory. And we have raised a number of debt financing for offshore wind sponsors, and as well as helping M&A side of things, both sell side and buy side. And we have also helped a lot of sponsors and consortiums around the world on tender support as well. In my personal experience, I've been in the industry for 10 years or so, focusing thoroughly on offshore wind and M&A space. So from today's discussion, I hope to add a bit of, let's say, perspectives on the private investors, as the previous panel discussed also. So I think from my standpoint, I think it would be good actually to start the panel by summarizing what it means and then what the offshore industry has experienced, specifically in the UK for the past 2 years. I think the previous panelists also discussed around CapEx increase of 40 to 50% increase, and then what it means also on the cost of capital increases. Actually, last year, we have done the assessment on what it means on LCOE. And if you look at actually CFD round 4's clearing price, which was around £37 per megawatt in 2012 prices, it means in today's prices it's around 50. And we've done the modeling on what is the impact coming from CapEx increase and also cost of capital increases. And 40 to 50% CapEx increase actually has 10 to 15 pounds per megawatt impact on the LCOE, so bringing the 50 pounds, let's say, to, 60 to 65. But actually, if you look at the cost of capital increase, I think earlier panel also discussed the cost increase and then also how it impacted from 14% I think, return, I think, yeah, one of the panelists mentioned, to something like 7 to 9%. So we have seen that the cost of debt has increased to, well, we're 3 to 4%. And then also we saw an equity investor readjust it to target IRR by, let's say, 2 to 3%. So what that means is that actually on top of the CapEx increase, actually the cost of capital had higher impact on the LCOE by about 20 to 25 pounds per megawatt hour. And so all that added up, 50 megawatt or 50 pounds per megawatt added up by 10 to 15% coming from CapEx, and then 20 to 25 coming from cost of capital, is actually, then you add it up and then it's around 80, and then that's exactly the clearing price that we saw in round 6, actually, if you discount it to today, well, if you bring it up to today's price, actually. And so we see that actually the recalibration of the prices and then the LCOE stabilization has happened, and then that's a good sign that, you know, the government has listened to the industries, and then also there is a restabilization that has been seen in the industry. And we see that actually in the midterm, this trend will stay, just because also earlier panel alluded to, we see that the sponsors and then also the suppliers table has turned. And at the moment, you know, the key component suppliers, such as the turbine OEMs, is asking for pre-capex commitment, and then also, you know, they have been suffering a lot from the negative margins. So we do see that some aspect of the LCOE increase to stay in the mid to long term, let's say. And so what that means is that it's good, and we see that it's going to be, well, the industry is getting used to the new norm, which is, I think, what we have to appreciate. From the debt side, actually, I think Alberto also alluded to, but we haven't seen any lack of liquidity from the lender side of things. And we see actually that a lot of lenders are actually keen to finance the project. And due to the backlog, well, let's say that CFD round 5 being absent, and then also round 6 also cleared more or less half of the projects from the round 4 projects, we are seeing that there are higher appetite from the lenders market than actually, the project delivering. So that's what we see in the market. From the equity investors' point of view, actually, the cost of capital and then securing capital has been very challenging for the past 2 years. Especially we see that the earlier development phase projects have been struggling quite a lot. We probably all know that there are quite a lot of projects in the market, especially, let's say, in the UK market. And for construction and operational projects, the appetite is still more or less there, but we still see that it's very much a buyer's market at the moment rather than sellers. And we see that, earlier project is seeing a lot of challenges because investors are actually, needing to adjust the cost of capital themselves and then also readjusting the risk appetite towards offshore wind projects as well, meaning that they need more certainty and they need to see all the milestones being, let's say, visible, being that's grid connection or offtake, so to say. And so that's been challenging. However, with the rates being cut, across the major central banks, and then we are seeing that, the debt financing potentially will come down. We see that this cost of capital bottleneck to come back to normal, hopefully in 2025. But at the moment, we see that still raising capital is quite challenging from the private investor market as well. Sorry, it was a quite long debrief, but over to you.
Thank you very much, Yuri. I'm going to pass straight to Georgios on your left, please.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, Georgios Kalpias. I'm part of a new team with HSBC. It's called HIF, HSBC Infrastructure Finance Team. We are part of a team of 40 people in the UK, and also we are covering markets globally, UK, US, APAC as well. And we have a huge target to deploy $1 trillion by 2030. I think it's too optimistic, but that's the public number. And we're acting across financing and advisory side, and myself spend most of my time in offshore wind, renewables in general, batteries, floating offshore wind. And also before that, I was in a Japanese bank working in floating offshore wind, and before that, I was working for EDF in the nuclear side. In terms of market updates, I think Yuri and Alberto before mentioned most of the things. I don't want to repeat myself, like everything that everyone said before. I totally agree. In offshore wind, definitely the biggest hot topic that someone raised on a question that as an institution as well, it's Chinese OEMs. We are spending a lot of time analyzing that part. We are sitting in the middle of two big markets, Asia and Europe, and definitely, like Ming Yang is a big client of the bank, and we have to do our analysis and to understand if it's a bankable solution or not. On that part, because I saw it was quite an interesting topic on the Q&A before in the previous panel, just I would spend a bit more time, although I wanted to mention some other topics, but I see it's a hot topic. I would say, just to put it into perspective, why we see Chinese OEMs now, right, is a question of price. If we want to summarize in three key topics, it's question of price, availability of Western OEMs, and of course, floating offshore wind. We haven't seen that debate in the fixed bottom, and there's a reason for that. In terms of price, we see approximately 20 to 25% capex competitiveness from Chinese OEMs on the levelized cost of economic basis, but the question that comes from banking society is how that is reflected on your pricing in terms of margins. So you may end up, of course, saving some money on your capex investments, but on the other side, you may have an increase on your margins comparing to Western OEMs. As you can expect, banks, they have their own internal rating analysis. They're going through counterparty risk. They're going through what, for example, means getting an availability warranty from Siemens comparing to a Chinese OEM. Or what that means, for example, when you have ECAs involved that have a strong experience in offshore wind, like the Danish ones or the UK ones, comparing to Sinosure, for example. Of course, these are questions that as a bank we have to address, given the nature of our business. And of course, these are questions that are important not only for the banks, but also for the developers. Because Chinese OEMs is an equity risk as well. Everyone is relying on the yield assessment. We are both relying on the same cash flow to get repaid. So every time we get that question from our clients, the answer I give, are you guys comfortable with Chinese OEMs as equity investors? Definitely, as it was mentioned before, it's a matter of time when it's going to happen. But we need to understand, first of all, if the Chinese OEMs can meet the European standards in terms of certification process, if they have the right people to operate those turbines, and of course, if they're happy to provide the bankability structuring terms on the documentation that other Western OEMs are providing at the moment for the banks to get comfortable. Another topic I would like to raise that we see quite a lot these days is because, as you mentioned before, there's a lot of significant need for financing and development financing. We try to structure new ways of financing at development stage. So we are working quite close with many of our clients to find solutions for CapEx at development stage. We call them construction warehouse facilities, trying to share the risk with equity investors. We try to find ways to make them non-recourse basis. Although it takes a lot of time, we need to understand at what stage the project is, at what stage the financial investment decision is taken from the equity side, and what are the step-in rights for the banks. And last, just also to mention on the revenue strategies, of course, we see developers trying to be a bit more innovative, given we have a big competition on the CFD auctions. We see merchant risk becoming quite important in the UK offshore wind. Although in other markets, it's quite a norm, like Germany and Netherlands, we see merchant risk to be quite acceptable from banks. UK is quite unique. We have been quite lucky to have the CFD for 15 years, quite stable revenue streams, and now we're moving to territories with more merchant, if it's a nose, if it's a tail, or through the body of the asset. And of course, if you ask the banking society, you will see different answers on merchant risk. Some of them are quite happy to take it. Some of them, they walk away. But definitely is something that we see is becoming quite important, structuring a deal in terms of mitigants. You have mitigants like cash sweep mechanism, forward-looking ratios, or even reserve accounts to help you to mitigate that risk. Mark, back to you.
Thank you very much, Georgios. A bit like Eurovision, we're going to pass live to Scotland now. Erica Knott.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. Thumbs up if you can hear.
Yep, we can hear you, Erica.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Erica Knott. I'm head of marine energy in Scotland's government agency for nature, NatureScot. I've been involved in offshore wind since the first development in Scottish waters, Robin Rig, and was also involved in the Beacrest demonstration project. And that's where I start to see the link to the innovation in this panel, because Scotland has been pretty world-leading at times, taking information from previous industries like oil and gas, and then trying to work out how to deploy offshore wind in what are pretty difficult waters, whether due to depth or the weather conditions. Our team has increased from about 11 to 35, and already we've been hearing today about supply chain, and I really feel the advisors on the environment are part of that supply chain, albeit at quite an early stage, and then going on throughout the course of a project's operation maintenance. And we've heard a little bit about repowering, and then there will be decommissioning. Why am I here? I have no idea. I am not a banker. I don't really understand the finance of offshore wind, but I think it's quite important that advisors to government do understand the stresses and pressures of financing offshore wind. Not least because we need to understand that any solutions we're trying to come up with that might help the environment are not adding an increasing amount onto the cost of an offshore wind farm. But, as I say, I'm not a banker. I've been very interested in all the talks this morning, and I'm coming at this purely from an environmental sort of policy perspective, and how do we better plan for and then build out offshore wind, whether it be fixed or full-time projects. I've always thought, and I've been involved in wind industry since the start of my career, so that's now over 30 years, I hate to say, that it's a very innovative and very solutions-orientated industry if you get the right people in the right room at the right time. Now that we're all sort of either hybrid or in not having so many in-person meetings, that becomes a bit more difficult, and so it's all about the communication. And when does that communication make best presence felt in terms of the planning or the actual advice on a development project itself? We've, as an organisation, been very keen on trying to help the industry. We deliver guidance, we try and share that guidance, we try and learn from best practice across the world. And hopefully our advice notes and guidance has been of help to others when developing offshore wind and onshore wind prior to that. We've been involved in helping to identify new ways of collecting and delivering baseline environmental data, and some of it's been pretty innovative, not least using artificial intelligence to help count birds, and also to think about autonomous vehicles and collecting baseline data. So, although it's innovative, it can come at a cost, and I think that cost, and Yuri's just already mentioned about, and Georgios has mentioned about the costs that we see that have to occur before there's even a consent in place, and that's very much at the risk of developers. So how do we help reduce those costs and those risks for everyone in the room? We actually have some operational floating wind projects. We've also got some of the deepest water fixed wind projects. And we've learned, and we continue to learn every time a new project comes across our desk. We've also tried to encourage in Scotland a plan-led process, and the Scotland leasing round has helped generate that interest in how to plan for and identify good sites for offshore wind from an early days. I would say, however, we could do better on that aspect. Planning, I think, is really key and will not just help identifying the right sites, but might help reduce the timescales and getting consents through the system. I'll come back to that maybe in some of the questions later on. I've already said that I think supply chain is not just about the engineered components, it's about people, it's about the resourcing. Particularly around the environment side of things, there are not enough people, there are not enough skill sets. We need to think about how do we train people up, whether it's through apprenticeships, whether it's through university courses, whatever. We just need to try and think about the supply chain, not just being the physical components, but also all the other aspects involved in getting a consent through the process. And I think I'll leave it at that at the moment and look forward to some of the questions and discussion that's coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. I'm going to pass straight on to Andy Riley on my left.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Andy Riley. I'm the head of offshore wind development at Crown Estate Scotland. We look after the seabed, we lease seabed. My team looks after the various agreements we have. We've got around 40 gigawatts of agreements in place. Around 30 of those are ScotWind related. We've got another 5 INTOG related, and another 5 or thereabouts of pre-ScotWind. So a significant sort of development portfolio there. My team looks after the agreements themselves, but we also focus on supply chain. That's an increasingly important part of what we do, what we're seeking to achieve. We do a lot of work on what we call enabling works, so things to help the sector move forward rather than specific investments. And we also do some capital investments, early stage, sort of helping out with very often infrastructure investments. We were recently involved in the Sumitomo deal up at NIG. So that's kind of what we do and the scale of the opportunity that we have on our hands in Scotland. With regards to the subject here today, I know enough about finance to be dangerous, so I'll stay away from that. We'll focus on the innovation piece. We see an accelerating need for innovation, right, and in all its forms, not just technical innovation, but all its forms. We sought to build that with ScotWind. We built some features in which were very new, things like the supply chain development statement, things like the revenue mechanisms we've used. We recognise going in that Scotland is a challenging place physically and financially to develop projects, notwithstanding the huge resource which is out there. And we sought to, especially with ScotWind, we sought to smooth the path as best we could. So that innovation sort of perspective has been there, you know, from day one, particularly with regard to ScotWind. And things are moving forward pretty well. We've got the 20 ScotWind agreements. They are all at either scoping opinion or looking to put planning applications in. There are well-known challenges, both in terms of grid availability and consenting timelines and some quite fundamental thinking required with regard to consenting at the strategic level. I think that's sort of the two major areas I would focus on there. With regard to INTOG, we'll come on to a bit more detail when the questions come up. But basically 2 leasing rounds in one. One was Tiger Oil and Gas, wholly designed to help the oil and gas sector decarbonise. And then there's the innovation piece. And with innovation, we sought to make that as broad as possible. So again, we'll come back to that in a bit more detail. But the basic message from me is that Scotland has fantastic potential, is making real progress with regard to realising that potential. But there are some significant challenges, none of which will come as any surprise to you.
Thank you, Andy. I can see the microphones have been deployed early, so get thinking. I want to hear some questions from the floor. I'm going to lean into Andy's last point there, sort of summing up what we've heard earlier, leaning into that uncertainty, stable investment environment, the phrase I wrote down from earlier, pace rather than perfection, and this panel being loosely linked to innovation. Andy mentioned INTOG. We've been talking a bit about floating offshore wind. Georgios, is it bankable? Is there an appetite out there? And how are the banks looking at the results, particularly the results of AR6 auction? What needs to be done in the coming years to make all of the above bankable?
Thank you, Mark. That's a good question. I think it's definitely is bankable and has been proven in a small scale, though. We have seen, and I worked as well in a small scale pre-commercial 30 megawatt projects that had been, some of them financed on non-recourse basis, some of them in France, some of them have some element of recourse, given the stage of the floater as a technology. But definitely, I would say it floats, for sure. I have seen it in my own eyes. It's a question of technology risk in terms of, let's say, the floater design and the interaction with the turbines as a key risk consideration for the banks. What needs to be done? There's a lot of technical DD and a lot of education that banks need to undertake. I have seen the whole process and leading the structuring in a floating project, and it's quite painful to get the credit approvals for 50 million tickets or even less. I don't know how it's going to be when we're being asked to finance a multi-billion project. So definitely when, for example, you have 3 turbines and 3 floaters and you quickly move to a large-scale project with, I don't know, more than 20 turbines, the complexity increases and the interface risk increases, the different, let's say, bankability analysis needed in terms of the cables, in terms of the dynamic cable analysis. And that is a big question that at the moment, given the successful results of the CFD auction, banks have to face. Like, there's a lot of appetite out there from the banking society. The question is, who is ready to finance those projects? We see South Korea as well moving quite fast, and along with the UK and France as well. And as a bank, we have an active role in South Korea on a floating project. But I would say we need to engage quite early with banks. We need to appoint the right technical advisors to go through the whole analysis. We'll need a lot of sensitivities to get those approved. But it's a territory that you need technical experts in place. It's not, let's say, and also just to highlight, we have seen the same story in fixed bottom. Like when there was financing small-scale fixed bottom offshore wind projects, 120 megawatts, for example, we're seeing 2 or 3 banks taking that risk and leading the structuring. Now we see the same story in floating. There are not so many banks out there. There is appetite, but we see some banks quite cautious for the technology risk, and that means they need to see some banks taking a leading role, structuring the deals. ECAs also are going to play a significant role in the financing equation, and some of the ECAs are quite advanced, but definitely is a sector that we also focus a lot and it needs a lot of innovation as well.
Thanks, Georgios. I want to move on to Yuri. I want to hear your side from the financial side, and then I'll come on to Erica to hear NatureScott's side of things. Perhaps you can speak to the clarification between government support, subsidy, and the different sides, the different stakeholders.
Yeah, so I think when we say UK subsidy, and then we all think about CFD, but then we see subsidy and support scheme as 2 different things. Because in the UK, CFD is a 2-sided CFD auction, meaning that, it's a fixed, let's say, it was there to really fix the tariff, to remove the price component out of the risk from the developer side. And when we say subsidy, it's really like government giving away money to, push the innovation, new area of technology, things like that. And we see that in the UK, a CFD scheme is quite good in providing the support, not necessarily to let's say, give away the money, but having the price risk eliminated from the project is a massive de-risk, from investors' point of view and then from the project finance lenders' point of view as well. Because, if you have a fixed, let's say, revenue, and then the only risk that you are taking is really the volume, meaning that the generation of the wind farm, which is very well understood, then you can actually raise quite competitive financing packages. So you see actually the difference, how the banks, maybe Giorgio can allude to it, but then how banks will see it differently when there is a margin risk or not. And having the CFD and then having the counterparty being the UK government is quite strong in able to fix that revenue. So that's quite good. Then, coming back to my previous comments about LCOE having massive impact by the cost of capital, this saving on the financing side is actually quite good and positive for the project. So in the end, you achieve more competitive LCOE, and as a result, it's less burden on the taxpayers' money.
Thank you, Yuri. Erica, looking more to the other side, do you think there's sufficient consideration of environmental costs factored into operating costs of offshore wind projects? And how do you think offshore wind investors can look at this, almost putting a number on nature?
Yeah, it's interesting because the way the current model works, I would say we're not really putting enough money into the environmental aspects, but or individual developers would disagree with that and say they're putting too much in. And is there another model where we could actually collect more of the baseline data to inform the environmental impact assessment? So that's at the biggest cost at risk to the developers. But when it comes to the operation, when we're getting these more innovative developments, whether it's in deeper water or floating wind, and we don't yet know what the environmental interactions will be, we're starting to have to think about what monitoring is required to help us understand, A, what was collected during the baseline, and is that true to the predictions in the environmental impact assessment? Now, could we be more clever? Could we actually be smarter? And at the moment, the way the auction rounds work, you've got developments in kind of competition with one another. And, maybe we should be thinking a bit more strategically, how do we deliver the information that's required to help everyone understand where we're at with environmental impacts, whether they are being predicted correctly, accurately, or whether we're being too precautionary or not precautionary enough in some instances, to help us identify where are the real issues that we need to concentrate on to help inform that consent process and to reduce down the time either at the planning stage to help inform the consenting stage or post-consent when the developments are operational. So I think there's a few issues around our current processes, particularly in the UK, that we could be trying to improve that could help reduce down costs for both individual developers, but also reduce down the requirement on us in terms of advisors or consultants and the amount of resources required there to help everyone. Because at the moment, there's not enough people, there's not enough skill, and there's not enough time. And that's part of the bottleneck that's going on at the moment.
Thank you, Erica. I'm going to look out to the floor. If anyone has any questions, stick your hands up. Raggy, and then we'll go to the lady at the back. If you could just introduce yourself and roles and organisation.
Will do. Thank you. I'm Raggy Lowe. I'm from the Scottish Government, and I'm in our Offshore Wind Directorate. And I was really struck by, Yuri, what you just said about the difference between support and subsidy. And I just wonder if the panel have views on where government ought to be targeting subsidy. So in terms of grant and wider support, you mentioned supply chain, but are there specific bits of the supply chain for the UK, well, supply chain and infrastructure for the UK, where really government should be targeting that subsidy?
Thanks, Raggy. Yuri?
Yeah, I'll start and maybe you can join. Yeah, I think, just purely to think about the 2030 target, because that's what everyone is talking about today, I think we have to think about the infrastructure needs and supply chain. I think the earlier panel discussed that, the manufacturing capacity needs to be ramped up. I think there are some new, release or announcements about the new factory being announced by various manufacturers, like turbine manufacturers. But I think the capacity is still lacking in order to support the demand. And so in order to do that, we need more support. But more specifically, if you wanted to actually unlock the ScotWind, 30 gigawatt potential, which I think it's going to come post-2030, maybe, Andy, you can allude to it further, but then if you want to actually really accelerate it and then, meet the target, we need, public, let's say, support in bringing in capital into the grid infrastructure, in my view.
Andy?
I would point to a framework, actually. I think, in particular, the industrial growth plan is a really interesting approach to this. That it's a well thought through, well presented approach to where and indeed how UK PLC should be encouraging growth in the sector. So rather than to say, put it into turbine blades or whatever, I think that framework piece and people working together is a key element of this. And I'm also conscious that it's an industrial policy, and we haven't done a whole lot of industrial policy in recent years in the UK, so I think there's a lot of learning to be done on the back of that as well.
Thank you. Let's go back to the question we had in the middle there.
Yeah, thank you. Anne Venter of University of Leeds. I'm a senior researcher in circular economy, and that's also what my question is related to. So I'm wondering whether there's more question towards Andy and Erica, possibly. I'm wondering whether there are any thoughts already across the UK about including circular economy criteria within auctions. We see this happening in Netherlands, Spain, Denmark. The reason for introducing such criteria has much to do with increasing supply security, to be sure that we can access all of the materials and components to build wind farms. So I'm wondering, where are we with this in the UK? Are there any thoughts about this already?
Erica, then Andy?
So, yeah, I would be all for supporting more of the criteria in the auction rounds being based around circular economy requirements. I'm not aware that there's that many. There's obviously beginnings of thinking about it, but I think increasingly there will need to be more. And not just about circular economy, but Mark alluded to the cost of nature earlier. I think as well we will need to start thinking about the sort of environmental commitments within options going forward, not just related to what is going to come through in the consents, but actually being a bit more innovative and thinking a bit more about nature inclusive designs. How do we actually start to move from being one of the countries with the least amount of nature in it to ones where we can support industry and nature going forward?
Andy?
I would say you're right to say it's not an area which has been addressed previously. We do things not on a continual basis. We deal with leasing rounds, so each leasing round has its own sort of specific set of requirements when it comes to applying for and being awarded an agreement. So quite when the next leasing round will be in Scotland, it remains to be seen. We've got plenty to be getting on with as I've noted. I would say that there is certainly the potential to incorporate this sort of thinking that you are talking about there whenever that does come around, because it's always a very it's an iterative process. We engage widely with a whole range of stakeholders about what we should do and how we should do it. I would pick up on the point that Erica made about the sort of nature positive aspect of this. I think that's something that we could absolutely sort of focus in on. But as I say, that's not something that's going to happen in the very short term. But nonetheless, we have moved, I think it's fair to say, from a fairly financially based assessment of who should be awarded things to an increasingly qualitative approach to that.
Thank you, Andy. We've got time for one more question. Right in the middle.
Thank you. Peter Giddings, High Value Manufacturing, Catapult. It's really nice to hear the IGP called out as a potential framework to accelerate. I couldn't agree more. But in that document, it clearly says that we need to innovate to deliver faster. And I think there's a real tension between the innovation needed and then colleagues in the banking industry needing confidence. I think the words were precedence, track record, experience, which is the antithesis of innovation. Do we need to innovate in TDD? Because we innovators do not typically structure our projects to calm down bankers' confidence, and that is not one of our deliverables. I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on what we can do differently.
Georgios?
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, definitely banking and innovation are not so linked. Yes, I'm just to be honest, definitely. Bankers and, of course, on the project financing side, were very cautious and definitely were the most conservative counterparties in the room. But there is a reason for that, right? We want to, precedence is a good word, like all the credit officers like that, but we try to structure deals, like we try to be innovative, and that's what I mentioned, the construction warehouse facilities, which is something quite normal in the US, for example. So we want clients to come early to us and find solutions to early development financing, for example. Based on your previous question about subsidies, definitely we don't want a sector that is fully subsidized across the supply chain, across the whole project. We want private capital to be deployed, and that's the role of the banks. And that's why we're trying to deploy capital early stage. But on the other side, we see equity investors quite not willing to get recourse loans. There is capital to deploy at early stage. There are solutions, but we need to find the middle way between debt and equity. That's why I'm saying come early, discuss these things, find structuring solutions. That comes with a cost in terms of recourse loans. As a bank, all the banks, I would say, we don't have the know-how, the technical expertise to develop a project, right? We don't have engineers, we are financial institutions, and we are here to structure deals on the basis that's aligned with our client needs.
Thank you, Georgios. Yuri, very briefly, do you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, sorry.
No? Fine.
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry, I was just...
Essentially, we're talking about the IGP and how banks, I think, can work with...
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. I think, innovation and the lenders are probably not the best friends, but I think, earlier, Georgios, talked about floating offshore wind and how the banks has appetite, in financing. I think, it's not quite innovation, but when it comes to, for example, added risks, for example, lenders are not particularly comfortable. For example, earlier we talked a lot about Chinese turbines. We see that a lot of lenders are cautious when it comes to floating, and in addition, Chinese turbines. And then a lot of actually floating offshore wind developers are actually struggling because if you don't have a lot of pipelines, turbine suppliers are not really talking to you. You need to have pipelines, and then also, they have to be supported with engineering resources in order for you to develop a floating offshore wind project, for example, because depending on the floater that you pick, then you need different kinds of engineering that goes on top. So, that resource is actually lacking from Western OEM, for example. And then if you are then to speak to Chinese turbine manufacturer, it's an added, component of risk. So, lenders are very cautious about, new technology being floater, and then in addition, another risk being, let's say, Chinese turbines, which is, extremely difficult for them to accept. And at the moment, we are seeing that half of the, let's say, 50 or so banks who have lent on offshore wind projects have actually categorically said no to Chinese turbines, and 15 out of 50 lenders actually have accepted floating risk. So if you put those two together, there are quite a lot of limited, let's say, number of lenders who are actually open to accepting both risks at the same time. So I think we need to unlock that. And then, maybe it's the support that we need to bring into the supplier in order to, unleash the potential. But yeah, I think that's added risk is really the perception that the lenders are not really comfortable in taking.
Thank
Sorry about that.
you very much, Yuri. I'm going to wrap us up there. Yuri's teed me up very nicely to take chair's privilege to shamelessly plug the Scottish Renewables and Renewable UK Floating Offshore Wind Conference next week in Aberdeen. So I hope some of you can join us there. It just leads me to say thank you very much to the four people next to me. If you could thank Georgios, Yuri, Andy and Erica.
Right, thank you, Mark. So, it's hard enough to keep a conference on time schedule, never mind an offshore wind farm. So, I'm afraid we're slightly behind, and I'm going to need your help to help us catch up, please. We are going to break for lunch now, and I think you've certainly earned it and deserve it. And if we can come back in here, please, for 1400 hours, 2 o'clock. That gives you a good 45 minutes for a bit of food, a bit of networking, and maybe a little bit of other business before you come back in. So, in which case, and we'll come back and look at the economic outlooks and a few other topics this afternoon. So, thanks once again to Mark, Yuri, Georgios, Erica, and Andy for the panel, and we'll see you at 1400. Thank you.
be with someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking.
Just chivying a few others that aren't quite. Welcome back. Hope everybody managed to get some refueling for stomach and brain. Those joining virtually, thank you for bearing with us. I understand there's a good dozen of our colleagues who are on the virtual connection for this, so I hope they're getting out of it as much as you are, maybe even more. Quick reminder, you've got the app there for both your networking and also for the agenda. And if we can move on to the afternoon's timetable. So we've got our next chat, which is in the areas of the economics of offshore wind. We've covered policy, we've touched on policy, we've touched on investment and the climate for the sector within a global context. So we're now going to explore a little bit on the economic outlook. We just set the scene on that. Wind power is blessed with as a free source of energy once you get it connected, once you get it established. But it's, of course, dependent on the vagaries of the weather. And that means that all of that high upfront capex and early commitment needs to find price certainty somehow. So we can establish a return, and obviously where cost of capital and commodities, as we've already heard earlier, I think we're going to hear a little bit more now, in an increasingly globally constrained supply chain for wind, especially offshore. So we've got a small panel, a small chat being led by Sarah Pollock, who I'll introduce now, and then she can introduce her colleagues either side. Sarah is a partner at Herbert Smith Freehills, where she advises on the acquisition and development of power and infrastructure assets. That includes conventional, renewable and nuclear generation and nuclear decommissioning, as well as the corresponding regulatory markets. Sarah regularly acts for utilities, IPPs, financial investors, lenders, governments and regulators, advising on project development and complex commercial contracts. Sarah is ranked Band 1 for power in Chambers UK 2024, which reflects her reputation for solution-based analysis and acute commercial awareness. And she's also ranked as a leading individual for power infrastructure M&A in Legal 500 UK 2024. So if we can thank Sarah, who will introduce her panel, and then we'll hear a little bit more about the economic and fiscal dynamics of growth for offshore wind. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you all for returning from lunch. We heard an awful lot this morning in our interesting discussions about the opportunities and the challenges for our offshore wind sector and the impact of both government and regulatory behaviour on that, and in particular policy. And as part of that, we will now come on to talk about the economics and fiscal policy and what impact that can have on our desire to invest in the sector. I am delighted to be joined by Mark Williams, Head of Analysis at Energy UK, and Adam Esmail, Head of Offshore Development, England and Wales for RWE. And perhaps to start with, I could ask you to introduce yourselves a little bit more.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's great to be here. Like Sarah said, my name's Mark Williams. I'm the Head of Analysis at Energy UK. For those of you who haven't heard of us, Energy UK are a trade association. We represent UK generators, including in offshore wind, as well as energy retailers and an increasing segment in sort of emerging technologies in the energy transition. And I lead all of our in-house modelling and analysis work, and that includes a lot of the more economic questions as they relate to subjects like offshore wind.
Yep, likewise, very happy to be here this afternoon. My name's Adam Esmail. I work for RWE. RWE is a very significant generator, supplier and trader of power, German headquartered, but with a very significant presence in the United Kingdom. As Sarah says, I am Head of Offshore Development for the UK East region in RWE, which comprises about just shy of 10 gigawatts of offshore wind projects, which we're looking forward to bringing to fruition. I've been working in the sector on and off for just coming up for 19 years. I originally was in the oil and gas sector, but exclusively in offshore wind since about 2012.
Thank you. And Andrew mentioned you were setting the scene for us, but Mark, perhaps I could ask you to go a little bit further and set the scene for how quickly is offshore wind growing around the world?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's very easy, and we'll get into a bit more detail later, I imagine, about some of the headwinds that offshore wind sees, both in terms of some of the supply chain issues we've been hearing about, but also in terms of the economics, which I think is what we might focus on a little bit more here. But it's really important to remember that offshore wind is and continues to be a great global success story. We had 11 gigawatts deployed last year. That's the second highest on record, and is a sort of a continuation of a sort of nice upward curve, which is what we would expect to see, even if we might want to sort of bend that curve even slightly higher. I think when we think about offshore wind, it's useful to divide the world into three, essentially, because you've got three quite different types of market that behave in really different ways. So there's Europe, of which we're including the UK as one of the most significant players, which we'll get into later. There's China, which has recently crossed the threshold of both having a majority of the world's capacity and a majority of additions deployed in any given year. And then there's basically everywhere else, where we've got a number of different markets in the US, Asia Pacific, wider afield than that are still very, very nascent and are dependent on different types of policies being able to encourage deployment in those regions. And if you sort of take that framework, what you see essentially is China continues to be an absolute roaring success. It, like I say, had over 6 gigawatts, the majority of that deployment last year, and it's got there from deploying even a decade ago with barely clear a gigawatt of deployment per year. Now, the economics of China and the fiscal environment, dare I also say the democratic environment, are very different to Europe, and the sorts of pressures that are influencing the deployment of offshore wind there are very different, and sort of to a degree, I suspect, we're not very well placed to get into that. I think the couple of things to note about what's happening in China is particularly how that massive deployment is going to impact the global supply chain. Because we are seeing exactly the same thing happen in offshore wind that we saw happened in solar, happened in EVs, happened in batteries, where a new technology is developed. China rushes in, maxes out the capacity it has, floods the market, drops the price. And there's going to be a real question of what that change in the technology and the economics does, both in established markets in Europe, because then essentially it just becomes a question of how protectionist European governments are willing to be, and then also in the rest of the world, because if you're developing offshore wind in Vietnam, you probably don't have a very good argument for putting up trade barriers there. So that's what's sort of happening there. In Europe, we're seeing a sort of continued slow and steady improvement year on year. We're now deploying 3 or 4 gigawatts per year across the continent, whereas a decade ago we were deploying 1 or 2 gigawatts per year. And I think it's in Europe where, although we haven't started to see a significant slowdown yet, that is probably where, in terms of capacity that is vulnerable to the economic changes, increases in interest rates, it's probably going to be in the established European market that starts to bite first. And we're already starting to see that in the UK as a sort of microcosm of that, where we had a real blip in allocation round 5 last year, which has been corrected to a degree, but we're still in the process of transitioning to a higher interest rate environment in UK offshore wind. And the rest of the world is still very much in the developmental stage, barely scraping a gigawatt a year. That will accelerate, but I think the bets are still off as to exactly how and where that's going to ramp up.
Thank you. Adam, from a developer's perspective and perhaps zoning in on the UK, how do you see the scene at the moment?
I mean, Mark's just touched on allocation round 5. I think if you look actually a little bit broader than that and back to allocation round 4 through to the present day, that's 3 allocation rounds where an average of 3 gigawatts per allocation round has been contracted in offshore wind. And that is just simply not enough to meet our own government's targets. And it's certainly, the industry itself wants to grow a lot quicker. I think, I mean, it depends what happens with certain consenting decisions in the next few months. But there could be up to about 18 to even 20 gigawatts of projects eligible for a CFD in next year's allocation round. You know, these are projects ready to go. All they're waiting for is a signal from the government, a route to market, and those projects are able to take financial investment decisions. So it feels to me like we're at a bit of a holding pattern. We're just about growing, but it's certainly not as easy as it was 3 or 4 years ago. And you know, it feels like things have the potential to actually get a bit more difficult with more regulation, more you know, hoops to jump through related to protectionism, actually, which Mark's already called out in the coming years. So, I mean, I guess, you know, my message to any policymakers, you know, who might be listening is, you know, there is the capital out there. There is the supply chain, although it is constrained. What we need in the more mature markets is really certainty on the revenue side of things. Yeah.
Mark, anything else to sort of add to those comments on, you know, the wider economic environment and what the challenges are? You mentioned some things around supply chain, but really a focus on the signals from government.
So I think in the UK in particular, that question about how much capacity we try and clear has essentially now become almost an entirely political question. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it means that a lot hinges on decisions made in the next few months. Because if you like you say, we see that sort of capacity come through the pipeline, that sort of almost 20 gigawatts, that could bid in next year. That is very close to the amount that would need to be procured next year if we stick to the sort of 55 gigawatt by 2030 target that the government has indicated in the past. Now, I suspect that if that's being folded into the broader question about the Clean Power 2030 target and whether it will survive in as extreme form as that, I think it's a bit of an open question. But if we do look at the pipeline and say, well, we want to clear as much of that as humanly possible, that then raises the very difficult question for the government about the economics of this, is how do you trade off capacity versus strike prices? Because that is essentially the trade-off that is baked into the auction structure we have, which is, you know, the whole point of price discovery and so on. But it's going to be, I think, a very interesting conversation about where we strike that balance.
And the budget available at that strike price.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I think we also that there also needs to be a recognition that the fundamentals have changed. I think we were in danger as a sector of drinking our own Kool-Aid. We got to £37.35 by allocation round 4. I had an allocation round 4 LCCC contract in my hand, and in the time between bidding and winning, those, you know, tears of joy we were hoping for were genuine tears. The cost base has shifted. We had told a fantastic story to anybody who was willing to listen to us that we were the cheapest form of energy generation, etc. But now, and hopefully this is now more widely understood in the light of AR6, we're back at AR2 kind of clearing prices, and you know, I think that upward pressure is going to continue. So the growth is not going to be growth if it's not supported by price levels that aren't at those kind of levels, and probably quite a bit higher in the long run, because you know the economic shock of 2022 is still really filtering through, and you know, any thoughts that anybody had that was a temporary blip, I think, you know, those of us in the sector know that it you know, whilst we're not seeing inflation at the double-digit levels in our sector, it's still a thing.
And noting those challenges, I mean, government, we hear a lot from government about how important the offshore wind sector is for delivering 2030 goals, and we talked slightly about that creates a bit of a disconnect between what government's looking for and what they're prepared to support. You know, what role do you think offshore wind has within the wider system to facilitate those 2030 goals?
So, well, I mean, offshore wind in the wider system is absolutely critical to delivering any of our future energy goals. I think we certainly perhaps fell into a little bit of a trap in that there was a period in 2022 where new build offshore wind at allocation round 4 strike prices were cheaper than current gas, and that's a very clear distinction to draw. It's a bit of a fool's game to try and predict where prices go in future, not least because there's a decent chance that inflation has already come down. There's a decent chance that interest rates will come down further. By how much and over what sort of timescale, it's very hard to say. And if you're trying to make quite short-term decisions about investment, relying on, the massive pensioners in China continuing to drag down global interest rates is an unreliable thing to do. I think there are a few points to think about offshore wind in the sector, in the system as a whole, which is that it's not actually particularly helpful to focus on that yearly moving strike price in the UK, or indeed the levelised cost of energy more globally. We can be fairly certain that an energy system dominated by offshore wind, and any energy system that can bring the UK as a windy island country at high latitudes to net zero, is going to be dominated by offshore wind. There's no real forecast that sees offshore wind anything less than about 50% of the system. But by the time you include offshore wind, other renewables, and the massive cost reductions on the demand side that electrification can allow, we can be pretty certain that a renewable-led system that has offshore wind playing a large role will be cheaper than the alternative. Now, what becomes interesting here is anyone who's in the energy sector is familiar with the sort of arguments that end up being trench warfare between consultancies and analysts, which I absolutely love getting involved in, but it's almost not that helpful, because you get into this sort of, well, my model's better than your model, and lots of considerations about who's chosen the right counterfactual here versus a different counterfactual there. You can play that game with offshore wind, and you can say, well, compared to a system where we keep CCGTs going at gas in its current price, then offshore wind at that strike price is more expensive, or a different system where we build new CCGTs and it's this carbon price, it changes in this way. But we're not in a world where that's useful, because we know what we've got to do. We know that the only systems that will work are ones that have a really large role for offshore wind. So therefore we need something to get on and do it. And this sort of slightly philosophical debate about what cheap means doesn't actually help us very much.
Adam, I see you nodding away. What are your thoughts on what government should or could do, apart from increase the budget, to facilitate offshore wind?
I mean, I think I don't enjoy getting into this discussion every year about where we've either put ourselves, or we are in the position with government where we're effectively going cap in hand asking for more money. I think there needs to be a sensible, grown-up discussion about what the cost base for our sector is. I've always felt that there's a feeling from government that we are, trying to make a quick buck and run for the hills in our sector. But if you look at the financial health of the supply chain which supports us, it isn't, frankly, long-term sustainable. The companies that are investing huge amounts of money, whether it's on the supply chain side in factories or whether it's developers in terms of individual projects, they need to make a decent return on their investment, because there is huge amounts of risk involved in the entire sector. So I wish we could have a long-term or a longer-term discussion with government about that. I think I was one of many people who was calling for annual auctions. I think one of the drawbacks of annual auctions, it doesn't really leave us the time and space to have a proper wash-up of what's just happened, right? And we've just finished AR6. We're already talking about AR7. We're already actually thinking about AR8. So I think that's something we need to try and work out. I'm not saying I've got an answer, but I think we need to work out how to have that longer-term discussion with governments and policymakers.
Thank you. Let me throw it to the floor. Do you Are there any questions for the panel at this point? Oh, all full of lunch. I mean, one thing we, a government initiative is the concept, at least, of GB Energy. How do you see that? Or any insight into how that plays in?
So, well, I think in the global context, it's clear that state involvement and support for offshore wind takes a variety of different forms, from very direct involvement in the likes of China to the sort of Ørsted's, Vattenfall's, whatever of the world that are still vaguely state-owned, to the sort of subsidy regime that you see in the Inflation Reduction Act in America. Great British Energy is clearly a major plank of the government's clean energy mission. I think we're still in fairly early doors about what that will look like, and the government's in the process of putting flesh on the bones there. I think industry's been fairly clear from the outset that there are things that the government can do to support the private sector and crowd in investment, and that's particularly true of looking at certain forms of emerging technology, of community energy, things like that, where the government can really have a strong role to play. We've had sort of early indications that offshore wind is going to play a larger role in Great British Energy than perhaps we thought it might do 6 months ago, particularly looking at the potential involvement of the Crown Estate there. I think we still need to know an awful lot more, but the message that I think the sector's sent quite consistently is there are things the private sector is currently doing very well, and it would be a great missed opportunity if the government were to try and replicate what is currently a private sector success, rather than focusing time, attention and money where it could probably have more of a mobilising impact.
I mean, I guess from a developer's perspective to what Mark's just said, I mean, I think the information out there about GB Energy is so immature at this stage that we don't know yet whether it's a partner, a competitor, a threat, an opportunity, a weakness. We don't know. We're very excited to find out what it might be. There was a flurry of announcements just after the general election, and it appears that Whitehall's been on an extended holiday since then. Maybe a sabbatical.
Well, indeed.
So, it's the announcement regarding the partnership with the Crown Estate, I think, is very interesting. But again, there's a massive parameter space in which that partnership is operating, and we don't know what avenue it's going to go down. So it's going to be a very interesting time, and it could be anything from a very, very fundamental rethink of how we're developing in offshore wind to a few tweaks around the edges of the existing system. Let's see.
Well, exciting times. Can I invite you all to thank our panel and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, Mark and Adam, for that insight. We're going to have Adam back up later for a presentation, so thank you for that. Interested in the concept that we know that the UK is is the only system that works for us on the basis of offshore wind. I think that's an excellent one. We've touched on it throughout. We've talked kind of policy, investment, finance, economics, but also throughout we've always found out a way to talk about the supply chain. So I think we're going to delve a little bit more deeply into that now with the next panel. So if I could invite the panelists to please come to the table while I talk, and then I'll kind of make introductions and we can kind of keep moving on time. That'd be great. So we're now going to look at unlocking strategies to achieve supply chain and infrastructural scalability to meet global demand. If you want to get your teeth around that one. And by way of introduction, it's all very well to have those policy and investment confidence, but as we've heard, and as we'll kind of explore in more detail, projects only happen if the contracts can be secured in the supply chain and the key infrastructure capabilities are there to be harnessed. And that often entails investments well ahead of the project certainty that they get from assuring FID. So this is a subject very close to my heart as the kind of eponymous supply chain party that is currently subsidising the wind industry. So I do look forward to hearing how this next panel is going to unlock the topic. What I'll do is I'll introduce Anne, who will then bring in her co-panelists. So Dr. Anne Vellenturf, senior researcher in the circular economy of the University of Leeds. Specialising in sustainability transitions and areas of research cover, firstly, Yorkshire Circular Lab, where she works across the UK, as well as work across the UK with Foundation Industries, who manufacture 75% of materials in our economy. And internationally, she also supports the embedding of circular economy approaches in the wind industry, so a kind of three-layered approach to her work. She holds various advisory positions for government research councils and industry in and outside the UK, and has investigated circular economy for energy infrastructure since 2017. She's collaborated with organisations such as OREC, the Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult, the Department for International Trade, Zero Waste Scotland, IEA Wind, and international universities on projects about embedding circularity. And she also was awarded for an end-of-use management and of wind industry infrastructure investigation. She was awarded the Pour la Coeur Prize in 2021. So if I can introduce Anne, who will also bring in her fellow panelists. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that introduction. That was very nice. So I will set the scene for this panel, and then I'll bring in the panelists. So, as mentioned, since 2017, I've been involved in embedding circular economy across the wind industry, from design all the way up to the end of use. Did a bunch of projects and partnerships so far, some of them mentioned here on the slide. I guess my role today as part of this conference is to give you a bit more of a sense of scale of the amount of materials and components that will be needed to build all of our wind farms and to meet all the ambitions that have been set. So what I'll say is that our models show that demand for materials up to 2030 will grow in excess of 400%. There are investment opportunities that are sizable from the start of the supply chain and also in the end of the supply chain. I'll finish on some information about how long-term focus will deliver the most cost savings and also the highest social and environmental benefits as well, which may require a slight change in tactics also in the finance industry as well, as I understand it. So for benefit of doubt, I am not from the finance industry. I know very little about finance, but I do know about circular economy and about material demands, and that is what I'll be telling you about now. Right, so we've calculated how much material will be needed to build onshore and offshore wind farms. I'll actually open a few of the other animations as well straight away, because the figures that you see here on the slide, they are based on previous ambitions of 40 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030, and we sort of put a target of 20 gigawatt of onshore wind by 2030 as well. The 2050 targets were 80 gigawatts offshore wind and 20 gigawatts onshore wind, because there were no ambitions by the previous government. Obviously, that means that the figures that you see here on the slide, with the actual increased targets now, they will be a lot higher as well, right? So I'll just run through these figures a little bit. What you see here is figures for cement and for steel in detail. So it's actually two graphs in one. So when you look at the scale on the left, you see it's in kilotons. That refers to the bars in the graph. On the other side, you see megatons. That refers to the cumulative lines on the graph, okay? So just be aware when you read the graphs like that. And what you can see is that we have this massive increase in demand for cement and concrete up to 2030. That has much to do with meeting our floating wind ambitions. What you also see is that currently our concrete and cement industry is more or less operating at capacity. So if you want to access more, then also that capacity needs to come from somewhere. For cement, it's not the biggest issue. Not sure if I'm upsetting anyone from cement industry with saying that, but for concrete, it definitely is a thank you. For concrete, definitely is a challenge because concrete requires access to large volumes of aggregates, and that requires permits, planning permits, to be able to access those aggregates. Currently, those permits are not in place. It takes a long time to put them into place. Chances that there will be sufficient in place to access materials needed to build all of our floating wind by 2030 are 0 to none. So here we have an issue that we really need to look at. At the same time, it's also an investment opportunity, right? And I'll come back to that in a moment. I want also for you to look at the steel figure here as well. You will see that demand for steel is going to increase hugely as well. And if you wanted to sort of estimate how much material would be needed to meet the increased ambitions of, for example, 60 gigawatt of offshore wind, then what you can do is go in the graph and look at the cumulative lines. Sorry, I'm just going to walk out there to show you. But basically it's here and here-ish, right? That is because that is roughly where the 60 gigawatt figure will be. So you can have a bit of a feel for how much material will be needed and where we currently are in terms of production capacity. And the way I look at this is all investment opportunities. We are at the European Investment Summit. This is a graph from a report about the whole of Europe, similar figures across the whole of Europe in terms of demand increases. So if, for example, in the UK you were thinking, let's rely on Europe to supply us, yeah, they are facing similar opportunities. You know, we may have to do a bit more in the UK itself as well. So clearly we are in a situation where demand is outstripping the supply, which suggests that there's space for investment, for example, into concrete and steel. So just to give you a feeling for scale of investment, so a concrete plant that produces about 60,000 cubic meters per year can make roughly 10 to 12 floating bases. That requires an investment, such a plant, of about £10 million. Okay, so it's not massive in terms of investment, but we do need a lot of those kind of plants to meet demand for floating bases. Especially around Scotland and somewhere in the west of the country as well. Steel plants, we may need some electric arc furnaces. So for example, in Scotland, if we were to meet demand there, we would need to build a mini mill. That will be about 500 million. So it's a larger scale investment, but it just gives you a bit of a feel for what kind of figures we're looking at, which I'm sure you probably would be familiar with already. So investments in manufacturing at the start of the chain is also important for creating markets for components and materials that are being recovered at the end of use. You may say, oh, but we need to build so many wind farms where we're talking about end of use. Well, actually, end of use is very much in the picture already for onshore wind, for sure. If we want to meet onshore wind ambitions, we are going to have to repower a lot of onshore wind farms. So that means that we need to have good end of use supply chains in place as well. Offshore wind, we are looking forward to the first large-scale commercial contracts next year already. So this is very much on the cards, and getting those supply chains in place takes time. We started raising it in 2017. Very little movement has happened ever since. So now we are in a situation where we need to move forward quite urgently. Okay, so I'll just do this really quickly, just to give some background to my next points. So basically, sustainable circular economy, for those who are not familiar with circular economy, is the opposite to a linear economy, where we take materials, make use of them, and then put them into the bin. Rather, we want to keep components in use for as long as possible and recycle materials when we can't do that anymore. Is a whole system approach focused on maintaining economic prosperity, increasing social well-being and environmental quality. And in the wind industry, it looks something like this in this graph. Okay, so there's a lot of circular wind strategies, and it's a moving picture, so new circular wind strategies are emerging all the time. But you can see here along the side that it goes along the life cycle. There's different circular wind strategies that apply, from design all the way to strategies such as reuse, repurposing, which is about making use of components directly or using components in different applications, or it is about remanufacturing, for example. On the infrastructure level, you'll see strategies such as lifetime extension, repowering, and then further down the line you see recycling, which is often sort of mentioned synonymous to circular economy, but I hope that you gather from this picture that there's a lot more to circular economy than recycling, a lot more high-value opportunities. So we've modeled a number of circular economy strategies for the wind industry, just to get an idea what will be the impact of those different approaches. And what we see is that circular economy benefits, they really amalgamate over the long term, right? So in the short term is also beneficial, but the really big wins are in the long term. And I think most relevant, possibly for this particular audience, then is that if we're going to repower, for example, on reused foundations, then we can reduce material use, and that means that we're going to save a lot of cost. So that means that in the long term, we can save about 30% of capital cost. There's also benefits in terms of jobs and in terms of carbon savings. But overall, when we combine different circular economy strategies, then we can very substantially reduce the capital cost by 2050. So it's a long-term game. I understand that the wind industry is also a long-term industry, so hopefully this is a match. I'll round up with this. So if we want to move forward on circular economy, it was really good to hear the discussions this morning because a lot of the points in this graph came up already. But essentially, what is currently holding back circular economy investment, it seems, is the uncertainty in the end-of-use material forecasts, despite the generally strong business case. And that means that it would be good to introduce standards and regulations for better data provision. At the same time, I'm also kind of starting to change position on this. And I mean, this is a co-produced picture, and I respect my stakeholders. But I also think, are we not bringing a sledgehammer to crack a nut a little bit here? Because there's so much demand for materials and components. And I really wonder how much assurances as a finance industry do you really need to attract investment into these supply chains? I mean, there will be demand. We are going to need materials and components to build all those wind farms. So, you know, I think that there is already a lot of assurances there for investment already. But I'm sure that this is a very unrefined perspective that we will discuss further in the panel. So without further ado then, I want to thank you very much and move over to the panel introductions. So, Stephen, I think you were up first. You can also stay seated if you want. Okay, there. Yeah, you want to be here? Okay.
Thanks, Anne. Hi, I'm Steve Jeremy. I've got 2 slides and 1 PS. So my subject is floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea. And for interest, we're working down here. I've just come up from Cornwall yesterday. We've just got this new areas of search from the Crown Estate. So that's where we are. My background is I've been in the sector for about 15 years. I'm was Navy in my first career, aviation, ships and policy. So I know a lot about policy. I worked in the Ministry of Defence. Known in those days, I was a Whitehall warrior in those days. I want to talk about, I also sit in the Celtic Sea Cluster. I'm the chair of the Celtic Sea Cluster, and I sit on the Offshore Wind Industry Council's cluster group as well. First slide is this. Let's talk about what we're doing. Celtic Sea Cluster is a little bit different to what's happening elsewhere in the UK. So the cluster's us lot in the green, basically the Welsh, the Great South West, all acting as local authorities, all acting together in a sort of coordinated regional government. I sit on the Offshore Industry Council Clusters Group. This doesn't happen much elsewhere in the UK. I would say the best is up in the northeast and East Anglia as well, but not probably quite as coordinated. But it's through luck as much as judgment, I would say. We've got a lot of reference documents. You'll have heard of the Industrial Growth Plan. The only point being that this is many things, but it's not a plan. It's actually what I would call is more a very useful vision document, which tells us a lot about what, but you can see here a lot of documents for us to refer to, and the question is, so what for the supply chain? What we're trying to do in the cluster, this is a document that we published two years ago, and we're going to bring that up to date. We had a workshop the other day to try and bring that up to date, and it's actually trying to see what we can do to make Celtic Sea a world leader. When we started this about 5 years ago, nobody had heard of the Celtic Sea, nobody had heard of floating offshore wind. It's now one of the 3 largest pipelines of projects in the world. So in terms of stretch targets, I like to think we haven't done too badly there. That's one thing, though. The other thing is really getting in the water. And to do that, we're really thinking about everything. So I've heard lots of things about different things today, but we are thinking about every part of the system. Not a single part that doesn't interest in some way. So I'm interested in offshore development, about could we move quicker offshore with consenting? How can we support the pipelines of projects? I'm thinking about all of these areas, we call them long lead capabilities, where I need to start investment now if it's going to be ready in 5 or 6 years' time. Particularly interested in these, I'll come on to these. And how can we create value onshore? There's social value, but also how can we use the system to actually decarbonise? Here's the areas that I'm looking at the moment. In particular, these are here where I think my critical path lies to making this a success. We've actually started working on these. We started work with a big piece of work we did called Missing Middle, which was trying to work out how to build a supply chain. And we focused in particular in Cornwall in the areas that we were good at. So we thought about fabrication, integration ports, anchors and moorings, inter-array cables, safe anchorages, sometimes known as wet storage, and marine coordination for offshore. So what have we done with that? Complicated slide, but we've actually started planning. I'm cautious when you start planning. As an ex-military man, there's a famous German general called von Moltke the Elder, who says no plan survives contact with the enemy. I'm afraid the enemy is multiple. It's time, it's lots of things going on, but what you can't do is work out what you're going to do in the supply chain and all the other bits of the element if you don't start planning somehow. And then you can start to see, actually, we plan to do this, but it's not going to work on time. So here you see three project developers. These are the large projects, 4.5 gigawatts, and a couple of 4 or 5 test and demonstration sites up there. And we know, I won't bore you in the detail on this, but we know that we've got to achieve across the sector, we've got to achieve 60 units per annum starting in 2030 on the current plan. Whether we can do it or not is a different question. So 60 units per annum. Each of those units is a floating offshore wind turbine with an array with a turbine on it the size of the Eiffel Tower or the Shard on a concrete platform of 18,000 tons or a steel platform of 4,500 tons. And we've got to put one of those in the water somewhere between every 1.5 and 1 to 2 per week. So it gives you a sense of the industrialization of what we're trying to do, and it also gives you a sense of why we're trying to look at these areas and start working them early. What are we doing to help this? We've actually started to work on this. So this is a bit of work which I'll come on to, this missing middle work. For those of you who are interested in policy, I know there are probably not many. It's on our website, and you're very welcome to look at it, but it does give you very interesting insights into how to do policy interventions. But we've also been looking in real terms. So what have we got here? Integration ports, and we've been thinking about how we can support our integration ports. Take Falmouth. Falmouth did a local enterprise, awarded money to Falmouth. They did an operational study to look at their consenting regimes. They then bid into local Cornwall Council local money, but I've got about $1 million there to actually do development expenditure. And as a result of that, they're going to be ready to consent, which will allow them to actually start work on port development about this stage. And we've used the same approach elsewhere. We've sort of done it, it's been a little bit haphazard, but we can see how it's working now. So this is a Marine Coordination Centre. We started work on this about 18 months ago, did some work on it, looked at Grimsby and what was being done up there, looked at what Ørsted and Equinor were doing. So the study made recommendations. Those recommendations have allowed us to bid into the Crown Estate's Supply Chain Accelerator Fund. And as a result of that, we'd like to think that if this works, if we were to be successful, then we can be ready again to have that Marine Coordination Centre ready. And it's the same story again. I won't bore you with the third one. Again, the same story about how we do this. So let's just run past that. I'll leave you with my PS. This is the PS. So I've talked about strategy. I've talked about planning. PS is on policy. This is the policy regime in which we're working, which we're all working. And you can see the lease areas, you can see consenting and so on. A rhetorical question for the audience, who's in charge of this? The answer is no one. Nobody's in charge, so lots of different government departments all working in different ways to different agendas to a certain extent. Not anybody's fault. It's the result of what I would like to call sort of organic evolution rather than intelligent design. And I can tell you there's no intelligent design in this at all. And I speak as a policy planner once in a formal world. So I think that's just about it. I think if I were to actually give you a sense of what the opportunity is here, the challenges are huge. There's no doubt. This level of industrialization I don't think has been done since the Second World War. But the opportunities are jobs, 13,000 new jobs in the region, Celtic Sea region by 2031. Local content, we think we can get local content from 42% up to about 60%. And GVA, gross value added. We think the gross value added benefits of taking this sort of master planning approach could lead us to something like an extra sort of 1.6 billion, 1.68 billion. We've done the economic modelling to support that, albeit it's early days. So I think I'll finish there and just say, please don't talk about the supply chain. Talk about sustainable regional industries, because that's what we want to build.
Right, so now going to Michael. You can stay seated down if that's all right. It will be faster.
I shall very much do as I'm told. Good afternoon. I think just some short reflections to build on what Stephen was presenting this afternoon. First of all, good afternoon. My name is Mike Tolan. I'm Head of Policy at Offshore Energies UK. We are an industry association with some 400 plus members, most of which are in the supply chain, and many of which are involved in wind and carbon storage, as well as developing oil and gas opportunities in and around the UK and around the North Sea. I think it's an interesting one, bringing together supply chain needs this afternoon, as much as access to finance and the growth of a very new business here in the UK. In some ways, it reflects the charge some 40 or 50 years ago, which is even before my memory, never mind anyone else's on the panel, in terms of how we developed the North Sea first in oil and gas, and reflects some of the main challenges. But a very, very, very different business, and one that still requires a lot of technical capability. For us, over the last 10 years, if we look from a UK perspective, the UK's energy supply chain capabilities have been facing very much a bear market, very, very, very much one where we've seen investment in energy across the UK as a whole and across UK waters diminished by about 4%, and then down to pretty much a low point in the last couple of years as we hit the debacle in Ukraine and the invasion in Ukraine. But now we're seeing a very different future, and how we get back into gear and turn around to deliver a very different future is probably one of the most challenging things. I've met folks who 2 or 3 years ago in wind could pretty much demand of the supply chain what they wanted to get the prices and work they needed, but that has now changed. And the contracting models and indeed the risk-reward proposition for investing in wind are now very different from what they were, and those seeking to develop wind models and wind facilities in the future are going to face the fact that it's not just the UK trying to push in the same direction, the whole of Europe is moving in the same direction. And indeed, I was looking at work announced, reported recently by Rystad, in fact came out this morning, looking at the demands for growth across wind and indeed across investment in energy across Europe at the minute. And they see the market growing at 10% a year across the North Sea over this next decade and a half. And that's an astounding turning around of activity. And indeed, in many cases now, we're facing the opposite, where we're going to have to see how supply chain can meet the needs in Europe when there are also challenges and opportunities for it to service those same needs overseas at the same time. So a different market to play in, and one where just after lunch, one of the presenters was talking about how successful the UK has been in developing wind, and it's been amazingly so. But in many cases, that's been success at the cost of the supply chain. And that in the future will be very different, particularly as we move into floating wind. And I think for many in the room, that is actually where the excitement lays, because we were in many ways a new entrant into, a leading entrant into fixed bottom wind 10 and 12 years ago, and we've seen that grow at a very productive pace. But we now see that as a very much mature and indeed a highly competitive market. And we can't simply read across the rules of that game as we move into floating wind. The technology is different. We have a huge advantage in the UK in terms of the skill set needed for floating wind, much of which reads across from the oil and gas sector developed over many decades. But that sector also has still got plenty of demand for it around Europe, maybe not so much in the UK. Norway's very active, and further afield also a huge demand for its conventional resources. And so we've got to find a way to make this a business which can be a success story for the UK and a success story for the supply chain. Margin and risk reward are going to be very much part of that. And how we look at the contracting models in the years to come will be essential if we're going to make this a success where UK content is part of the measure, done in a competitive way, done in a very much an emerging market. One of the big challenges, I had a major Scandinavian company come and see myself and colleagues only a few days ago. And they're one who invests right across the energy mix in pretty much every form of energy you can think about. And they scratch their heads. They've seen governments come and go, prime ministers come and go, new governments now. And the challenge for them is long-termism. How do we get back so energy is boring and we can get on with the day job? And that has to be part of it, because so many risks for investors in this room, so many risks for supply chain companies who look to invest here or overseas in their capabilities to service those markets. So one of the big challenges has to be, how do we make energy boring? How do we actually get to the point where we're looking back at the technical capabilities in the UK and applying those so we can actually really reap the marginal gains in fixed bottom wind and apply the capabilities and the resources we really have in floating wind to lead in that market? So that's probably one of the key challenges I place back in the room. And one final reflection, certainly on the circular economy. The circular economy, I'm afraid, still needs something to drive it, part of which is the profit motive to drive, advance and help companies participate in that. But one of the exciting things is we've learned a lot around decommissioning of conventional oil and gas facilities in the UK, and even now a lot of that is now being actively applied to decommission old, pretty much static fixed bottom wind resources in the UK. Both in blades, both in steel structures. And those will indeed form part of that agenda going forward that we can leverage as we move also into to floating wind. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And the last panel introduction, please.
Thanks. And yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Adam Berman from Energy UK. My colleague Mark, who's here earlier, already explained what the organisation is, so I won't waste your time with that. I'm mainly, I think, going to touch on some of the kind of UK content bits of the discussion around supply chain, because I think there's a really interesting element of supply chain that we tend not to think about, which is that for the last generation, when we've been building fixed bottom offshore, there has been one primary focus, which is driving down costs. Nothing else has been prioritised, and that's fine. That may well have been reasonable at that stage. It has made us a world leader, at least in terms of building this stuff. It just hasn't made us a world leader at much else. And I was really struck, I'm sure there are other people in the room who were at the Labour Party conference last week, where Ed Miliband was saying one evening, he was talking about Denmark and Denmark's share in the kind of jobs and overall economic output from the offshore wind sector, and that essentially on a sort of project-by-project basis, they had much more prosperity that had accrued to them from those projects that had been built than the UK does. And you can see with this new government that there's a real sense of wanting to look again at these structures and the balance between just cheaper projects on the one side, with getting supply chain down in terms of cost as low as you can do, and then on the other side, probably slightly more expensive projects, but with higher local content, with more of a sense of trying to match it up with an industrial strategy of trying to build in supply chain capability where it kind of speaks to the UK's strategic advantages. And I think we have missed some of those opportunities in the supply chain. And I think there's been some brilliant work on, from the Offshore Wind Industry Council, thinking about loads of different areas from towers to vessels where there may well be kind of plays here where we can kind of expand our domestic supply chain. But I think without wanting to be too negative, what we really need to make sure is that both we as industry but the government are pushing towards solutions that recognise if you want to build out lots more domestic supply chain, you have to change your policy structures to do that. And I'm a huge fan of floating offshore, but I think floating offshore is a really good example of how not to do that at the moment. And if you look at AR6, I'm just going to take prices from the most recent round. So floating offshore, more than double the cost of fixed bottom for fundamentally the same energy generation characteristics. So in terms of the kind of end result for the ESO, it's fundamentally the same. Now, I'm more than happy to pay more than double for a new technology where we can also foster both domestic manufacturing and domestic services, and to some degree services are happening. But I think it is a shame that from the government side we have seen kind of lethargy, and by government I mean mainly, I suppose, the last government, but I'm going to give this one a little bit of time. We're only 3 months in. And I think, eventually we have seen things like the Sustainable Industry Reward Scheme, some really interesting moves to try and think about what that top-up could be, how we could build in more of that supply chain. But I think looking at areas like floating offshore, you can think, all right, well, if we're going to guarantee this kind of revenue for those projects, then let's have a think about how we can really kind of recoup the benefits of that in other areas as well. And it's fantastic to hear about projects that are already doing that on their own steam. But not everywhere is, and it would be fantastic to see a kind of government, a more unified government approach to that. More broadly, I would just say, this is a new government where there is lots of excitement about what they might want to do in this space. We've got GB Energy that might do some things around the supply chain. We've got National Wealth Fund, which from ports onwards has an interesting kind of evolving mandate. We've got the Future of the CFD programme, which is, very much in question at the moment, and how that's going to impact Clean Power 2030, how we actually build out not just to one arbitrary target, but actually to the sustainable decarbonisation of the power sector, so it can act as the kind of gateway to the electrification of the whole economy. Lots of questions, but I think my challenge from the industry side to the government at the moment is this could be a moment to try and rethink what that balance is, but it does come with difficulties of its own. This is a government that has come in wanting to lower energy bills. That's fantastic, and I would certainly agree with that aim. But we also need to recognise that if you're going about procuring lots of domestic supply chain, at least in the short term, there'll probably be higher costs from that. So I think if you take all of that together, hopefully we can think about the fact that we're not going to be winners in every single area of the supply chain, nor should we seek to reshore all of them. But there are likely some, and I think Offshore Wind Industry Council has done some really great work at trying to think about what those are and how this government can build on them to actually secure the supply chain in areas that we're good at and where we may have a kind of longer-term strategic advantage.
Excellent. All right. And very well aligned to my first question to the panel. I'm just going to look at the chair. How long do we have? Until 15:15 or until 3:30? Just to be sure.
Not until 3:30, no, until 15:15.
Excellent. All right.
Let's see where we are with questions at 15:15.
That's fine. That's
Well, it's a question to us for a minute.
Excellent. Andy, thanks a lot for that introduction. And actually, you're really teeing up the first question very well there. Where do you think the UK has these kind of strategic advantages in terms of supply chain development? When we look at the whole of the UK industrial diversity and our legacy, skilled people, what do you think are our strengths where we should focus our attention in supply chain development? Because you mentioned you had done some analysis on this.
I haven't personally done some analysis, but there are colleagues here I think have been part of the Offshore Wind Industry Council. Okay, so I'm going to do the really annoying thing and not really answer your question, which is I don't really care. I just want someone to choose, right? We've had this ad hoc approach to supply chain over the last few years. I won't put a year on it. Let's not bring politics into it. But I think what we want to do is move away from an approach where there is suddenly a slightly random few £100 million found for a loan guarantee for a factory somewhere that is producing. It could be turbine blades, but it could be a gigafactory. It could be EV manufacturing. There's so many things in the low carbon value chain that it could be, and already you're seeing with a new government, and this is no fault because this unfortunately would happen to any government. You are seeing from Grangemouth to Port Talbot and onwards, you're seeing the government being pushed into making decisions about supply chain for different areas. So these aren't wind quite yet, but they may well be at some point. And again, it leads you to these ad hoc decisions and not a very joined up approach. So what I want from this government, and I think the Offshore Wind Industry Council has done a great job of setting up what industry asks are, is that in the industrial strategy, which hopefully is coming out relatively shortly, we are assured, to actually see a real focus and some real work which goes beyond just some of the things that I think came out of the kind of sector deal, which was fantastic, but I think was a kind of first step in this process, and to think where are those areas that we really know we can profit, and more than that, how can we join up all of these different institutions? Because I think we heard such a great kind of view earlier about how disconnected everything can seem, and how it can seem like there's not really any one person who's deciding on everything from, you know, the planning and connections regime through to how local authorities deal with manufacturing plants. Like all of these are very complicated, and they all have kind of different authorities that are running them. And so what I love from the government is a unified sense of how are we going to marshal those institutions to the extent that they can control them to actually bring them to an aim. So I think others will have views about exactly what parts of the supply chain we should benefit from. I'd rather we just made a decision at this point. I will take whichever areas anyone else wants to focus on, as long as we can just decide on them and then take that long-term plan, which gives confidence beyond just the CFD regime, which is great, which gives that long-term confidence to supply chain, which is what we're lacking at the moment.
Great, yeah, I completely agree. I've been calling for industrial strategy for a long time personally as well, based on our research, and also for material strategy, not just a critical material strategy, but all of them, including the foundation materials such as concrete and steel as well. Steve, can I come to you? Because you mentioned that you've developed this great detailed strategy. And I was wondering whether you have highlighted or whether you have found any parts of the supply chain where you felt that the region was particularly well positioned to take up the opportunity.
I think the answer to this question happens at two levels. At the strategic level for the country, the Industrial Growth Plan has done a very good job of looking at the areas where we have capacity. We've looked at the regional level. We've looked generally across the region and then in more detail. The first thing you have an advantage of is location. Yeah, we are really close. We're right in the middle of the Celtic Sea, so we're perfectly placed. And you can't, that's our USP. And it matters because the steaming time for an integration, from an integration port to the locations is about 3 days. It's about 72 to 144 miles. So we're not going to do integration anywhere else but in the Celtic Sea. 3 ports, Port of Milford Haven, Port Talbot and Falmouth. It won't happen from anywhere else. That's just a fact. When we looked as well, I mean, we know, for example, that if you look across the Great South West and Wales, you know, lots of steel and heavy industry onshore in South Wales. Composites, National Composite Centre up in Bristol. We have in Falmouth probably one of the best offshore renewable hubs in the country. When I was sort of working more detail in the sector, I think 80% of the tidal turbines installed in the world have been installed by Cornish companies. So there's a lot of expertise in that sort of area. We're very interested in ships, very good at ship design in this country, and some really good ship design. Arrays, cables, I should say, inter-array cables, very, very interesting area that we could actually locate close. And last but by no means least, coming back to that locational thing, operation and maintenance will have to happen from local. So it's going to have to happen from local. So that's why we're sort of thinking ahead in it. So those are areas which I think. There is also another subtle thing. We worked, when we did this Missing Middle report, we worked with a genius called Michael Warner, who's a specialist in local content. And one of the phrases that I picked up from him was design to local. Design to local. So what does that mean? It means that if you've got a choice between, for example, steel floating foundations or concrete floating foundations, then a concrete floating foundation is something that almost certainly could be and would be constructed locally, less likely a steel foundation. So again, design to local is a very interesting way of thinking about it.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, it makes every sense to produce the floating bases nearby because they are absolutely humongous and you wouldn't want to be dragging them around the world necessarily. I'll add one to the opportunities before going to the next question. And I'll also try to get to the audience for one question as well. So start thinking if you want to position one. So one actually area where we are doing quite well as the UK, also internationally, is actually already in the end-of-use supply chain. We have investigated the wind market at end-of-use, And what we see is that more than half of turbines currently already get reused. So they just get taken down and built up somewhere else as a turbine again. So turbine reuse is a really big market already, and the UK is well placed for that. We have various successful businesses active in the reuse market that are looking to expand and to invest as well in different places. Remanufacturing is starting. Of course, remanufacturing, to fully benefit from that, it would help to have a manufacturing supply chain in the first place, because it makes sense that you're going to remanufacture where also you are manufacturing, because you need similar skills. Right, so I want to ask, starting with Mike, a question about policy. I know that we like to criticize government, but actually I want to put it more positively this time. We've got a new government. What is positive about the change that they have proposed so far? You know, we've seen Great British Energy being proposed, the National Wealth Fund. Are there any highlights for you that make you positive about the future?
I think with any new government, and we have a new government, comes opportunity as well as uncertainty. And the opportunity is sending a clear direction of travel, one that is aspirational and at the same time has a measure of realism in it. So we need to understand the direction of travel for wind in a way that allows companies to invest to get that, invest to get that. The real challenge, if we have too tight a target where people already believe they will fail, they won't invest to try and make those opportunities. So some realism at the same time as some aspiration, a real creative tension there. And then I think we look to really understand the best that GB Energy and the Infrastructure Bank and others can really offer the whole of the industry going forward, because none of them have enough money in themselves to solve anything on their own. But they have enough money and will in them to align government interest with capital interest and local investor interest to really see if we have an aligned outcome. Some really insightful work done there already, I know. And I think one of the opportunities by seeing Great British Energy being positioned in Aberdeen as its central base is it can tie into, within 30 miles of Aberdeen, pretty much every company involved in the energy sector one way or another is invested and involved. So it has a huge network to tie into, which can leverage opportunities right across the UK. So build on those, and I think that can be a great foundation, but it's got a lot more work to do to actually build a building.
Excellent. All right, thank you. I feel like, Andy, you've already shared a few things, but...
About the new government? Well, look, I mean, I think the biggest thing should be...
Want to add anything short?
Well, just look at Clean Power 2030. Granted, no one quite knows what it is or what it's going to look like, but I think the one thing we can say about it is a rapid increase in clean energy with a government that is clearly very much behind projects, not just that are going to be generating by 2030, but almost certainly beyond that. And, you know, actually, I think this was a success of the last government as well. The offshore wind programme was a real success of the Conservative government. However, you can see a real kind of renewed ambition from the new Labour government to do this, and I see that as only a positive thing. Yes, there are complications. You know, what might GB Energy mean for a notional equity stake in future fixed bottom offshore? I'm not saying there aren't complexities that come with it. This is a more interventionist, a more statist government. Of course we're going to end up with that. But clearly when it comes to a rapid rollout of these projects, and particularly trying to get the kind of planning and grid timelines down, I think this is only positive.
Great, thank you. Finishing with you, Steve?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to say one thing I think it's important for the government to understand, which was, to me, the CFD failure, so to speak, was an obvious thing that was going to happen. If you looked at the cost of capital, which had gone up significantly, but also the input costs, not only commodities, but also oil. So oil costs were high, and if you look at my supply chain, it's dominated by diesel. Absolutely dominated by diesel, so if oil prices are high, then expect costs to go up. So I think realism in there, and we need some sort of flexibility in the way that we think about CFDs. In terms of what's looking positive, I think Great British Energy and the Crown Estate partnerships looks positive to me. I hope, though, that that's not centralised in the way that it works, but it's devolved, because as far as I'm concerned, it's much better to actually devolve as much as you can policy design and policy execution to the regions who know their places and know their region and can actually do things and understand their waters. I think the next thing I would ask for, and I think we'll hopefully see it, is policy stability. And I've heard this again from the financial section. I completely understand that, the policy stability. The last thing, if I had an ask, I haven't got it, but if I had an ask, I'd love to think that we could start to think, could we possibly manufacture turbines in this country? I can't think why we can't. You've got Rolls-Royce, and Lord knows why Rolls-Royce aren't involved in it. And if you don't manufacture turbines in the country, it's very, very difficult to get your local content anywhere near above 60 or so percent, because 38% or something like that is the turbine. So if we could do this, even if it were under license, it would be a really good thing. When we did some analysis a couple of years ago using a model that we built to understand what this all looked like. Very quickly, it's more expensive slightly to do things in UK, but it's half the carbon content if you do things in UK. And when you start to think about it like that, you can see that there are advantages in working this way.
And that is definitely an advantage to go for. I want to give opportunity for a question from the floor. So we've been given space for one question. I see a hand in the back, so let's go there.
Hi there, thanks.
Name and organisation
it's on now.
And the question.
Thanks, yeah. Robert Birch here from Energy UK as well. So there's been a lot of discussion around domestic supply chains and also around things like steel and concrete. Does the panel have any reflections on the potential impact of carbon border adjustment mechanisms for supply chains? That's it, really. Pretty simple question.
Excellent question. Thank you. Yes, the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Who wants to reply on this?
Gosh, I'll dive in quick. Sorry, the question was a little hard to hear from someone on the stage. But carbon border adjustment mechanisms, my goodness, we could spend the rest of the day on this one and would not all align hands. It paints a wider picture of industrial policy aligning with energy policy in the UK and across Europe, made harder, forgive me, because of the fun and games of Brexit. Going forward, if we have two choices for wider energy policy, not just wind, but carbon storage as well, we can either set a set of policies that actually drive heavy engineering industry out of the UK and indeed beyond Europe, or we can find a way to create an environment where that works. And CBAM's carbon border adjustment mechanisms, as well as robust carbon prices, have to be part of that future, aligned with Europe and aligned with a more focused set of common energy standards. So we'll have one, please.
All right, thank you for sharing your view. Any other replies to this particular question?
I'm not sure it's clear yet what the impact is, and I think sector by sector, everyone is looking at the CBAM, which hasn't arrived yet. It's arriving beginning of 2026, at least on the EU side, UK side arriving a bit later, and having to think, what does this actually mean for prices, basically? And I think, you know, I spoke originally about how a fundamental conundrum of the offshore wind in the UK was, do we do it really cheap, or do we do it with some more, slightly more expensive, but with some more domestic supply chain? And I think the third issue which is coming down the road is carbon content. And I'm not saying that is ignored at the moment, it's absolutely not, but that actually we are moving towards, whether you call them government mandates or not, whether you call them CBAMs, where they are essentially obliging at least as good a carbon content level as you would find through domestic manufacturing from international sellers. And I think that is broadly a positive thing, because absolutely to the point, we can't. There are certain areas where maybe, let's take solar panels. We're not going to domesticate that supply chain. It's much cheaper, much faster, and almost certainly overall at lower carbon count to let China do it and dominate 80% of the supply chain. Clearly, for wind, that is not the case, but we do need to recognise that you can't decarbonise in the UK if it comes to the detriment of kind of essentially higher emissions elsewhere. So it is a sensible policy, but I'm not sure we've figured out quite yet how to really kind of incorporate that into our sense of what the kind of balance of priorities should be for the offshore wind programme. So I would imagine that will come in the next 2 or 3 years in this government, but we're not quite there yet.
All right, and with that, I am going to round up the panel. I would say that if I may summarize very briefly what we've discussed, then it seems that we have a lot of opportunities, but also for the supply chain that it still seems to be quite open, and that we better get around the table with government
to collaboratively specify where we want to focus on in the near and to mid-term future. So thanks a lot to our panel. Please join me in thanking them, and we move on to the next session.
Excellent. Thank you, Anne, Adam, Michael, and Stephen for the panel. And if I could ask the... oh, no, that's okay. We've got Adam coming up next. But if I could offer that the session I will do after the afternoon break will effectively be a supply chain session as well. So any questions you've got from that, we only took one from the floor, but I'm sure we'll have time for that later as well, because I'll be talking clearly about the supply chain. But before we do, so we're going to kind of do a supply chain sandwich, and we're going to look a little bit at permitting and licensing. And if we kind of think, Miliband's name came up earlier, but one of the four horsemen of Ed's apocalypse, key to the sort of timeline of project development that contributes to the investment attractiveness of any nation is consenting, and an area that must be supported by policy, and therefore part of that thread that we'll be looking at today. So, for example, the UK offshore projects we need for 60 gigawatts by 2030, less than 40% of them already have their consent. And that is absolutely critical for that market certainty via CFD to reaching FID, and therefore consent is both an urgent and a defining kind of critical path topic. So very happy to welcome back on stage Adam Ezamel, Head of Offshore Development for England and Wales for RWE. He's been working in the energy sector since 2005, exclusively in offshore wind industry since 2012. He's had project leadership positions, as I think you mentioned earlier, for a number of developers, including Vattenfall and EDF. Currently looks after RWE's 9-gigawatt North Sea development pipeline. So come on stage, please, Adam. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andrew. So I haven't been working in the development space of offshore wind for all that long, probably about 5 years in total. My career started off in the offshore construction side of the industry. So I've watched with amazement soil samples being retrieved from 50 meters below the seabed. I've watched as a very clever, in some awe, as a very clever ROV operator steers a 2,000-ton jacket into the seabed using some submersible pumps. I've watched both Vestas and Siemens install blades, 20-ton blades, 120 meters up in the sky with utter precision. That should not be the easy part of our industry, but I feel that it is. And that's certainly what my transition to the development side of things has taught me. So I think we're in the space in our industry where the technology, with the exception of floating, of course, but the technology is widely understood, relatively de-risked, and we know how to deploy fixed offshore wind in really quite challenging circumstances, as we've proven over the last 10 to 15 years. The two things that need to change, as Andrew has indicated in the introduction, are the way we permit and plan, and also the route to market. And I want to just focus on those in the next few minutes. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. So the first is, does the current framework deliver? You've already given the answer, Andrew, to the question. So I'm very sceptical that it does, but there tends to be a lot of focus on the DCO process itself. Now, from what I've seen in other jurisdictions, the DCO, development consent order process in itself, isn't necessarily a problem. I think it's actually a well-understood, a well-run, a well-regulated piece of legislation, and it works. And I think actually Scotland could do with adopting the DCO, but of course, as it's an English concept, the likelihood of that happening is, I would think, quite remote. But the DCO system is vulnerable to two issues. It's vulnerable to delay, and it's vulnerable to judicial review. Basically, if you're not a lawyer or a consents expert, it ain't fantastic. It's not untypical to see projects in planning for 10 to 15 years. Now, I used to think that the projects I worked on were the outlier because I was always focused on specific projects. But you just look around the industry, it is not uncommon for projects to be mired in the planning system for a very, very long time indeed. If we take the example of round 3, leasing round 3, Charlie, it was 2010, I think, something like that, 2010 round 3. There will be round 3 projects still coming on stream into the 2030s. So it will have taken over 20 years to get electrons into the system. And that, I think, it's all very well for governments to declare climate emergencies and the like, but 20 years to bring projects to fruition is simply not going to cut it. An issue that's becoming increasingly important now with the increasing lead times in the sector that we see with the bigger projects, particularly with HVDC, is now the amount of capital that developers have put at risk for a very long time. So previously with projects of the order of 100 to 500 megawatts, maybe waiting 5, 8, 10 years for a consent wasn't such a big deal. But we've now got hundreds of millions of pounds out the door before 2 critical milestones in projects have been reached in the UK. The first is the consent itself, and the second is the route to market. And actually very soon it's going to be 9 figures that developers will have out the door, commonplace before one or both of those is secured. And I ask you guys, is that really a fantastic investment environment? I don't think so. And my job within RWE is to champion the UK as a place for RWE to put its euros rather than other places around the globe. And this is something that we and our colleagues, other developers are really going to struggle with in the coming years. So I guess that's a short summary on where we are. We definitely need to change. The second question, and this is more me as a non-consents person trying to ask some difficult questions. So the next question is the current system proportionate? I don't know if any of you have seen what is required to be submitted for a development consent order. It's mind-blowing. You are talking thousands of documents and tens of thousands of pages of work, frequently done by consultancies, frequently done very well. But to what end? I find myself asking. And it doesn't end there, because typically you will then, the fruit of your labour will be a development consent order, which may have 3 figures worth of conditions which you then have to discharge over the course of your construction. It is really, really challenging. And let's be clear, the consequences of breaching a consent are a criminal sanction. Right? So, of course, developers are going to comply with their consents. And related to the previous point about the vulnerability of the system to judicial review, one of the reasons I think we probably go above and beyond what we need to do is because we're so nervous about falling into a judicial review situation. Is that abused sometimes? No doubt. I mean, a judicial review really should be to eke out egregious flaws in the planning system. I mean, we know because opponents of developments I've worked on in the past have told me so, that they have used the judicial review simply as to inconvenience the developer. And, taking cases as far as the Supreme Court could delay a project by 2 to 3 years, but will cost the complainants very, very little, especially if they're well funded. Birds are a very, very big issue and are going to be increasingly important in terms of getting consents. Now, we've got to remember, why are we doing offshore wind? We are doing it for I would argue, three primary reasons. But one of which is, of course, mitigating the impacts of climate change. Now, I've seen bird studies which, might forecast on a very, very bad day, you might get 500 birds at threat every year from an offshore wind farm. But at the moment, due to climate-induced warming of the seas, the sand eel fishery in the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean is simply collapsing. So we're not going to see hundreds of birds dead because of those issues. We're going to see complete collapses of our seabird populations. And actually, this is something we're already seeing in the Norwegian sector, where there is no offshore wind. So I think that is definitely something to think about. I know that this bird issue has been going on. I think the first judicial review by the RSPB was back in 2012, but birds are now holding up several consent decisions, I think most notably from our colleagues SSE at the Berwick Bank wind farm. Now, I'm not cheerleading on behalf of a competitor here, but it's in everybody's interest for all of the projects that are in development to come through, and I really wish SSE a speedy consent decision for Berwick Bank. And I guess the final issue, which is becoming less of a problem for the offshore sector, but more a problem for the enabling infrastructure which is required to support the offshore sector, is, of course, visual impact. Now, we're kind of retreating from the days where offshore wind farms were a blight on the horizon, simply because they're so far offshore. However, pylons are a big issue, and we frequently hear both politicians and stakeholder groups with the slight cognitive dissonance that they're very, very supportive of offshore wind farm projects, but wholly opposed to pylons and grid infrastructure required to support. Now, you can't have your cake and eat it. We often explain to those stakeholder groups that this is actually an economic problem, because there is the technology to offshore or underground cables, but I think the order of magnitude, there's an order of magnitude cost differential, in fact probably more in some cases. Although we note that on the continent, more and more TSOs are actually moving to undergrounding their grid infrastructure. So there are a lot of issues. Interesting, your stat at the beginning, Andrew, that only 40% or 45, I think, % of the projects needed to meet the government targets are consented. That probably means we need to consent something like 20 gigawatts of projects to get to the government's targets, and that is a very, very challenging. I struggle to see how that can be done in the current setup without significant delays. So, what could better look like? We talk about the energy transition as if it's the first time that society has done such a thing, but of course it ain't. I think there's a famous example. The backbone of the existing national grid system was conceived and constructed in an 8-year period in the late 1920s and early 1930s. So Acts of Parliament and the construction of something like 6,000 kilometres of overhead line and 30,000 pylons. If they did that in the 1920s and 30s, we ought to be able to deal with the relatively modest changes that we need to make to decarbonise our system, I would argue. We also did something quite similar in the 1950s, where we, I think, installed something like 10 to 12 nuclear reactors in a 10-year period, and we're not quite doing as well with Hinkley and Sizewell, to put it mildly. What I would like to see, and I'm not speaking on behalf of my organisation here, but what I would see is some kind of presumption of consent at the point of leasing. We do not decide, and this is a great misnomer of the public, we as developers do not decide where we put our wind farms. I mean, Jeremy just showed the search areas that the Crown Estate has announced for, I think, for the upcoming round 6. Wind farms are much of a muchness. We know what they're going to look like. There'll be a certain number of turbines, which will be on a megawatt per kilometre basis. They will be connected by inter-array cabling, which will be buried into the seabed, and the relevant support structure that's best suited to those conditions and those turbines will be selected. And it will be a gravity base, a monopile, a jacket, or floating. So we know what offshore wind farms look like. So is there not a way that within certain parameters consent can be presumed at the time of leasing? And actually, if if something, I know that's quite a radical idea, but if something like that were done, it would not only greatly speed up the way we do offshore wind, but we would also do it better because we would invest more earlier on in the project life cycles because we would have much less capital at risk. Now, I note with interest the announcement from the Spanish government last week, which is actually proposing to do exactly this. They're calling it the 3-in-1. So you get your lease, your consent, and your route to market, which will be a CFD of up to 30 years, all together at once. And that is a very, very interesting model. We're a very long way away from that, as I suggested, but it goes to show, I think, if the political will is there, that it can be done. And the last thing I would suggest in terms of what could be better in terms of the regulatory space of our industry is for governments to stop putting the developers as middlemen between them and the supply chain. Please, let's have a direct discussions between supply chain and governments. That is how Denmark, the Netherlands and Belgium really raced ahead of the UK despite us deploying far more offshore wind. It's incentives, it's tax breaks, it's those kind of discussions. But putting developers in that we don't know about, it's not our area of expertise, and I worry that we're going to mess it up. So send the right signal through a long-term strategy to support the sector via the CFD. The CFD is a great system. I think the DCO is a good system. It can be tweaked. We can definitely do better. I've advocated quite a radical solution just there. But what's clear is if we carry on like we are, we're simply not going to meet our targets, and we're at risk of slowing the industry down just at the moment where we should be accelerating it. So I'll stop there and invite any questions from the floor, should there be any.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks. Can we have questions for Adam, please? Yeah, there is one straight away. Otherwise, yeah. Andrew here at the front.
I was wondering if you had any. Well, it's quite niche, so you might not be an area that you're familiar with. But whether you have any comments about the ongoing tax case on Gunfleet Sands and how that impacts the costs that go towards consent and permitting.
I'm sorry, I don't have any knowledge of that case whatsoever.
Do you want to explain the case?
Can you expand?
So it's a case that's going through Court of Appeal at the moment. I think it's at the second appeal stage. And if HMRC are successful, then costs associated with consent are not deductible for tax and have to be disallowed. Ocean winds is our single biggest finance risk.
Well, I wasn't aware of that. I mean, that sends a strange signal because it kind of implies that they're not...
Yeah, the signal is that, yeah, all the costs or many of the costs associated with consenting are so far removed from the cost of building a wind farm that they cannot be allowed for tax purposes.
Removed in terms of timeline or in terms of...
Removed as in distant from the actual construction of a physical asset.
Yeah. Wow. That's one I suggest we want to lobby on.
Yeah, well, I hope common sense prevails on that one. That's all I can say.
So it's I think it's second appeal stage at the moment.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, it's interesting. We'll have to look at what happened. Thanks. More questions for Adam? Yeah, Charlie, please. We did have one at the back there. I don't know if that's disappeared. We can take one quick one. Yeah, Steve. So Charlie and Steve, and then I think we'll call it. Thanks.
Hi, Adam. Thanks very much. A lot of really good points in there. Just building on the scenario of a deemed consent, do you think that plays into the discussion with the Crown Estate and even the partnership with GB Energy about how much they should be developing? And do you think there's a point that maybe they should be taking it forward? Yeah. Where would you draw the line before it then comes out to market, if indeed that's what's going to happen?
I think that's exactly the kind of discussion I want to be having with the Crown Estate and GB Energy on what their partnership could result in. I think the company I work for is particularly exposed at this moment, but you've had recent experience of this, where you've got a CEO asking why the hell you've spent, £1.5 billion on a project when you've got no route to market, or in some cases not even a consent. I don't think that is a sustainable situation. Now, I'll be frank, we're having a debate internally because some people in RWE, for example, think that's our USP. That's where we add value in getting a consent. But I think, actually, in terms of the bigger picture, I don't think it's going to take very long for the current situation to become unsustainable. So I would like to have an open conversation with, other developers, GB and TCA, about actually them doing much more work up front to de-risk sites that eventually developers take on. Because, the way I put it, and I've fallen into the trap 2 or 3 times already today, of referring to RWE as a developer. Well, ultimately, we're actually a generator. Yeah. That's what we do. We just happen to develop a lot of the assets that we run. So our interest is in operating and maintaining assets and trading the power that we supply. Development, less so. Now, I've probably put myself out of a job just there. But there's a discussion to be had, certainly, with the Crown Estate and GB Energy. And I wonder how radical that they're willing to think about this.
Yeah, development should be a means to an end, shouldn't it? An end in itself. There's some different approach. Stephen, then, please, quickly. Thank you.
Terrific points, Adam. I really enjoyed them. And if you want support in taking them forward, I'm with you. I think this issue is on pre-consent. We've been thinking a lot about what we call zonal planning. Why on earth can't we just consent the whole of the Celtic Sea in broad terms, using data that's gathered by the British government or local entities, or a mixture of that? And to me, it's just beyond belief that actually that we've got to go and consent each and every project. And if you talk to the birds, they don't care which project it is. Whereas if we were actually to do it in a way that we're thinking about doing, I can't see any risk with that. And I suppose in a way I'm just agreeing with you rather than asking a question other than, is that an idea to which you would subscribe?
Yeah, so, basically what you're referring to is kind of an HRA on steroids, right? So you do your survey work, you use it to inform your spatial planning, and your spatial planning, as I guess I was alluding to, comes up with a plan for future offshore wind where the consent risk is, to all intents and purposes, gone. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. On that sort of more positive, aspirational highlight, I think we'll call it we're a gentle few minutes behind schedule, but let's call it for a afternoon tea break. If you could please be back in at 15:55, all the fives, so 5:24, not 4 o'clock, 5:24, please, and we'll try and therefore keep everyone finishing on time. And thanks again to Adam, and please give him a round of applause, and then we're going to get a cup of tea. come on back in, people. I hear we had to go old school with the school bell, because that extra 5 minutes obviously was needed. But thanks for rejoining, everyone. I hope you had a quick refresh, recharge. Thanks for those online who are still bearing with us. I have no idea how many are still joining us. Oh, here we go. Delegate questionnaire, your feedback is important to us. So you've got the questionnaires on your table. It'd be great if you would fill those in for the chance of a bottle of champagne and help improve future formats. Use of school bell will be one I will put down on that. Good. Okay, so I think we've got a couple of sessions left, one of which the next speaker needs no introduction, or gets no introduction, because it's me. So I will take it off until we have our last session. And I've been asked, I was asked to talk a little bit about technology, so I decided to stick on a subject that is both relevant to us in the UK and specifically relevant to this sector, because it is all about the blade. So you can put the theme tune to that in your own minds. I want you to sort of cast your minds 8th of January 2017. A damp low mist clings to the city of Hull, emanating from the 250 cubic meters per second of the languid but lethal brown River Humber, funneling past the city on that winter morning. Early commuters look up from their buses or from their plodding feet in somnambulant state in surprise. And some 1,000 workers, most from homes within the city postcode, are freshly trained but still tentatively getting used to their new roles, despite beating 27,000 of their fellow applicants in new roles secured in a nascent energy industry in their own city. They're filing gleaming into a humming, sprawling facility built into a new piece of Yorkshire reclaimed from the turgid River Humber, and thus repurposing a dilapidated Victorian coal terminal. And it's this view that I'm talking about. Plenty more of their fellow citizens will look up sharply, stare and chatter incredulously as their double-decker buses glide underneath the cetacean new structure of epoxy resin, glass fibre and balsa wood that now dominates Queen Victoria Square in the city of Hull. This miraculously appeared, i.e. it was planned meticulously and securely, overnight on that morning some 7 years ago. This is Blade, and it was an art piece used to showcase the first ever 75-metre offshore wind turbine wing produced from the Siemens Gamesa port and factory in Hull. That now sits as a gate guard for the site that you can see here, and that's how it looked until 2021, with its production facility in the background and the jacked-up wind turbine installation vessels in the foreground, preparing to install turbines for the Hornsea projects off the Yorkshire coast and currently still the largest wind farms in the world. These blades are 75 metres long, towers close to 100 metres high and 500 tonnes, with generators weighing close to 400 tonnes. These are old technology. They powered 7 megawatt turbines, which are now half the power capacity of the projects being built in UK waters. For a sense of scale, if you look between the two vessels, those are porter cabins stacked too high. That facility sits within the portfolio of Siemens Energy Wind Power, one of 4 businesses of Siemens Energy since they fully reacquired Siemens Gamesa. Our technology covers 1/6 of the world's electricity, and in the UK we employ about 6,000 people across 4 main manufacturing sites and dozens of other locations covering the energy transition, everything from hydrogen-ready gas turbines, interconnectors, electrolyzers, and of course onshore and offshore wind. We lead the world for our offshore wind supply chain, as well as in the UK with our unique factory and port investment of Hull. We've installed 70% of the UK's offshore turbines that ring the coastline of the UK, as well as 70% of the offshore electrical platforms that collect and export those 15 gigawatts of electrons that produce for our grid. But this is all about the blade. Wind energy that we convert to electricity comes from that kinetic energy of wind and the cylinder of air passing through the sweep of a rotor. I'll come to the last bit in a moment, but for now, power, wind speed is the key. The more energy that moves per unit of time through that column, generates the more electricity. And that's why the UK and the North Sea, with higher wind speeds and more windy days, are such a main market for offshore wind. The colder the air, also, the more dense it is, and therefore the more energy we can derive from it. But the only way we can control wind speed for any given country is where we put the turbines. And deeper waters, therefore further offshore, stronger, more consistent winds become key. A longer blade, is also useful for higher tip heights because they then reach the stronger, cleaner air higher above the ground or sea. I hope this is not news to all of you, but maybe to some of you. Turbines must be separated, as you see in that top picture, sufficiently to ensure they don't cannibalize their own neighbor's clean wind with their turbulent afterflow, so-called wake effects. But this must be balanced by the extra cost of cabling, seabed area rental, and even operation and maintenance costs of sailing factored over 25 to 30 years that a larger site will demand. Another benefit of longer blades, and therefore of more powerful turbines, is that we therefore need fewer turbines, fewer foundations, shorter construction time, fewer maintenance teams to service the very same amount of megawatts that all adds up to cost savings. Effectively, this is economies of scale from a turbine, from each turbine, as well as the economies of scale we get from bigger farms. But that means bigger ships, bigger cranes, bigger quaysides, more innovation, more investment. We'll come on to the challenges of that slightly later. But the main reason that it's all about the blade is that, and those becoming ever longer, is that for a given wind speed, the power is proportionate to the swept area of the turbine rotor. So if you remember that at the area of a circle is pi r squared, you follow that power is proportionate to the square of the radius. And here, the radius is the length of our blade. So any extra length we can get on the blade gives a square return on power, annual electricity production, and ultimately profit. By way of example, the first project I installed was an onshore wind farm up in Scotland with a 30-meter blade length and a turbine capacity of 1.3 megawatts. We have just installed, in the pictures you saw earlier, off the Scottish Moray Firth, turbines that are 14.7 megawatts in capacity, with blades 108 meters long. So if you do some quick maths, the blade length has increased some 3.5 times, while the power capacity has increased more than 11 times for every single turbine. Those blades are 4.5 meters in diameter at the root end. So a decent basketball player could shoot a three-pointer into the blade from the root end without touching anything. And for reference, one rotation of those turbines could power the average UK home for 2.5 days. If I talk for the time I'm allotted, one of those turbines could power one of your homes for more than a year. So if it's all about the blade, what are they all about? Well, we call them blades, but they're actually wings, designed to fly based on the Bernoulli imbalance of air pressure, flowing further and therefore faster on the upper surface than the lower. But for this wing, it flies in a circular motion and drives the rotator of a permanently energized magnet generator. Siemens technology certainly doesn't use gearboxes offshore. It then excites the electrons inside that magnetic field and causes them to flow as electricity. But blades are a people thing. To date, the innovation and urgency to increase blade production has not resulted in any fully automated process. We don't have 3D printing of blades nor robotic production. There's no breakthrough there, and the industry is still one of handcrafting, albeit with rigorous testing and verification of strength to allow them to survive 25 years. And that in harsh marine conditions with tip speeds of over 250 miles per hour. That's why we employ 1,300 people at our site in Hull, all recruited with a high bias for continuous improvement and trained from scratch in the practice of perfecting that precision product. Siemens technology is unique in the integral blade design, where 2 mold covers encase a central strengthening carbon web, layered with balsa wood and glass fiber sheet, which is then vacuum infused with epoxy resin and heat cured before extracting a protective mandrel to leave a strong, single cast hollow blade, the largest integral glass fiber structure ever built. Continuous R&D is employed for production speed, accuracy, inspection, material strength, and weight saving. We employ leading-edge protection, erosion protection, and we constantly test and improve that. We deploy vortex and turbulence generators on the blade, and they're applied to the surface of the blades that mimic bird wings and claw that little bit more power out of every turbine. O&M, with the use of drones and AI, with robotic for inspection and repair, are deployed especially in those leading edges where they are bombarded with water, dust, and salt particles at, as I say, up to 250 miles per hour for around 70 million rotations in their lifetime. The factory you see shown here has produced more than 2,300 blades since 2017. It's gone from making 75-meter to 81, then 96-meter blades, including export to Europe and Asia. It was then expanded and 2 new buildings added, as you see in the bottom picture, to cope with the current 108-meter blades we produce in the UK, as well as a project currently being produced for Taiwan. But it's now being prepared for further retrofitting to go from 108 to 115-meter blades. It never ends. But this 54-hectare site that hosts it, specially reinforced quaysides, massive storage area, the most advanced in the sector at the time of building, having accommodated the expansion of our factory, is now too small and only just strong enough for the next generation of turbines that are going to be marshaled out of it. For those, the nacelles are some 800 tons, the towers 900 tons and 130 meters tall, and those blades are now each 60 tons of weight on their 108-meter wingspan. It just shows the investment in this industry has to be cyclical and it has to be ahead of demand. So the future for us, we think, is still longer blades and therefore bigger turbines. It therefore means bigger ports and bigger factories even for staying the same on capacity production. We don't see a limit necessarily, a technical limit of the biggest the turbine can get and a blade can get and therefore a turbine can get. However, we do see diminishing returns on that extra scale and therefore a slowing down of the sector's growth. There are a number of areas where we see this manifesting. Firstly, there's the cube-square law, which is the one that says that although the power goes up to the square of the radius and the length of the blade, the mass of foundations and supporting structure beneath it go up to the cube of that. And therefore, you will see the undermining of the improvements from that output of each blade length, unless you can innovate and change on your structures, materials, and designs to keep that mass down. We also see that supply chain response. Who's going to make the ships, the ports, the cranes, the equipment ahead of the demand when, and how will we ensure that our supply chain keeps making money when we keep asking them to make bigger kit and they therefore reach obsolescence of their current investments so quickly in a way that I've just shown for you. And indeed, Siemens Gamesa, Siemens Energy's wind power business has struggled with that cost curve. And as I mentioned earlier, we are subsidizing the offshore wind industry right now. For a case in point, we are investing that further £50 million in Hull to upgrade the equipment from the 108-meter blades, which bolts are barely even kind of dry from the grease where we've just put them in the factory, to retooling the whole of the mold and lifting equipment and moving equipment to the 115 blade. One way this change might manifest is in modular blades, some form of two-part blade that could be transported in smaller sections and then assembled for offshore installation. This path is, of course, fraught with challenges on blade strength and integrity, as well as offshore assembly, time, cost, and quality risks. Remember, everything we do offshore costs at least 10 times what we do in a factory onshore. On the electrical side, the increased voltage of the power we're producing creates a step change in the balance of plant needed to shift those electrons. For example, we're demanding and expecting much more high voltage direct current infrastructure than we've had to date because of the distance to shore and the quantity of power we're moving. So those costs of investment initially have to increase until maybe the supply chain can respond, and that inevitably flattens the growth curve. But perhaps the focus will turn instead, as we had the discussion earlier on, a big enough turbine for now. And we exploit instead the larger market for offshore wind that are floating, where we can unlock additional countries that don't have the shallow seabeds that we have. If we can solve that Gordian knot of foundation design, marshalling infrastructure, and maintenance solutions needed to get the bobbing baby brother off underway. For us, we prioritized on solving a problem created by the very strength of the blades that we produce, that of circularity. So now with our new dissolvable resin blade, constituent materials are able to be fully separated for processing after life. Some think the future of wind is hundreds of small blades in a single installation in the sea, and some think it has none. And maybe they're right, but until those concepts are proven and they can scale them up, then the heavy lifting in wind power for the energy transition will be done by these 15 and more megawatt behemoths. For the UK, with Ed Miliband's ambition of 60 gigawatts of offshore wind representing the UK's electricity backbone by 2030, beyond that which is already being built or spinning, that means an extra 39 gigawatts of capacity needs to be built in the form of, say, 2,000 more offshore turbines, so 6,000 blades of our size and inevitably bigger. And that means our factory and those giant wings they produce will be in demand for the rest of this decade and well beyond. And certainly for Hull, it will still all be about the blade. Thank you. I said I wanted to try and move through a little bit quickly to see if we could get some questions. So on supply chain topics generally from the panel and anything for me, we're still about 5 behind, but I caught up a little bit of time before our last fireside chat. So I'm happy to take any questions from the floor. Josh there.
Thanks, Andrew. Just thinking with what you touched upon the problem of, well, some of the challenges caused by innovation and moving so quickly. In terms, from your perspective, from a supply chain perspective, what lessons should we bank from fixed bottom that we now need to apply for floating wind?
Yeah, thank you for that one. I'll pivot a little bit to why we invested in Hull in the first place. And I kind of paraphrased this in the break a little bit to somebody. Hearing the trend of the discussions, maybe that's what I should have talked about a little bit more. We invested in Hull not because of the CFD. We invested in Hull because of a pre-CFD mechanism that allowed us to look at a certain market certainty in the North Sea, and especially on the east coast of the Humber, a collaboration with national, local government, universities, local schools, key developers that said they would buy our product, and that gave us the kind of certainty of a certain pipeline, at least 8 gigawatts, I think, as we started talking about, to invest. Floating is not there yet, and I think the key one I would say, I won't talk about my analogy of teaching a baby to eat lobster, but we have floating that needs to be incubated and nurtured, and we're trying to make it compete straight away for a CFD in the way that offshore wind didn't until we had a good, I think, 6 gigawatts deployed, and 10 gigawatts by the time we got the first CFD actually in the water. So I think the UK really needs to look long and hard, back to that question about how much do we want to pay for offshore wind. Do we need to do floating because we've got the shallow seas? Therefore, we really have to look long and hard. Why would we be doing floating? Is it because we want to make something that we can export services and manufacture? In which case, we have to go hard at it quickly and incubate it. Make sure that we do the test and demonstration projects in certain regions. That doesn't mean we have to do competitions out for everything. I think we need to be a little bit selective and say we want this region to focus on this technology and demonstrate it, and we want this region to focus on this sort of skill area and demonstrate it, collaborate between the two, and then look to get a number, good half a dozen of projects away that we then take lots of lessons from and that then we sort of exploit it at scale. Expecting it to go the way that fixed has gone through the CFD, I think is naive, and I don't think we're going to get there. So I'm hoping that this government is going to listen, and that's one of the areas that GB Energy and the focus of the new government could come to, leaving offshore wind where it's fixed bottom where it is, and focusing on how do we accelerate and exploit floating for the nation's interests. So, yeah, just my thoughts. And I think just to sort of reinforce the challenge with floating, Siemens Energy is not able to give its full focus on floating because of the volume and the emphasis and the profitability of the projects that need to be focused for fixed, and that volume being the key one. We can't do every 5-turbine demonstrator for floating, even though we'd love to, because those take significant resources that we just don't have because we haven't got, the money that we need to be able to put that way, and it all costs, and it's all opportunity cost, if not actual cost. But thank you for that, Josh. Any final questions, comments? Happy to take comments as well, by the way. So at the front here, and then Charlie.
Thank you. Jimmy Williamson from Scottish National Investment Bank. I'm interested, when you made the investment in Hull, and one of the common themes we see around manufacturers looking at investment opportunities now is a desire, if not a need, to have commitments for future revenue and benchmarking price points internationally. How visible did you have it when you made that investment in Hull around having output for the factory and having confidence that the price you were able to manufacture for was competitive internationally?
Yeah, and I think we weren't initially able to be assured that we were competitive internationally. We did need volt capacity. So we needed to increase capacity for wind power generally. There's a lot of people said, why are we putting it on the east coast of the UK when we've already got production on the west coast of Denmark, it's in the wrong place, etc. We did need increased capacity, so fine. The visibility we had did actually reduce. I think it started out maybe at 10 gigawatts and then it reduced down to 6 or something like that. And funnily enough, our investment did reduce commensurately. Initially, we were going to talk about the nacelle factory on the site where the blade factory is, and the blade factory was going to be slightly back in a site called Paul, and we did reduce it because of that certainty. But we had a good 6 gigawatts of certainty of pipeline. And those are projects that were therefore given that FID enabling regime. So that included the likes of Walney and Beatrice and a few others. I can't remember, I've got them written down elsewhere. That has been assessed as not great value for money by the OBR. However, it has now got 1,300 people working there. It has exported and built 2,300 blades. It has contributed to a number of those wind farms around the country that therefore have got more local content as a result, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think defining the value for money key thing is it's that penny wise, pound foolish. Can we just accept that it's going to cost a few pence more, I think, as was said in one of these panels here, but that we get the longevity of jobs and supply chain. But yes, we did have a good 6 gigawatts of pipeline out there that we knew would go through that port and factory. And from then on, it can wash its own face. It's actually the best performing, most efficient plant we've now got. So that's the result of your investment. Yeah. And quick one from Charlie, if we could, observation or question as we wish.
Hi, Andrew. First of all, I thought your delivery was every bit as impressive as the product you were describing, so thank you very much for that.
So you mean it needs lots of repair?
And I'm also proud to say that I worked on a 1.3 megawatt project with you in Scotland as well as a big offshore. It probably builds on the question there, and going back to what Stephen was saying, I think about 38% of the content of a project coming for the turbines. Yeah. What more would the likes of Siemens require to up what you're doing in the UK? Acknowledging every other country wants their industrial benefits. Is it volume? Is it price certainty?
Yeah.
Is it something else?
And we've not long ago gone round this boy with the government again, because we do need to expand our nacelle production. Inevitably, we're going to go ahead and expand Cuxhaven because it's already there. Our plant on the west coast of Germany where we already make nacelles now. But at one point, that nacelle factory could have gone to the UK. Politically, Siemens, etc., it was taken to Germany, and that decision was made. But perhaps had we got greater certainty of that pipeline back then, that would have stayed, and we'd have had a nacelle factory there and a blade factory there. Now to get it, what we're also looking at is we know that there are, because we've done the rounds now for it, that certain Baltic countries, certain European countries, certain Scandinavian countries will offer a lot more subsidy for a British factory than the UK will. The UK, I'm afraid, you have to jump through every hoop and then you still only get a conditional offer that's subject to due diligence. And that's fallen away for us for our recent investments to expand Hull. We've been disappointed with that. We've been offered 40% capex for projects for developing in other countries in Europe, Baltic and other. So there is a significant gap that would say, actually, why would we build a nacelle factory in the UK? And that's notwithstanding that we'd be overcoming. The UK is a post-industrial country. It doesn't logically have the supply chain feed-in that countries like Germany and France would have for us if we were to build there. And we've done a nacelle factory in France as a result of that, as well as political expectation. But I don't see in any time soon a nacelle factory coming to the UK. The IGP reflects that because we were quite vehement about that. And it's not necessarily what's needed, and we're expanding cooks. But certainly more countries are much more generous, I'm afraid. Thank you so much for those questions. I appreciate it. We had better kick on. I'm now making us late rather than the other way around. What I'd like to do is move on, please, to our last fireside chat. I just want to thank the last speaker. I thought he was excellent. But we are going to move a little bit beyond Europe and look at identifying new growth markets for offshore wind development. So rightly, we're looking a little bit further to the future. And literally over the horizon, possibly in some of those growth market areas or some of those niche areas we can develop. Anticipating the unknown and risk, and therefore that is being steered by Charlie Morgan, who is a partner from Herbert Smith Freehills. Please come on up, Charlie. And Charlie is an international arbitration partner specializing in energy and technology, helping clients resolve complex international disputes, including cross-border disputes, fraud claims, and post-M&A. Joint venture and shareholder disputes. We haven't many disputes today, but Charlie's recent experience involves advising energy majors, global technology companies, digital asset companies, crypto asset companies in high-value, complex disputes. I'm going to ask Charlie to introduce his colleagues, and then we're going to have a fireside chat about new growth markets and for offshore wind development. Thank you. Charlie, over to you.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Hi, everyone. So, as Andrew mentioned, we're going to move beyond the UK shores. We're going to move also beyond Europe and talk a little bit about the wider global markets and actually where we're seeing opportunity for growth and why. Two fantastic speakers for that topic. We've got Susanna on my right, Inzola, who's offshore wind investment team lead and former private secretary to the Ministry of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. So fantastic experience to share with us. And to my left, Denzel Eads, who is the co-founder and MD of Pioneer International Consulting, consulting energy clients and others on the energy transition and clean energy, with in particular an Asian perspective to give to us, being based in Hanoi and Singapore. So to just kick us off, maybe we can just start with some basics. And Susanna, you can get us started with some views on some of the key policy levers that you think are making a difference in international markets.
Yeah, so first of all, hi everyone. Great to be here today and speak about this very important topic with you all. It's interesting to have this session immediately after Andrew's comments about kind of supply chain and innovation, because that's something, on one hand, the UK government is very influenced domestically, but actually we forget that the UK has expertise across all different phases of developing offshore wind. So, of course, you're talking about business, but I'm here to represent government, so that's what you want me to speak about. And I think you mentioned our levers for influencing emerging markets, which is what this session is about. I think the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, and I know that you will have quite strong views as well, particularly and how they're used in Vietnam. So kind of using the UK's soft powers, using our energy diplomacy to kind of influence markets. I think, Denzel, I'm not sure if I'm going to steal your points here, but particularly with countries like Vietnam, where perhaps those political systems are a little bit trickier to navigate, having those government-to-government dialogues is so important to be able to facilitate business over there. And of course, that's not something that the UK does in isolation. It does partner with other G7 members. So I do see this as part of a broader mission, to kind of improve or accelerate the energy transition globally.
Thank you. And in those conversations with other governments, are people looking at the UK as a leader in this space, or what is sort of our standing in those conversations?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure which politician now said this, but I think offshore wind is kind of regarded as the jewel in the UK's renewable energy crown, and we are the world leader. We are a world leader. We have the highest deployment in the world, second only to China, and China only recently overtook us. I think, you know, everyone's curious as to how the UK managed to create the system. How did we develop the policy levers like the contract for difference to make offshore wind bankable, to make it less risky, to be able to get that commercialization that, you know, Andrew has spoken about earlier for floating, but how did we manage to do that with fixed? So, I mean, only in August, we actually were working with a Japanese delegation of business and government who came to government to kind of understand a bit more how we set up the industry, where our expertise lies, and if you like, more excitingly, where are the opportunities for future partnership? Because this is not a static industry. This industry is moving, it's evolving, it's changing all the time. The UK has 14.7 gigawatts of fixed bottom offshore wind. I think offshore wind generated, I believe, near 20% of our electricity supply last year, which is very exciting. And that figure is only going to increase. If we talk about floating in particular, 80% of the world's offshore wind capacity is floating. So it doesn't matter what I'm here to talk about the UK's successes today, there's actually so much more we can do. And really, to go back to your original question and where we need to start, just kind of making countries recognise the various opportunities that the energy transition and offshore wind in particular can offer.
Thanks. And Denzel, maybe we can come to you and this sort of private investor angle to this as well. And what are some of the key levers that your clients care about when they're looking at a new sort of market entry opportunity or a new investment? Are they focused on these sort of trade and investment policies, or are they looking at other things?
So the UK government's position with respect to any emerging market is very important. UKEF support is going to ensure a reduction in the cost of capital. I think UKEF has committed $5 billion to the Vietnam market. So these are very, very important, but there's generally a wider risk matrix which needs to be looked at in an emerging market. And I think one of the key issues which clients that we work with, and we've been particularly active in the Vietnam market, but also more generally in the Southeast Asia developing markets for offshore wind, Philippines and others, what clients seek to do is to understand how you can reduce the risk premium through a deliverable project within a timetable which is going to be compatible with the interests of boardrooms in Europe. And I think much to what that comes to is building a coalition of interests for your project. So it's necessary to understand the planning, the policies and the priorities of the respective country which you're seeking to invest in, and then work out how the different partners within your project can be used to deliver a project. I think maybe 3 projects in Vietnam illustrate this case quite well, and how different project parties in these instances are taking different approaches. So at the current moment in time, Vietnam has a nascent offshore wind market. It seeks to develop around about 6 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, increasing to about 90 gigawatts by 2050. These are ambitious targets. Maybe ambitious targets is something which we can come on to discuss as another issue. But in the near term, it appears as though those targets will be delivered by some pilot projects. So you have 2 pilot projects which are currently planned. There's 1 gigawatt which is expected to be allocated to Vietnam Electricity, or EVN, and another gigawatt which is expected to be allocated towards Petro Vietnam, or PVN. So these pilot projects are expected to lead the way in the first instance. There's a problem with that, which is that does PVN, or rather do PVN and EVN have the capital and the capacity and the expertise to develop these projects alone, or are they going to need strategic partners in order to assist them. So then we come to the issue is if they are going to have strategic partners, will that be an equity investment or will that be a services agreement with those respective parties? So what you can see at the moment is with respect to that particular project, how are international entities positioning themselves with respect to those two options? And you see different strategies at play. Some parties will be seeking to use sovereign debt vehicles or concessional finance to go into the balance sheet of PVN or EVN in order to support those entities. Others will be looking to perhaps develop services agreements with those companies to look and work out the structure there. So it's interesting to see different parties adopting different strategies with respect to one particular project. If the pilot projects do not remain solely state-led, there will be private projects proposed in parallel. And we see then, if you look at a leading project in the south of Vietnam, which is being developed by a local developer called TTVN and Kansai Electric, there we see a utilization of funding from Japanese trade and industry ministries to support early stage surveys. So that project is utilizing funding from METI in order to de-risk the project at an early stage through the use of surveys. And then the third project, which I think is interesting to look at, is an export project which is being proposed by a subsidiary of PVN, that's PTSC, and Semcor. And this will be an export project whereby it's not grid connected into Vietnam, but rather is responding to a tender from the Singaporean government for up to 4 gigawatts of clean energy by 2030. And there we see the Singaporean government supporting Semcor in their engagement with PTSC to develop that project. So it's perhaps a slightly long answer, but I think what I'm seeking to demonstrate by those three examples is that building that coalition of interests in order that you can position yourself not just with respect to a particular project, but in a wider country context, is really quite important, but also very effective in an emerging market. And then, once you've done that, leveraging UKEF funding, leveraging JETP is going to be incredibly beneficial as well.
Thanks. And coming back to you then, Susanna, and bearing those different models in mind, I mean, I don't know if we're going to get a scoop here on what the new government is planning, but what would you say and what can you say about current plans to ensure that both businesses that are looking to export from the UK and Europe their know-how, but also their capital into these emerging regions, what would you say the government here is proposing or planning to do for that?
Great question. I've been given my lines to take, so I'm not sure how much you'll be able to probe out of me. But I will say that UK Export Finance has had a lot of successes in recent years, particularly in Taiwan, supporting deals there. So UKEF can help support up to 80% of an underwritten loan, provided you provide X amount of UK content. And that has been a very useful tool in helping countries kind of get that bridging finance and kind of a contract that's something that a private bank would be more reluctant to take on. In terms of what new policies are coming up, I think in the energy space, everyone's talking about GB Energy, which was recently announced that it would be headquartered in Aberdeen. So that does at the moment have much more of a domestic focus, particularly in nascent technologies. So GB Energy is not looking to crowd out private investment, but rather crowd in. When we talk about GB Energy, a lot of the thinking is to help develop floating offshore wind, hydrogen, tidal, and working, of course, with the Crown Estate on kind of leasing more areas for offshore wind. Now, if we can kind of boost those technologies and create that domestic market, make it more commercial, then we will be able to export. And I think it's a really important metric that whenever government is deciding which technologies to support, which industries to help develop, that you ensure you kind of think not just domestically, but have an international focus at the back of your mind. Is this technology exportable? How can we kind of maximize growth for the taxpayer and where we kind of provide our support? So I'm not sure that is the answer that you were looking for, but hopefully that's a start.
Indeed. And when you're looking at these things, and you mentioned, for example, sort of requirements for percentage of UK local content and things like that, are you looking pragmatically at supply chains? Are you looking pragmatically at what's coming out of China, what the current market here is already using in terms of what can be produced here versus what has to be imported? And are those percentages, I suppose, realistic and pragmatic based on how within the confounds within which people are operating now?
That's a great question. I think ultimately UK Export Finance is a UK-funded bank, so I think it's there to support UK projects, achieve contracts abroad. But this question of local content, how do we choose which industries to support? I think if you're looking at it through an investment lens, it's kind of thinking that if government develops a new capital grant scheme, that anything like that would be targeted to support areas that we think the UK can be competitive in. So Andrew mentioned the industrial growth plan in his previous session. That did have an initial assessment on kind of make or buy. We talk about that a lot in investment into UK offshore wind. And the reason I keep returning to investment is we just want to, you need to have those industries, you need to have that expertise before you can export it. But I would also say that things like consultancies, of course, I mean, Denzel is a perfect example here, but, you know, you've got companies that have advised UK government on developing new policies, and these same companies can go abroad and advise new governments or kind of new private companies on how to develop that policy thinking. So there isn't really one size that fits all.
That's fair enough. And Denzel, when we think about supply chains and we think about the potential for UK exports of know-how and ultimately the hardware that's needed for these things, regionally in Southeast Asia, for example, you mentioned Vietnam. Do people have the UK in mind, or are the regional connections much more close with China, with other regional players that would say actually the UK doesn't obviously feature in every conversation?
I think the UK is at a competitive disadvantage in Asia because of distance, because of the long-term relationships that Japan, Korea and China have established in emerging markets, whether that's through previous projects, whether that's through funding, whether that's through manufacturing capacity. So, but at the same time, you know, in particular areas, and including in offshore wind, we're a world leader. So there are some areas where there is a competitive disadvantage, but we can more than compensate for that. I think in a way that's what the Just Energy Transition Partnership is about. In the large proportion, it's about assisting South Africa, Indonesia, and Vietnam to achieve its ambitious goals towards net zero and energy transition. But it's also about supporting the investment from G7 plus EU companies into Vietnam to facilitate and enable that energy transition. And I think going forward, one challenge will be for each JETP, and I think it's important that they're not all the same. They're all quite different in how, the overall objective is similar, but the way in which they are funded and structured and the projects which they'll be involved in are all quite different. The key will be seeing how the JETPs develop in order that they're sensitive to the particular requirements of each particular country. And I think in a Vietnamese context, that's really going to be understanding how what is currently debt can be delivered into a country which has a huge aversion to it, and legislative caps on state as a proportion of debt as a proportion of GDP. So working out how the JETP moves forward in Vietnam, but I think also working out how the JETP helps the de-risking of offshore wind is a really important point. And I hope going forward that, you know, in the same way that we could see the METI initiatives with respect to that project that I mentioned, some very practical early stage de-risking of projects to enable these projects to move forward. We heard earlier how there is, you know, significant appetite for pre-development and development risk. I think it would be great if the JETP could come in and assume some of that risk with respect to surveys, with respect to training and development. It's happening with the Offshore Wind Centre in Vietnam, but really unlocking, and there's around about 400 million committed to Vietnam for technical assistance, just working out what are going to be the most meaningful areas to support the private sector in de-risking offshore wind in a country where, at the current moment in time, the risk profile is a little bit too high for some of the investors and developers who have been there recently. And I think within that context, if you look at how the Asian Low Emissions Community, or ASEC, is working in that regard, it's worth recognising that it's a competitive advantage. So ASEC, a competitive context. ASEC is an initiative among Asian countries plus Australia, which is really kind of running in parallel. They would argue it's not in competition to the JETP, but I think probably in reality it is. And it's taken quite a different tack. It's gone straight into ministries, and it's working very closely with the government in Vietnam to work out specific solutions to specific problems. For example, ASEC is saying, like, we have no problem supporting LNG. JETP can't go towards LNG. And I think the requirements around ASEC are perhaps a little bit less burdensome on the counterpart for the purpose of being able to unlock funds. So I think working out how the JETP can be applied most effectively in the near term to de-risk projects which the private sector can then come into, which the GFANs can then come into, will be the big opportunity for the next 12 months.
So if I'm allowed to ask a question, do you think that more dialogue between local government or national government and business is needed? Do you think that's a gap at the moment in countries like Vietnam?
I think it's really important for there to be as high a level of transparency with respect to the basis on which a project and programme such as the JETP is delivered. And there hasn't been that high level of transparency to date. So if you looked at how it was undertaken in Indonesia, the Indonesian Secretariat in many respects wanted to be a broker between the private sector and the public sector. The Secretariat in a Vietnamese context, the Secretariat is effectively the body which administers the delivery of the Just Energy Transition process. The Secretariat in Vietnam has initially it was going to be UNDP, then it sort of came into the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and it is moving forward within the public sector. And the UNDP is now a support service into that state-led secretariat. But I think, so it's a tricky context for transparency, but I think transparency has to be one of the most sort of early stage priorities in order that inclusiveness occurs by default. So the RMP, the Resource Mobilisation Plan, which details the JETP, is a public document. But I think if I wanted to, for example, as an investor, engage in that and access some of the funding, it should be much easier for me to do so. So dialogue is important, but creating the space, disclosing the information in order that participation is easy and to some extent automatic, I think would help greatly. And I think really just making it accessible and taking down those barriers to entry for the private sector into the JETP and simplifying it.
Yeah, I think that's very clear. And that's something that definitely government is kind of looking more into. What are those market access barriers? Where do we need to kind of focus our diplomatic efforts, both kind of with our partner countries and with the Vietnamese government, which is the example that we're talking about in particular, that has quite a strong sense of distrust, I think. And I think that doesn't really help kind of when you're trying to foster greater relations between government and business, particularly if it's maybe foreign businesses as well that are trying to operate in what has been quite a closed market previously. But point taken.
And Susanna, on that, I mean, you may not agree that it's a competitive environment, but assuming it is, and the JETP, ASEC, other initiatives of that kind, what is government currently seeing to be its USP in this, in terms of selling UK and UK entities?
Yeah, great question. I think we recognise that countries like Denmark or Germany or even Norway have very strong development programmes. And we're not trying to compete with those industries. I think I will always refer back to our first point of reference, which is our legacy to date, the fact that we are the greatest, that we have the highest amount of offshore wind capacity in Europe, and that we've gone through so many cycles. We've developed a world-leading policy initiative, Contract for Difference, that has helped us get that capacity to date. So I really refer back to that when we're trying to think about, how we promote offshore wind internationally. And I think as well, because we are a world leader in offshore wind and we have a more advanced offshore wind market, we've also seen certain problems that perhaps aren't as prevalent in other countries, like grid connection. Grid connection is a huge issue in Vietnam. So what is the UK government's thinking? Even just comparing markets, I think there's something to be said that the UK still has to improve the investor environment for offshore wind. It still has to improve the kind of mechanisms that are going to get us to radically accelerate our offshore wind content. So kind of, for me, it's not just about the kind of business opportunities, but it's also using our expertise to make sure that we create an holistic environment for which businesses can invest in. And I think I was fortunate enough to go on a delegation to Vietnam when I was working for the energy minister. And one thing at the time that he spoke a lot about was kind of talking about those parallels between, say, grid connection, getting those dates in place, but also getting in support for local communities. Now, this is something that we've seen a lot in East Anglia in the UK, that communities are resistant to pylons going through the countryside. And actually, in some areas abroad, if you could say that a lesson learnt there was one of many, but the importance of bringing communities on side, and that's something we talk about as well in our diplomatic efforts. And again, referring to Vietnam, some of the onshore wind and solar plants that are happening in the south have really transformed local economies. And that's something that we really want to flag that message, because we've seen it happen in the UK, we've seen it can happen abroad. So to wrap that up, I guess, yes, always go back to our expertise, look at how much we've learnt and kind of lessons learned, I guess, and sharing that abroad.
And the way that we share that experience is very important. And I think the UK is quite good at sharing its experience, because it does so because we haven't always made the right decisions. It's been an evolution in terms of where the offshore wind industry is now, and we don't hide from the fact that we have made mistakes. And I actually think that's a really positive way to engage with an emerging market, to say that it's been a process to get where we are now. And there was a National Assembly delegation from Vietnam in the UK last week, went to Hull to see supply chain development, and I think also visited Siemens. And I think also, I know that EVN have been to visit the national grid and knowledge sharing there. Grid problems in the UK, all right, they're different to what they are in Vietnam, but there are parallels. So I think the way in which the UK government engages with emerging markets is effective, but it doesn't have to be exclusive to the public sector. The private sector can engage with emerging markets in terms of knowledge sharing incredibly effectively as well. And through the development programs, be they on more of a sort of grassroots level through universities and vocational training, or perhaps more specifically in terms of supporting development of manufacturing hubs or otherwise, the private sector can complement that knowledge sharing as a very effective tool of building a national presence. Ørsted did that in Vietnam through a university program that they supported when they were active in the country, and I think it's very appreciated, or highly appreciated, when it on the receiving country's perspective.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor? There's one there, a couple. Let's take those. And then if we two, yeah.
Hi, I'm Martin Aitchison, Investment Director at New Zealand Trade Enterprise. I noticed New Zealand wasn't mentioned on the conversation, but hypothetically, what would a country like New Zealand or Australia require for you guys to come down and have a look?
Ooh. I mean, I think there is interest in Australia and New Zealand, so I feel like we should just say watch the space. I know that Victoria in particular, the state of Victoria is ahead of the curve in kind of Australia and developing offshore wind. We do have alliance. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting market, and the conversation when we talk about developing markets is very much focused on Asia at the moment. But I do think Australia and New Zealand are next.
Chris Rowland, Flotation Energy. Just a question. We've talked a bit about offtake as a key constraint for grid, both in Europe but also in Asia Pacific and other markets. But I just wondered perhaps how you see sort of UK role in export across molecules, whether that's power to X or hydrogen, methanol. Also flexible grid, other technologies really, and how you see sort of UK's role in emerging markets in these spaces.
Vietnam, for example, has a very strong commitment to new energy development, and to export. So, project approval can be issued in Vietnam for a project for new energy or export without a limit on capacity. So one of the problems with respect to the grid is obviously grid constraint. And in order, therefore, to encourage the development of hydrogen in particular, and in order to encourage the development of offshore wind projects which are developing hydrogen or export can be developed without that cap. And that's what you're seeing with the PTSC Semcor project. Other projects are being proposed. Hydrogen development in the south of Vietnam is taking off. One company, the Green Solutions, is looking to do one of the first hydrogen projects there. So I think where there is expertise, there's certainly interest and also development opportunity in a market like Vietnam, which sees both new energy and export as key to their current planning. And if you look at National Power Development Plan number 8, both are integral to that, particularly in the period 2030 to 2050.
Great, thank you all. Well, please join me in thanking Denzel and Susanna for sharing their thoughts.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Charlie. So thank you, Charlie, Susanna, and I'm sure you're
happy to hear, and I'm content to say that was the last of the content. So just remains for a little bit of closing up. Firstly, a bit like the kind of car at the wedding speech, somebody has left a Dell laptop charger. Maybe if you'd like to speak to the help desk, I think that's been found. I want to thank delegates, speakers, Cinium Financial, and the sponsors that you see listed here for organisation of today. Thank you all for your questions and your attention. That's helped bind everyone in this kind of daily endeavour, or this day's endeavour. Thank you so much. You will all receive, I understand, access to the on-demand version and post-event follow-up email from Cinium Financial. So feedback again. Thank you to the virtual guys who've managed to follow the event today. And yeah, if you'd please hand in those questionnaires. So just a few kind of thoughts as we kind of wrap up. Very difficult to wrap up the kind of content that we've heard today, but what I've picked up is we've got very much a tale of two races. We've got a 2030 sprint where we're trying to get the 60 gigawatt of offshore wind and double the onshore wind installed, and that doesn't really lend itself to trying to create the perfect system. Therefore, we go hard, we maybe spend a bit more, and we make some quick decisions rather than trying to get it perfect. But what we do need to make sure that we've got a long-term attractive market, consistent, compelling, long-term targets, stable policy. And that's come through again and again, which is why we start on policy, and what's why the kind of tone from the top all comes. We're all drinking from the same pond, I think, that, to paraphrase that the contract for difference, which is developing sort of policy-led and which is sort of, government-backed. A, it's gold standard. B, it's being replicated around the world. And C, it does need some reform in order to remain appropriate for the UK. And speaking of reform, better does exist elsewhere, even though the UK has got where it's got and is ahead of all others except for that rollout in China. And therefore, perhaps our new government and the entities that created need to really take a fresh look with us at how, how this market and the attractiveness for the sprint, but also for the long-term attractiveness and future industries like floating need to be set fit for purpose. We've had a bit of a Scottish thread come through on today, and I guess I would like you to leave here later. I mean, I'll admit, as a job of a chair, I haven't got you killed, but my second most important job is finishing on time, and I've failed on that. So I will take that and flagellate. However, tomorrow, know that you are waking up. Firstly, we have a national energy system operator that is in effect from tomorrow, so the future is here already. Instead of just looking at the electricity system, it is now looking at the future of energy, and that future, as we know, is going to be greater electrified, and the backbone of that energy, that electrification, is going to be offshore and onshore wind. So the future is already coming, and know that when you wake up tomorrow, your kettle and your lights will be powered not using coal. So I think that's a great way to leave, that we will have a future where wind dominates the electricity that enables all of our lives and promises to create the future growth of our economy, one hopes. Thank you so much for your attention and your time, and I wish you all a safe journey home and good afternoon.